guns, and you see that player almost taken out. And you know what? Those players up there are pinging exactly, fighting with Aton. Aton about to take that one out. We're down to a 4v2, 4v3 situation. Does not work though, but actually Syndicate does get a knockback, and just as I say that, they are finished out. 4 kills.
But is able to get that support from the rest of his squad and just abuse Mazek's. Solitude stayed in that vehicle. Totally forgot it was.
They're taking shots at everybody.
Yeah, at this point, it's just YOLO send them, be able to save them. And
to be really had. And yeah, that's one. I think that's easy confirmed for Sam just as well. So scrappy fight. It's all around everyone. 1v1s left and right. And oh, Chico gets drop shotted.
losing one for 4 points. That is solid. A7 though, in the fields, trying to avoid the gunshot from.
Polo goes down, forced to hop up, and that's the one for HH. HH might just spray the grass here and take down the rest of XSET.
Nerves to steal from Boring Protocol, but will it be enough? They do get the revive, but the shots are here from Ghost. Fame Boys looking to trade one back. And we're looking at a bit of another fight breaking out here. This time B-Town hot up the victory in the last one, running into the Knights, and they are down in addition. These nades have been looking really good.
Rise is going to be able to take the fight they want to take, find the shots. P in a 1v3, what can they do, Dave? Can they find the shots? Oh! This one, let's take a look at Black Dragons and those two teams I just mentioned. Team Queso seems to have their eyes. They do not want to lose a player. And oh, long range. Oh my goodness!
Put out the pressure, they'll get that revive. XSET full sending again, this time into Ogilvy. J7 is not, kill switch is done, and Thurston.
Aynısını söylemeyeceğiz. Son HP Vesi'yi çekecek. Sonrasında uzun mucizeleriyle beraber tabii ki Erangel'de çok güzel puanlar toplamıştı ama ikinci bir mucize yüksek ihtimalle gelmeyecek burada.
And their careful approach, their caution, their patience, it's paid off. They've had to wait a couple of months for the package to arrive, but the circle's here finally. But jumps out the vehicle. Now it has to be a really slick movement. They've controlled the lower floor. This is really well played, getting that. I mean, there's nowhere for him to...
Come on, Mad Bulls, you can do it. The advantage in terms of position is push on forward. Effect is trying to help him on the sideline. Saltgate gets a knock on the yin yang, and Effect can do nothing about that.
У них серьезные проблемы. Викар продолжает душить, но эффект падает. Ног с помощью осколочной грабли, которые слетят масоны, потому что Сузи очень агрессивно въезжает. Yin-Yang с двух сторон будет прострел. Чат пасут.
Продавили они в меньшинстве. Коллектив Мэджи Прайд.
It's going to cook up a nade. We've seen the next phase pop up. It's shifted down to southeast. It is going to be that coastline finish. Rip 7 takes a hell of a lot of damage, but yet to get confirmed. So this is going... There you go.
Rotasyondaki rakibine oldukça iyi headshotlar yekti. Hemen burada Timur görüldü. Kudur. Bıra almak isteyecek. Bedava bir puan var burada Kudur için. Ne bir kaldı.
Açı vermek isteyecek orada Dark.
Vermek istemiyorlar Fenerbahçe'ye. Rip 7'da bombasıyla. Çok güzel bir bombası var. Araç var. Aracı çarptı orada. Bir kıvılcımlar çıktı. Rebellion ne yaptı? Ne?
24 players alive, and Savian tries to make something happen for Papara, but the blue is ticking away.
Beautiful nade from Lavaz, and that sealed the deal for Fenerbahce. Now we see Supermassive Blaze, but Power coming in. Tron!
run, I'm gonna take the buggy, and that's how it ended up. Meanwhile, amazing spray coming from Fresh, finds one.
Continues to put pressure on the last player, 12-18. Lin jumps in.
Kind of a situation it is, and Bullock just charging in forward. The goal call has been made.
Force has gone towards the wall. Eastern side once more, and unfortunately, it looks like it once more. A little bit of a dip dive dodge missing. This is definitely where we say don't give the points over, because Team Queso, as we know, are also struggling. But actually saying that a double not coming through for Manin, it does not, just previously, have given that up towards Na'Vi, who weren't even in the vicinity coming in.
Exactly. Exet though again. Just unfortunate things happening to Exet again. And it's a prime example of that kill switch, and Polo got taken down. I feel like Polo has always been the man who is the first one to go down, no matter what kind of a situation it is. And Bullock just charging in forward. The goal call has been made. Bullock looking really strong in this fight.
Yeah, indeed. Of course, that zone, of course, has gone towards the wall. Eastern side once more, and unfortunately, it looks like it once more. A little bit of a dip dive dodge missing. He's found 2. Can he find 3? That's the surprise factor you were looking for. And unfortunately, Team Queso is feeling like it's lights out already, and have only just got back onto Miramar. And this feels dastardly. That's the double knock that we were looking for. Goodbye, my cheesy friends. Yala will be the final one to drop to second place. They can survive and get those 12 points. But here comes the pain train to the Mad Fools. It's just like the Spanish Fools fight. They're gonna charge their way up. And there's no escape. There's no jumping over the wall. They come up with that miracle game, but it's not happening this week. Gonna have to sit out. You gotta believe, Exil. It might just be able to survive both for now a little bit longer as Eastern Stars.
Danny, ready for abstract.
capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Hello, PUBG Mobile fans. It's almost time to bring together the world's top teams for the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021. This year's PMGC has a total prize pool of $6 million for teams and players, and tons of great rewards for our fans as well. PMGC will consist of 2 stages, League and Grand Finals. The League phase will last from November 30th to December 24th. During the League phase, teams from the Americas and Europe will compete in the West League, while teams from Asia and the Middle East will compete in the East League. Each league, 20 teams will compete on Tuesdays and Wednesdays for 16 slots to compete on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in that week's Super Weekend. The total Super Weekend scores over the first 3 weeks will determine which 16 teams will compete in the PMGC League Finals during the final week. The top 9 teams from the East League Finals, the top 6 teams from the West League Finals, and a special invited team will advance to the PMGC Grand Finals. The PMGC Grand Finals, which will take place on January 21st, 22nd, and 23rd, will determine the PMGC 2021 Global Champions. Who will be the next to glory? Don't miss a single minute of exciting PMGC action.
Hello, welcome to Day 3 of PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021 West League, where it of course is Super Weekend. I already said Day 3. I'm your host, Span Cargo, and with me is analyst. Someone has changed a little bit here. We have Zute, and then with us today is Glitter Explosion. So we do have 5 more games today to end off our Super Weekend, and I gotta say, I mean, there's a lot of movement on that leaderboard, surprisingly, already, just from Day 2. Kind of wondering if it's going to happen today as well. Zute, I mean, the obvious choice here is Alpha 7, right? Do you think that there's anybody else? Let's go ahead and talk about that a little bit with their performance. Is there anybody else that you think could do the same?
So Alpha 7 moved the most out of all the teams yesterday, I would have to say. They made the biggest jump. They had an 80+ point game, and they're playing like how they should be playing. So imagine if, Day 1, they figured things out a little bit earlier with the whole, the Alpha 7 Na'Vi situation. We even saw yesterday in the very last game, Na'Vi actually ruined a potential chicken dinner for that Alpha 7 team. But other than Alpha 7, 5 games, that's a lot of points that could be had, a lot of upsets that could be had. Furious Gaming was last place yesterday as well, and they got the chicken dinner on the last game, and they moved up a few slots. So I do imagine we'll see some shuffling, but one thing's for certain, S2G is not going anywhere. S2G is going to stay in first place, most likely.
Not surprised to hear that. Yeah,
I just got here, guys. First of all, hi. I've missed you, okay? I'm excited to be back with you, joining in on all of this action. And from what I can see from the outside looking in, S2G has been absolutely dominating this entire Super Weekend. So, since I'm the newbie here, I'm just excited to see if that's the type of momentum that they can continue, because we've never seen that much consistency, especially with back-to-back chicken dinners day over day before.
No, they're just absolutely destroying everything. So they have 4 chicken dinners so far. Kind of curious to see if they're going to go on ahead and grab 2 more today, because that's what the trend is so far. And let's go ahead and actually jump into our format as well, just to go over exactly what these guys are expecting for the rest of this week and next week. The rest of the tournament, we already went over our weekday. That was last Tuesday and Wednesday, where there's 5 matches. And of course, the top 6 moved on to what is today, the Super Weekend, Friday, Saturday, Saturday, and Sunday. 5 more matches per day of action. Where then those 3 Super Weekends, this Super Weekend 1, we have 2 more to go. All those points are going to go on ahead and accumulate to get the top 16. From that, moving on to, of course, the league finals to get a part of that total prize pool, that $6 million. And Zute, you kind of mentioned already, you mentioned Furious Gaming, you know, they are in 12th with 45 points. They have 1 winner chicken dinner. Do you think that today, is there some sort of confidence that you think they can bring into today as well? Or do you think maybe we're going to see them kind of fade back?
Personally, for me, I do believe in momentum and getting that last chicken dinner on the very last game yesterday that will carry over to a point. And now this Furious Gaming team, I've seen them before. They never really stood out too much for me, but I would say they're not like a bottom, 16th place team. I do believe they could do better. Of course, that's just my opinion. I'm curious to see what your opinion on Furious Gaming would be, Glitter.
Listen, like I said, I just got here, but I watched some of these games. I'm looking at their stats here, and for me right now, I do agree a little bit with the momentum. They did get the chicken dinner at the end of the day. However, when you look at their overall numbers, their aggression isn't there yet for me. They're not exactly getting enough KP on the board, and placement-wise, with the exception of that chicken dinner, they literally haven't been able to get above a 9th place finish. So unless something dramatic changes, for me, I'm kind of on the opposite end of things, Zute. I don't know if they can do it.
Okay.
Maybe they finally figured it out, maybe day 2 Super Weekend, that last match, it clicked. So maybe today they have 5 matches to see what kind of formula they cracked and continue it today. I mean, we already saw it happen with Alpha 7, so obviously some of these other teams down there are hoping to kind of follow in their footsteps. I'm kind of expecting, Aton unfortunately fell a lot yesterday. They were higher up on the leaderboard, now in that 16th place spot, and another team that I feel like has the potential to potentially follow Alpha 7 in their footsteps is Mad Bulls. I know you keep calling them Sad Bulls, but I mean, in league play, Mad Bulls, the second day, they absolutely popped off. They ended up the league play really well. So seeing them in that 15th place spot is kind of surprising, in my opinion.
Yeah, Mad Bulls, they were looking mad during league days. They were dominating that one match. I believe it was like 18 elim chicken dinner potentially, but it was. Like we've said, league days are league days. Super Weekend is a whole different beast, and Mad Bulls did turn into a different beast. They turned into the Sad Bulls. So your question, are they going to continue looking sad? Honestly, there was nothing that really happened yesterday that I feel like, could turn that momentum for them, right? It's not like Furious Gaming where they got that, boost of confidence, getting that, chicken dinner. So Mad Bulls, I feel like they're going to continue just staying around the bottom. I would love to see them turn it around, but man, I don't think they'll be able to do much today.
Okay, well, league play, it was day 2, so maybe it's something with the last day, Today's the last day of the Super Weekend, so maybe we'll see Mad Bulls going ahead and do something today. Gotta hold out hopes and the positive vibes to them just for right now before the matches start. But kind of to expound on that, they have 38 total points right now in that 15th place spot. The team in last place has 31 total points. This is the first Super Weekend, so I guess this is the best time to kind of, if you're having trouble, to kind of figure it out, not have as many points, because there are 2 more opportunities to do so, but there's only 2 more opportunities to do so if they make into the next Super Weekend. So like, how many points would you want by the end of today if there's a chance you wouldn't be in the second Super Weekend? Zute, I guess, is the question that they should be aiming for.
I don't know about you, Glitter, but I would say, and this is on the lower end, I would say average 5 to 6 points a game. I feel like that's on the lower average end, but that's enough to make top 16 overall to get into the finals, right? So 5 to 16 point per game, Glitter. I think after 15 games, quick maths in my head, you want to aim for around 75-ish points by the end of today. Now, for teams at the very bottom, that's still a huge jump for them to make because they've done so bad in the first 2 days.
See, Zute, I feel like you were in my head because I was looking at those teams down there at the bottom, and when Span was asking that question, instantly my brain was like, bare minimum, those bottom teams have to double today what they did in 2 days if they want to be even remotely safe, because you know the teams that didn't make their way through to this super weekend, you know that the Team Quesos, the Exets, the squads that want to make sure that they're in here next time are going to be looking at that as their threshold for what they have to surpass when they make their way in here.
Exactly. That's kind of why it's like, okay, so the team at the bottom with 30, they obviously need at least like 40 more points to go on ahead and make that number that Zute was talking about, right? And we have 5 matches today. Of course, we have the 3 Erangels, the 1 Miramar, the 1 Sanhok. That's, you know, average, just let's just say 10 points per game is plausible to go on ahead and grab, right? And that means that's only 4 matches. So in 5 matches, I mean, is that possible to go on ahead and grab the 4 matches? What kind of a play style are you kind of expecting from those teams lower down the leaderboard, Zute?
Playstyle for the teams lower, it's rough, right? Because whatever they're doing, it's not working. But it's not so much their playstyle. I would say it's whatever they're doing with their playstyle in of itself isn't working. Their playstyle could be perfectly fine, but most likely, if you're on that bottom, like that far down, you're probably making communication errors, you're probably making call-out errors, all the errors that, you know, just needs to be fixed without thinking about, we need to change our game plan up, right? I don't think it's their game plan. It's hard to say. You know, we got 16 teams duking it out on the screen at the same time. A lot of chaos flies everywhere, but there is definitely a lot of mistakes to be fixed by those bottom teams, Glitter.
Yeah, and it is the first super weekend. Obviously, they don't have a ton of time, but if you were to make those mistakes in any super weekend, you'd prefer it to be this one. Work those kinks out early, and then make sure that moving into your next week of league play, and then hopefully into that next super weekend, you have all of that stuff nailed down and really start using that time to get those points.
It is the best time to kind of figure it out. And just as you said it, though, they have to figure it out now, because at this point, even those teams that did make it into this first super weekend, they're at the bottom of that leaderboard. I feel like they have to make it into the next 2 super weekends if they're hoping to end up in the top 16. I'm not even mentioning the 4 teams that aren't even here in this super weekend. Of course, they basically need to make it into these next 2 super weekends if they're hoping to move on. So, I mean, at this point, just hoping that they're going to go ahead and grab some more points. Obviously excited to see what's going to be happening next week league play, but we have the 5 matches today to wrap up first. And got to go ahead and remind you guys of course, our lovely sponsor, because if you guys want to go on ahead and climb the leaderboard, the best shot is with the OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro. It has flagship performance, an immersive 120Hz display, and hyper-touch technology made specifically for gamers. So go grab that OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro. We're already talking about that yesterday, how obviously some of these teams towards the bottom of the leaderboard seems like they would definitely benefit by grabbing one of those phones for themselves, because yeah, those teams towards the bottom, they got to go on ahead and build it up. I'm personally, my heart aches for Papara Supermassive Blaze down there in that 14th place position. So if I had to choose somebody that I want to see going ahead and kind of step up, it's them. What about you, Zute? Who do you want to step up, not maybe necessarily expect?
Who do I want to step up? That's a good question. I haven't really thought of it. I mean, we talked about the whole narrative with Alpha 7 not V, so I don't want to pick one of those teams. I would have to go with Footballers, because Footballers is a team that is, you know, kind of lower down there in the rankings. They're in 13th right now, actually. And Footballers is a team that competed at the PMGC, you know, Worlds last year. They're also a team that I happened, you know, to get to meet in person when I was competing last year, and they're a really good bunch of dudes. All right, like if you needed like some dudes like to hang out with, and when I say dudes, I mean these guys are like bros, like dudes. Okay, like you'll know what I mean if you ever get to hang out with them. But they're really nice people. That's my point. They're really nice people. I would love to see them, you know, succeed and do well. I know they have that potential, so it would be Footballers for me. What about you, Glitter?
Okay, I like the Footballers pick. I'm not going to lie, big fan of Footballers, so I could get on board with that. But I think another team that I'm kind of looking for more top 4 finishes out of, just a little bit more top tier consistency for me is really Knights. I know they had a really solid 3rd place finish on the first day, and they had a lot of kills in that final game yesterday, but I want to see more from the Knights.
Okay, both really good picks. So one of them kind of would be another underdog story, just like Alpha 7. As for Knights, they're currently in the 8th place spot. They're the next team that doesn't have a chicken dinner that's the highest on the board, other than a team that we kind of haven't talked about just yet, which is Fenerbahce Esports. Yesterday, we kind of touched on them. They're kind of like just kind of underneath our radar almost, because they are just being so consistent. They are getting those nice points, 45 eliminations, 50 rank points. But that's another team. They're the highest up on the leaderboard that hasn't got a single chicken dinner. At this point, is that kind of how they play this game, I guess? Maybe they don't go for that chicken dinner. Maybe they just go for consistency. I kind of want to see a chicken dinner from them, Zute. Or do you think that could be going ahead and could be possible for Fenerbahce?
It easily can. I mean, you don't end up 5th place overall after 10 games not being able to be a team to get a chicken dinner. I think it's just like the zones shifted in a way where it's just slightly out of reach, or maybe they made a few slip-ups, in the previous days that kind of had that chicken dinner elude them, so they definitely could. And yeah, we don't mention them too much because, I mean, right above them, S2G, big story there. Unicorns of Love, 2nd place team, we talk about them out of Europe. Ghost Gaming, of course, the PMGC leading points, and then you have Alpha 7, so it's like you got these 4 big names just right above them, so spotlight's kind of getting stolen, but maybe today they'll get some of that spotlight for themselves.
So it does seem like we have pointed out a good number of teams to kind of keep our eyes on today for these 5 matches. We have those teams that have been doing well so far, and a couple of teams throughout the leaderboard that we want to see a little bit more from, and it looks like we will be starting off on Erangel with our casters Highland Wolf and Necro.
Oh, we're back for Battle Super Weekend Day, the first Super Weekend of the PMGC West. Welcome, of course, to our first match, Erangel, myself, Highland Wolf and Necro. And what we have here is going to be a more western zone, coming down towards South North military base. You know what I'm looking for now? I'm feeling in the mood, Necro. Just get in that Sunday mood, okay? Where you just want to see absolutely most difficult, absolutely disgusting zones. I want to see that zone go all the way over to prison. That's what we're looking at. I want to see some jail time.
All you're trying to say over here is that you just want teams to struggle, okay? And
it's
it's understandable.
Exactly
Yeah, we do like to see those. I mean, come on. We always do like the southern circles as well, those military-based circles, especially when those teams do kind of struggle to get down there. But yeah, as you mentioned, the planned flat path was already on the left all the way, and guess what? Well, it seems like we're not really going to be seeing a lot of struggle this time. Yeah, teams are going to be having struggled, like basically the circle being feeded to them. It's right on top of them, and but problem over here for teams like Knight is that Na'Vi might be a little bit of problem for them. But over here on the other side, A7, Kerio already opening things up.
Oh man, I wanted to see the change coming through from Na'Vi, right? I mean, we talked about who we wanted to see that differences from. Us behind the analyst desk was saying Na'Vi, kind of a big disappointment here coming in on the early game. And what's the next Warrior? Another one of these teams similar to Na'Vi who also need that improvement, but you have to be more willing than that to dance off the balcony, my friend. No Warrior as well, going to lose one. Gary going to be revived, and Ryan's going to happily take that 1 kill.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Rise, of course, one of those teams that have been doing pretty decent throughout the Super Weekends. And we do like to see, right? Rise is one of those teams that get into any kind of fight no matter what. They are looking pretty good on those kill points, actually. They prefer those kill points more than the placement points. They have like 46 placement, like kill points, and then they have only like 36 placement points. So that in itself just tells us how aggressive of a team Rise is. And, well, this is how things really started off. I mean, A7, unfortunate thing, though. I mean, the analyst desk was talking about the momentum shifting in forward inside this game, but the momentum seems kind of faded away over here.
Yeah, it certainly does. I think that for the rest of some of these teams, they've come in through the league stage days, right? They've had this momentum coming in, but as Zute also rightly said, the league stage days, they're very different beats compared to what we're seeing now on the Super Weekend, and we've seen a completely topsy-turvy of a lot of these teams who did well in the league stage days actually really disappoint. And you could argue that, well, yes, S2G, they've almost got 200 points, and they're definitely sucking up a lot of the opportunities for other teams to garner those points too. But on the end of the day, there are still opportunities for likes of Unicorns of Love, Eastern Stars, some of these other teams who have been consistent on the top side of that leaderboard and still have been picking up these points in despite of this.
I mean, look, S2G, they're kind of like on a whole nother level, right? I mean, if you talk about Unicorns of Love, their points make kind of more sense, right? It's like, all right, it's just super weak in day 2. The day 2 ended, they ended up with like 120 points. So it's pretty understandable. I feel like that's like a normal performance. But if you talk about S2G, that's just like out the gate, man. They're just knocking it out the park. Got themselves 172 points in just 2 days of super weekends. I mean, I don't know what to say. 4 chicken dinners already in their hands. And we were also talking about how S2G likes to play, right? They always like to keep themselves unknown in those early game phases. And then later on, when fights start to happen, that's when H2G decides to like strike in.
Yeah, and of course, come back to this zone and some of these teams who haven't done as well, and we are talking about those sad bulls, mad bulls, whatever you want to call them, you can call them angry bulls, because actually they do have the opportunity to show that aggression in this zone, because they have their quarry side, they always drop down there, and actually the zone, for all intents and purposes, has actually gone very much towards them, and I would like to see them utilize this space around quarry, and actually you see them down towards those Erangel 2.0 hills and Ferry Pier, but you can certainly be from that next few couple of minutes moving their way back up, as you can see Angry doing, and utilizing those northern ridges of the quarry side and actually looking down upon Gatka, and you can spy a lot of those teams will be rotating in about that second phase point, and you can punish them for that when they start to approach that open field.
But on the other hand now, teams like Ghost Gaming, Jake, I mean, yeah, doing pretty good. Yeah, again, they're doing absolutely fine. But yesterday, I feel like, in the final game, Ghost Gaming definitely could have done way much more better. Kind of some silly mistakes happened here and there. Beowulf was left the only one alive. But again, hoping that they're going to be doing way much more better coming inside this day as well. In the final day of the Super Weekend, Week 1, and that's what a lot of teams would want them to happen, especially a team like Footballers. Now, if you talk about this team coming inside the Super Weekends, we had high expectations.
Yeah, I think definitely the expectations were clearly high for some of these teams coming in. I think, as we said, we've seen some disappointments here and there, but on the whole, it has been some of these teams who performed rightly so in the league stage days. We mentioned about Eastern Stars, Unicorns, Love, S2G, but also you look towards some of these other squads like Fenerbahce, and you can see on the actual highlights yesterday and how they played that final game a brilliant need to actually take down the rest of Knights. And I think that Fenerbahce, one of these underdogs, these dark horses coming in on this first week, I don't think anyone really expected to be pulling out all the stops, but they've certainly been high up there on the leaderboard. You can see them on that leaderboard themselves, already approaching a 100-point mark in a sizable lead, actually, above some of our favorites, of course, like we mentioned, Knights, Na'Vi, in even 7. Yes, they're ahead of them, but they're certainly catching up towards them too.
Definitely catching up, but now again, so we talk about HTG, you have them currently on the screen. Doing pretty fantastic throughout the times, right? Especially now it's Circle as well, kind of right on top of them. I feel like they can just try and chill out, right? They can probably go for the prime positioning inside the zone. They can try and play those games where they like to. They can go for the, their primary play style, or maybe they can try and go for more kill points this time, right? As we were having the conversation, they don't really need to try hard anymore. They have the safety cushion. They can always go for those silly fights as well if they want to. They can either try and ruin someone's game if they think that this team is going to be their possible threat in the future lines, but still, we don't really know what their game plan is going to be going inside this. But another team I feel like we should really talk about, it has to be Black Dragons.
Oh, yeah. I think Black Dragons were one of these teams who, coming out of the gate, right, they swung hard. They hit that major kill win over Alpha 7. They took the first chicken dinner of the entire tournament. But from that point, actually, I feel like they've regressed. They've actually started to become a little bit worse. And it's almost like they had this first opportunity to surprise. And then teams over the course of these days have started getting used to the predictability of Black Dragons' playstyle. And it's something that also not just a problem with Black Dragons, but when you talk about the predictability of teams like actually A7 and Na'Vi always making these same rotation pass, we mentioned about also the predictability of Unicorns of Love, and then you couple that with also teams who are looking for these points, or the likes of S2G looking to take out their perpetrators coming up behind behind them on that leaderboard, actually it's a prime opportunity to look back at those VODs in the previous days and be able to say, well, we know exactly what your next move will be, and we can actually punish you for that.
Or do you see a couple of engagements happening? Eastern Stars, nice as well, engaging. Supermassive Blade is one of those teams. This day has to be really important, but again, the problem is the pressure, the amount of pressure this team's dealing currently. It's going to be absolutely insane to try and overcome that and also put on a great performance. But again, Supermassive Blaze is a well-known squad. They, of course, have a lot of backing. Let's just see how they're able to play it out in the final day. For now, they're locking their horns against a team like Knights. Took a couple of shots onto them, but it seems like not a lot of connections being found yet. So nothing really critical. Knights are going to be having a free pass through. They as well are not really interested. Now, currently, we do see a wave of teams just coming in inside the zone from the right side. And that's where I feel like there will be a couple of rotation clashes.
Yeah, I certainly think that the right side is going to be fairly congested. We're looking about that Pachinki point, heading a straight line up from Pachinki, and that's where these teams are going to start to meet in, particularly around, of course, these school and apartments areas too. So infamous already in this tournament for so many fights happening around this location. Knights who love to take this spot up, but also so do Rise in around this exact compounds too, coming out of apartments and heading up towards this hill in their way towards the zone. And Rise, we're starting to try and find those baits with the cars in on front, but we can't find anything for now. It's all about positioning right now for Rise. So they start to come up further forward. Mythic does take a couple of shots and force around the backside. And now the problem, though, is Chico couldn't find that assassination, and they've got a problem of actually Rise appearing from you from all fronts, even behind you now.
I mean, again, we have talked about a team like Rise. They don't really shy away from any kind of fights. And I'm pretty sure they won't really have any problem even going inside that fight, but still, they kind of prefer that better positioning inside of fights, which is quite understandable. On the other hand, a team like Na'Vi already have a casualty on their side. Matic not in the game anymore. Na'Vi as well. They're down to a 3-man squad. And it's going to be a little bit of more hardcore mode for Na'Vi. All the way down in 10th position, I feel like Na'Vi was one of those teams that we at least wanted to see on like top 3, or maybe pretty much on the #1, and now they're all the way down 10th position. I feel like that's not what we expected, at least in Super Weekend Fun, but still, we do have a lot of days to moving forward in the future as well. Maybe that's when they can start climbing up those points, but now football is the dudes, as Zute likes to call him. Going up against
the bros,
gaming.
Man. They are the bros. I mean, they've got like the heavy gold chains swinging from them. They've got the shades on their eyes. You know, they're ready, dude. They got a swag when they're coming on into that zone. I think actually they've got a great position here. Coming on the edge of that, you can actually take advantage of some of these squads, such as Na'Vi, rotating out the difficulty of Hospital and heading in on towards you through that side road. You can already see they do find one though on the front, and that's going to be Furious Gaming, as they do find that assassination point, a replay through of that as Ram. Brilliant execution, just assassinates through on that front window.
Yeah, exactly. On the other side, A7 taking a couple of shots on the teams, rotating in the front lines, not really able to find any connection. A7, one of those teams that ended kind of pretty well, and Na'Vi almost like griefed their game. I think so, if I'm not wrong. It was Kitsune in the end lines in the final game of yesterday who pretty much griefed A7's game. If Kitsune didn't really get that player of A7 down, I'm pretty sure A7 would have won that. They had the highest chance. They had a better positioning, and A7 had the highest chance of ending the down a good note. But instead, Na'Vi just decided to steal it away.
I think it's also something true, and it's a microcosm actually of fighting happening constantly between A7 and Na'Vi. And as much as actually we love this, I think it's a slight mistake coming through from both of these teams, because they're always actually, in a way, hindering themselves in the fighting so often between each other. I think actually if they were to split up, we would stand a much better chance on surviving both into that late game more often, as that zone also does head towards them. And actually, the most obvious point for me is left by no team actually on that Everest point, as Knights elsewhere are in the midst of a fight right now, and the action does appear to be on the heads of Eastern Stars. They do crash, but no burning coming through the health bars completely, as they do both survive for now and get out of the way, but that was scary.
Yeah, that definitely got real close. Eastern Stars, they gotta thank their luck at this point. And now Knights, it seems like they're not really gonna be backing out from this one. They are charging in forward. Alucard trying to form a unique angle, at least trying to find a little bit of cheeky angle on the players of Eastern Stars. for now, it seems like that isn't really the case. Knights, though, still on the aggressive page inside this fight. Eastern Stars trying their best to hold on. But Knights isn't a team that's going to be shying away from this fight. They need to sweep their way in. And already Coops in the clotheslines. Lobbing some nades inside the house, does realize there is one player in the front lines. Nades, though, trying to find something done. But Eastern Stars, they're trying their best to play this one out as safe as possible.
Nades, another one going to go through from Ratavian as he dodges as well. One from Knights in return. And they have only, unfortunately, aggressed further in. They come up the door, a sneaky flank. They found it. They park all the way up. Chico almost takes a second. The Blues are going to help him as Kapahala. There's nowhere to run, my friend. And Eastern Stars going to be the first team out.
Oh, Chico, utilizing that unexpected angle and catching the player of Eastern Stars off guard. And already Eastern Stars now out the game, knocked off the way. Oh, man, that's not really a good start inside the third day of Super Weekend. Well, it's fine. Again, you still have 4 more games in the front, so you can always try and up your game in those games. But now, Supermassive Blaze quite close to the players of Rise. And again, we do know Supermassive Blaze, this game is really important for them. And overall, this day in a whole is really important for a team like Supermassive Blaze. And already being separated out from the rest of the pack. One man falls down. Supermassive Blaze not really looking good.
Sarah just getting caught out in amongst the ruined side. You can see how difficult it is so to navigate around this location. There's so many teams coming in, as you mentioned, from that eastern side. The difficulty of actually approaching from the ruins where it is so infamous for navigating in a vehicle that is so open, but as we said, there are so many dips, bumps in the road that actually act as speed bumps to slow you down. Approaching into those compounds is so difficult to charge upon your enemies, which is why you see the only team inside that location, Knights, also making that southern shift and a flank round also towards Supermassive Blaze out on that eastern flank towards the zone.
Furious Gaming, it seems like they're all the way right in the center of the zone. Unicorns Aloft in the second place in the overall rankings, looking pretty good. Always can try and go for those kill points more than positioning, but this is how the previous fight looked out. And Coops with a brilliant positioning overall, catching the players of Eastern Stars off guard. Couldn't really do much out in the open in the middle of the bridge, and just a man like Coops, we do know what he's capable of. He barely misses any bullets. But now Furious Gaming getting in a fight against a team like Na'Vi. Na'Vi already have a casualty on their name. They're down to a 2-man squad. Furious Gaming as well. It seems like they're now on the same page. Furious Gaming trying to fight back in this one, but silly mistakes is what they will need to pay the price for. And now Na'Vi, it's a one-on-one situation. Na'Vi, certainly, they have managed to flip the tables, but again, both of them going for the res.
Yeah, Pavi Pocho takes down Kusuni with him, but look at the flank end. It's Rolkis, it's a third party. This could be not so hot for the rest of Meku. As Tixie's going to be knocked down again in the front. They get caught out, Unicorns Alarm. They're spotting 3 kills everywhere. They're going to take down 1, they're going to take triggers in for 2, and that's already looking potentially towards 3 as Meku is on his own. Kusuni dips, pulls his way inside of the house, but he's also going to fall down as Na'Vi join the ranks of the dead alongside Eastern Stars in 15th position in Furious Gaming. They're not long to follow by the looks of it. Rolkis is continuing to spy up this secondary building. I think he realizes, remember Furious Gaming, there's someone there.
This is robbery. This is literal robbery. Unicorns love third-partying this entire situation, and it seems like they're pretty unaware of that. Furious Gaming is right next to them. Or maybe they are, I'm not really sure. But Rolkis, from the way he's moving around, it doesn't really seem like he's well aware of what exactly is going on around him. Furious Gaming, they're making sure they're not really giving a lot of sound cues away. And I'm pretty sure as soon as Furious Gaming finds the right moment to strike, they're going to do so. Unicorns Love, yep, they are pretty unaware of what's going on around them. Furious Gaming taking the advantage of exact same thing. They're just going to stay hidden over here.
Yeah, no sound cues given away. This is a beautiful point from Furious Gaming. They're making sure that they do not move to utilize the sound cues actually also being given by Unicorns Love. To know the moment they step round or they come inside of that building, you can have the act of surprise upon them. Rocky is still on that rooftop, but when will it be that they decide to check on the other end? I'm curious to see, because actually Furious Gaming, they are heading in towards the zone, and the way that Unicorns of Love want to move, we've still not walked forward. And Furious Gaming, all the meanwhile, doing the right thing so far, standing completely still like statues, because it's the only play they've got.
You mentioned that's the only option they have, at least for now. Unless they somehow decide to strike in and find some incredible knocks on the players, then maybe they can always go for that bloodthirsty play. But Footballist on a rotation, pretty risky though, out in the open, out of nowhere. And look at this now, they decided to stop Soulcase going for those kills. He's getting greedy. Milos is the man out in the open, and he will be taken down as well. And just like that, Aton, not in the game anymore, knocked off the way. And now Unicorns Love, it seems like they're well aware of what they're dealing with over here. Furious Gaming already down a man. This leaves them with just that one last man alive, and he falls down as well. Unicorns Love able to wipe, or at least put the final nail in the coffin for a team like Furious Gaming. That momentum shift didn't really work.
Oh, they had to move and move. Also, Unicorns Love must do, because look at where the zone goes. A hard shift over towards that northeastern side. I wanted to see hard zones, but I didn't expect it to come from Ruins of all places. So tricky to navigate around here as Knights are going to have an easier time. They were around this area, but for those coming in like Ghost as well, like Nade will do the trick to make that even harder as Monkey and Yin Yang, they go in further forward, but Monkey's trying to find the base of the shot, seeing exactly which smokes they may be in. So now we step further forward.
Exactly, Beowulf was the first man to go down, and now here comes Tensa, strikes in, finds one. Did he just get run over? No is the answer. Instead, he's barely alive on a sliver of health, decides to back off to Beowulf, but guess what? There's a third party, Supermassive Blaze as well joining the fray now, and they're looking at third party this entire situation. If Matt Bulls isn't really able to make it, if Matt Bulls isn't really able to make it out alive from this, Jake, they're definitely going to be looking sad in this one.
But look at Fenerbahce, they took down the ones of Mad Bulls, they silenced Agari, they took out Yin Yang. It's a 4-team party going on the southeastern front. And man, that's not the time to turn your car the wrong way around. I think they might suffer for that. It's Black Dragons though on the kill feed. We'll have to see if it is Mad Bulls, rightly so. They will fall down one into the other, and it's these sort of mistakes on the stage of a PMGC that you cannot make, but savvy and also over-aggressive gets punished on the back end.
Gets punished on the back end. Now Supermassive Blaze looking to collect those kills. Mad Bulls again, it's just somehow they're just getting so unlucky in those fights, man. They're always getting third party, or either like Mad Bulls is just not really able to come out on top in those ones. But here comes the nade, quite close. Unicorns Love Lynn, the final man alive, and while those nades are landing quite close, they're dealing quite a lot of damage, and here we go. Finally, Revo's nade makes it up to the mark, and that's going to be putting the final nail in the coffin for a team like Unicorns Love out the game now, with 5 points secured for themselves. Fenerbahce getting third party over here from a team like Nextruya. Frozen managed to get to, and Nextruya, they've gotten themselves that control of that positioning.
Nextruya take full advantage of his southern end. It's Fenerbahce, they're not quite done yet though. They are sending the last man hope for them, but it's going to be so impossible to be able to break through that front line. The vehicles, the trees, just a little bit too much here when it comes to defending that front line spot, but they still found it. It's never mind, actually, Fenerbahce with the help of S2G, they're actually going to fall completely off the race of the grid. It's Fenerbahce with a nades on perfect pinpoint position. A7 though, talking about S2G's third party, also falling into the dirt, as it will be Alpha 7 to push him in.
Alpha 7 set attacks are quite low, able to patch himself back up. H2G again, they're just looking really good right in the center of the zone. They have a 2-2 split going in forward, but again, they have also a little bit of casualties on their name. I feel like getting them back up shouldn't really be a problem, but again, in these kind of moments, teams should really be reuniting with each other. H2G, I'm pretty sure they're trying to do the same thing, but they're being pressured by a team like A7. They're being kept by a team like A7. They're making sure H2G isn't really able to move around. They aren't really getting that much of amount of breathing space. Look at the separation coming in from the side of A7 as well. It's kind of like a 3-1 split going in forward. And here we go, Cario, as always, just leading the pack, charging in forward, looking to get those kills. S2G now down to a 2-man squad. Not really looking good.
Still, though, it's S2G inside the zone. It did shift towards them, and that's why A7, they have to continue to push up, but an 8. Almost a third. That should do it. Yes, it will find them both in between. The two S2G. 3 will do it. Is Rise. They find nades of their own, though, and A7, as much as they put the explosions down themselves, they've got to be able to take some back for themselves, too. A7, they cannot deal with that thunder. It's 1, 2, 3. The spray down on top. They might find 3 as a result of it. There's red health bars everywhere. And A7 returning into the next life is only Revo remaining. But what can he do? Is Ryze pushing on front, and he see exactly where Revo is. They're going to turn around. There's nowhere for you to run, my friend. And only a snowman, he will go pop into winter formation.
Oh, Revo being taken out of the game. A7 not in the game anymore. We're left with only 5 teams alive. Supermassive Blaze, one of them. And we do know, as we were having a conversation about this team, the game's really important for them. And they're also going to be having a lot of pressure racking up. Keth, the last man alive. Tron being knocked out. Not really looking good, but Keth is replying back in style. He's trying his best to survive in this one, but the nades from Knights are doing quite a lot of damage on the Supermassive Blaze. Alucard with an off angle for himself, finds the final man, and Supermassive Blaze not in the game anymore, left with only 4 teams alive now. Ryze being one of them, Mufasa being taken out the way. This leaves Ryze with only 2 players alive. Fenerbahce as well are still in the game.
But Ryze, as long as Mufasa's alive, he can continue to provide that information on that front line. So it's still crucial that Mufasa can live as long as possible, even though he's not playing the game as a whole. This zone will shift away from everyone but Knights, and Knights still broken. They might be able to pull this one off if they can silence down Fenerbahce. They're the big leaders. They've also got 7 kills, but it's Knights with 10. That's the big game that Knights were looking for if they can only pull it off. It's Fenerbahce. They will fall, but instead to the guns of Ryze. It's Fenerbahce down to 1. Mad Bulls as well down to 1, trying to keep some points in the hopes for them.
Oh, Ryze, they're definitely looking to dominate this one. Have all their players alive. They have been dominating through their way through this game. And it seems like there's nothing you can stop them. Maybe Knights have the highest chance because they do have the same amount of man number. But again, they have the same amount of players alive. It's a 3-3 against Ryze. But let's just find out what exactly is going to be happening over here. But again, teams like Mad Bull and Fenerbahce, they can always try and go for those spawn sport plays and always try to at least grief someone's game over here. Man from Fenerbahce being spotted out. Rebellion instantly prones down in the smoke. Doesn't want to catch any bullets, but that's a great find from Mufasa to put the final man down from Fenerbahce. And now we're left with only 3 teams alive. Mad Bulls, they have been able to put up a performance in this game of day 3. But again, I feel like they aren't really going to be going up with a lot of points because we didn't really see them secure a lot of kill points.
Well, they are alive, so they still get something. It's better than nothing for Mad Bulls. It's about the best result they've had so far in the Super Weekend in terms of placement points. As you do see, Monkey crawling his way forward, inching meter by meter into that next zone. He's almost there. There's Knights and Ryze, though. It's about these 2 trios. That's where the fight really is. It will be Ryze. Spine down, Monkey down to a final 2. Gary secures the kill. It also might be Mufasa onto Chico, but they find also Mufasa return. It's a 2-on-2, but it's Sanhok who confirms the kill already. Nade will go wide as well as Sanhok steps back.
Beautiful trade coming in from the side of Knights now. Here comes the nade parade. Do you kind of roughly know where the player's position himself? Gary's position being revealed. He has to catch a couple of nades on himself. He's trying to swallow them, but again, if a nade lands quite close, it's going to be quite tough for him to take that. Chico is being dressed behind the smoke. This is quite a risky play, but still, if it works out, it can pay off for Knights. That man advantage can definitely help them try and win this game, but Ryze now left with only 2 players alive. They have the pressure on them.
Yeah, it's possible for that rewrite to come through. Ryze, they can't step further forward. They can't go in for that flush because, of course, keep in mind, it's Knights already finished one off, so they don't have the advantage to still need full player field, which is why you see Ryze have to move. But that Molly is on target. He's burning down Gary. There's nowhere for him to nade. I think they spotted it. The damage counts there. They got the 3-man over the 2, and Gary's not looking long for this world. As there it goes, the push. There goes Gary, and it's only Mythic alive as the cavalry enters forward, and they secure the win. Knights, the first game of the day, the first chicken dinner of the Super Weekend for them, back on form.
Oh, nice, man. Playing that perfectly, right? Even though they did know kind of they were doing really good in the end, they still did not go, you know, pretty much aggressive. And that res that rest play was pretty much what helped them win. They got the man advantage, and as soon as they realized that, I mean, Rise, they were kind of screwed, right? Because the man, as soon as he went down, he was confirmed instantly. So Rise, in general, I feel like they could have tried to play things a little bit more safer. I feel like the man, yeah, I do understand he found the opening kill for his team, but again, if he would have kind of played with the team, that could have kind of been a better option. But what do you think?
I think that definitely Rise, they needed to keep their players alive. The problem was that Rise, though they had that early lower ground and he had that potential advantage in terms of first peak being on the lower ground, a spray advantage would have gone to them. But actually Knights were very aware of this. They don't go for that push because of that reason, and because actually you want to stay stealthy. Because also Rise, they were on that lower ground, actually that was the reason why also Knights could make that revive, because there's no information as long as they're thrown down, but actually Rise can garner enough to be able to find that punish through the smoke without revealing their own position and being vulnerable. So that's why actually Knights as a whole were able to come out with that win over everything else. But it wasn't just from the end of the game that they were dominant, it was from that start, right? All the way through from Eastern Stars, finding that position in Ruins. They might have, yes, got slightly lucky with that zone heading towards them initially on Ruins, but they still were able to take advantage of that wholly and find those double-digit kills to do.
Exactly, and I mean, I had a lot of expectations going inside this game from Na'Vi, right? But then later on, they just get third-partied by a team like Unicorns Love, and then the chances just slip away of them even trying to win this game. And this is how Anton went down. Footballist, I gotta say, that was a good decision to at least stop there and get those couple of points for themselves, but then later on, they weren't really able to survive for that long. So Footballist, again, the struggle is being shown from their side.
Yeah, I definitely think that Footballists are going to struggle here. Bros, they can wear all the bling they want, but we need to show the bling in game. We need to show the skill coming out still. It's not there in the first game. Don't know what it is. Could be internal, could be external, but it's just not the Footballists that we expected coming in here. As S2G also, I think, had a tricky game trying to hold that zone. It was fairly open. Yes, they took it early on, but here's the problem, right? With all of these teams, including A7, had the exact same issue. You've tried to take that openness in that center point so early on, but everyone else, rightly so, has that clearly high ground look over on top of you, and they're able to, as you can see here, perfectly just nade you down. It happened to A7 too, as we mentioned, and to Rise, and that's why none of these top teams could be able to hold the center on top, and that's why those at the bottom or slightly further down the leaderboard, like Fenerbahce, Rise, Mad Bulls, and also, of course, our winners Knights, were able to then take those final few daisies and take it to the win for Knights.
Exactly. I mean, we were talking about a team like Rise, right? I mean, they, of course, have the more elim points than positioning points. They're a team that would not really shy away from any kind of fights. They do go for those elims. They do go for those kills. But unfortunately, in the end, Knights just came out with a heads-up play, right? Going for that resurrection on the fallen man first and then challenging those fights. And as you mentioned, Rise are also kind of like on that little slope, right? They didn't really have the high ground. On the other hand, Knights, they had a little bit of high ground going in. They had the intel to work with. Rise, unfortunately, on the lower ground, didn't really have a lot of intel. And already one man falling down, that was not a good news for them. So it was kind of like a 2v3, and Knights, in general, they also got their confidences up as soon as they found the confirmation of the kill as well. So it was quite understandable why Knights came out on top in that previous one.
Yeah, information is power there from Knights over, of course, that first peaking advantage when it comes to those open zones. That's, as we said, why Knights were able to take that win. But I think also, to be fair, you are looking now, can Knights keep this up? Can they actually show us what we saw in the league stage, right? Because we definitely saw them coming in as one of these top teams. I think actually I would have put them slightly higher than even Ghost coming in into this league stage days. Ghost didn't have as much form, but they actually have to redeem themselves. There's Ghost now that look like the better North American team, and Knights, they're behind them when it comes to the breaks and not actually putting it onto Gear 6 and speeding ahead. So that's something that, again, momentum. Can they take this across to Miramar as well? Because Erangel, it's only one map of the 3.
Exactly. I mean, this is the day 3, right? And we were talking about how much pressure all the teams on the latter half of the page are going to be having. Teams like Supermassive Blaze, Footballist, and I would say, in general, Mad Bulls did quite good.
Yeah, they definitely did quite good. Of course, Mad Bulls, again, can they keep that momentum up? We'll have to see. But for now, we're going to head back through to the analyst desk.
Well, guys, that was an amazing first match for today. I gotta say, well, first of all, I feel bad because I feel like I kind of cursed Furious Gaming. They were first blood, and that's on me. I'll take that blame. But second of all, it looks like, I mean, Glitter chose Knights, and look at that. They're up on the board. They won the first match, so I think they're kind of the luck charm in that situation. And Zute, you're kind of talking at the beginning. All the teams that we kind of talked about before the first game started ended up kind of having a big play happen inside of this match. One of them, of course, being, of course, A7.
Yeah, I think all the teams showed up, but the team that showed up the most, definitely the Knights with that chicken. And I think it's due to Glitter. I mean, Glitter pops into the show, Glitter picks a team. Like, if you guys didn't watch PMPL Americas, Glitter was like, what do they call you, Glitter? Nostradamus Glitter?
Glitterdamus.
Glitterdamus. You were predicting all the wins, and lo and behold. Well, take it away, Glitter. This one's all yours. The Knights got that chicken for you.
Not only did they get the chicken, they get 13 elims to go alongside of it. A massive game right out of the gate here for the final day of our Super Weekend. But Rise, we were talking about them, watching for them, 9 elims for themselves, the second place finish. Fenerbahce also having a very aggressive game with another 7 elims. Now, Matt Bulls didn't exactly have the performance that they wanted, but they did get a decent amount of placement points. And then we're on the second page here, and some of those squads that didn't do so hot, Zoo, I mean, Navi struggled real early on. Ghost had an unfortunate run-in with a car, you know, that didn't go their way.
Yep.
That
was
messed
fun.
with the Bulls and they got the horn, you know?
They messed with the Bulls and they got a Koenigsegg running right over their head. That's what happened, I think. I think Tensa's still kind of reeling back from that one. I do believe it was Tensa, but yeah, Ghost Gaming, not a great game, but I'm not worried about Ghost, right? Ghost always bounce back somehow. And Coops, here we go. Coops, the MVP. This was the guy I would pick out of Americas between him and Carrillo. These are the two players that I would pick for the MVPs, but like this Super Weekend has been really different. S2G has been just popping off, but it's good to see Coops back on here. He's got that 4 elims, 961 damage, almost 1,000, 3.6 MVP points. We still got 2 more weeks to go. Coops could still bring it back for us, and I think as long as Glitter's here cheering for the Knights, maybe they just might win a few more games and get a few more MVP ratings, Glitter.
Listen, I'll try to spread the wealth to all of the squads, okay? If I have any luck to give, I will do my best to share it with everyone. It just happens to go the way of Knights this time around. And always one of those players that if Knights are having a good performance, it's a very high chance that he himself is having a very strong individual performance. So, like you said, not a surprise to see Coops up here and still keeping himself in the running for that overall MVP spot.
Oh man, and then let's go ahead and take a look at who they're going to go on ahead to head with. It's going to be Coops versus a Mythic for Rise, so not surprised to see both a Knights member and a Rise member at the end here. Looks like it's 4 to 5 eliminations, and then of course Coops though getting the more damage compares to Mythic. And oh man, the team contribution is very different as well. That kind of means that Coops, even though he got this MVP for this match, that means his entire team was kind of pulling their weight, Zute.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's one key thing about the Knights that I've noticed change over time. It used to be Coops just having to hard carry the team, like quite literally carrying and dragging the team across the finish line. But it's really nice to see this 27%. That means, like Span just said, that means all 4 players contributed quite a lot to that team's success. On the other end, Mythic, I mean, it's not a bad thing, right, Glitter, to get a high team contribution. That just means you're doing more work than the rest of your squad and you get that spotlight. Mythic, 5 elims, 44%. Those are some huge numbers, but not as huge as S2G's number, 179. That last game was probably one of their worst games, which is surprising to say because they actually did pretty good. They just usually do way, way better, but I mean, that's how they're keeping that first place spot. And something else I'm noticing is A7, they're moving on up. They're definitely able to take that second place position. I did say yesterday, no one's going to overtake S2G though with that point cap, but if anyone can do it, I would put my money on A7, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, they have the potential when it comes to their ability to be successfully aggressive in these games, but all of these teams have an opportunity here to really close down any point gap that might be existing. If you have games where S2G aren't doing that well, or even Unicorns of Love because of their top spots right now, those are the games where all the teams below really need to be pushing to absorb some of those available points. And you can see here on the second page where the rest of our squads are going to be shaking out. Knights on that first page did move up a little bit, and we're seeing a couple more places being shifted here by SMB, and Mad Bulls moving their ways up. And we're going to be tracking these because, you know, we mentioned it at the top of the show, but every single points that especially these squads towards the bottom can get, it means even more for them. It has a heavier weight because these are the teams that are trying to make sure that worst case scenario, if they don't make it into a super weekend, they don't get surpassed by the teams that do.
Yeah, they're wanting to grab as many points as possible, and man, it looks like two teams are able to go ahead and jump above Ghost. Looks like with that last performance, A7 was able to jump up 2 places, just one singular match. They're very close to each other. In just one single match, they're already going on ahead and jumping each other as well. That second page, though, didn't have as much movement, which is a little concerning for them. We already talked about how many points that they need to get before considering the next super weekend. But also, as a reminder to y'all at home, there is something you can be doing right now, and that is with launching the PUBG Mobile app. You can vote your fan favorite vote. So play PUBG Mobile, vote for your favorite PMGC teams and players, and get rewards. Y'all can get a voting ticket by logging into the game, watch live in the Esports Center, or of course sharing the voting page with your friends. Find your information in the in-game Esports Center and go play PUBG Mobile and get millions of rewards, various pink level permanent items, of course only during the PMGC period. Also, something that is exclusive to PMGC is of course the treasure box. So here we have the treasure box in the Esports Center. What you need to do is watch live PMGC on YouTube or in the Esports Center, get the PMGC token, redeem it, and get PMGC permanent items. Go on ahead and get more information in the Esports Center, but otherwise just go on ahead and get that cool stuff down there. I mean, that pan is just, I wish I had that one. But of course, back into the match. Mine's just the basic one. What's happening? But back, of course, to the matches. Zute, take it away with the recap. It sounds like we're starting off with a little bit of rotations.
Yes, that is absolutely correct. We actually had so many exciting moments. This is probably going to be one of the longer post segments for analysis, but we're going to kick it off, of course, with the Knights, who did get that chicken dinner. So we want to check out their rotation. They actually picked up a super early kill in the beginning of the game onto Na'Vi, if I'm not mistaken, but 2,622 damage, 13 elims. You're about to see a bunch of red X's pop up on the screen. There's 4 right there that I'm counting, and they're just like working their way into that zone. Definitely not an easy game. They had to fight their way through. They already took it down a squad. They found this edge position, but then they had to fight in even more. So the Knights just really on top with their synergy, with their teamwork. We question if they can make that huge comeback because this was the #1 team out of the regular league weekend, and they kind of fell off into day number 2. Towards the end of day number 2, they started picking it back up, and well, they picked it right back up into a chicken dinner. And I just gotta say this one more time, maybe it is because Glitter is here and Glitter is helping them out with those blessings.
I mean, I'll take it. I will take it, okay? Because if I somehow have become the good luck charm in this situation, I don't know what that means for everybody else, but it can't be good, Zute. I am not typically the good luck charm.
Okay.
That's supposed to be you.
Me? Oh, my luck has not been good. I'll tell you that much without getting into too many details. But yeah, this fight though, like this is how it all started. Actually, they picked up 1 kill already onto Na'Vi, but Knights, their aggression. Look at take note of where they're fighting. This isn't even in the next circle. They're just feeling way more confident right now and taking way more fights. At this point, they already have 3 elims. They're about to pick up 2 more. So, and the blue zone's closing. They're not worried about it at all. I think this is a great sign for the Knights. They're clearing out all of their edge side, and then they're going to come in later. And unfortunately for Na'Vi right here, they were trying to clear out their edge, taking a fight with Furious Gaming, and you're about to see just, you know, somebody else joins the party, right? It comes down to a 1v1, and then it's completely spoiled by none other than their Eastern or European brothers in the form of Unicorns of Love. Look at that mini-map. Oh, here they come in right on time. Meku sees it happening as well. And, well, this is when Na'Vi did get taken out. Didn't even manage to confirm a single kill point, Glitter.
listen, you know, we kind of talked about it a little bit at the top of the show, and I don't know if it's actually true, but right now in this first game, it's feeling like you guys might be onto something, but Na'Vi here does struggle in this battle against Unicorns of Love, and in the long run, we'll see it coming up in just a little bit. A7 did do better, stay alive longer than that kind of little rivalry we've got going on there with Na'Vi. And A7 here actually makes this crazy push onto S2G. I was very, very excited when this happened. One, because this is the aggression that we love seeing out of A7, and when they do it, they typically do it well. But the way that they clean up these final kills on S2G is a little bit dirty, okay? I mean, these nades are insane.
Oh, it was beautiful. Just raining down hellfire. One nade takes out two, but they threw like 4 in their way. And what I love the most is right afterwards, Rise. 7 keeps comparing them to Alpha 7's, you know, they're trying to be Alpha 7's big brother. Both of these teams, Brazilian teams, both of these teams play a super aggressive play style. And just right after that fight, Rise comes in and steals the show. And they absolutely bombard Alpha 7 with the grenades that they use pretty much onto, you know, S2G. So Rise comes in and finishes that one up almost in very similar fashion to the way Alpha 7 came in and took out S2G.
Yeah, and that's, you know, the danger of having such a loud battle. Obviously, other teams are going to know exactly where you are and try to third party on the situation if they can. But when it came down to everything, the Knights. Okay, got a little bit hairy here for the Knights when they were trying to get this res here on Chica. I wasn't sure if they were going to be able to get it off, but they did such a good job of zoning Rise off with their nades. Alucard was doing a really good job of kind of covering this entire situation, made sure he got some smokes out for his teammates so that they had the cover and time to get this res. And then once it turned into that 3v2, honestly, in my personal opinion, there is something very bad would have had to have happened in order for Knights to lose this one.
Yeah, it could have been that grenade, right, that Rise threw. It just kind of fell short right there. He had thrown it earlier and kind of predicted where that revive would have gone or might have been happening at. It would have been a 2v1 against Alucard. So it was a risk. We heard the casters say it too, right? This could be a little bit risky, but the risk paid off. They got that reset. And Xenox, of course, you know, one of the big players out of the Knights, found that opening knock, and then it was a 3v1, and instantly Alucard got in the buggy, drove straight towards the last player with 2 players supporting him. So the Knights, they knew they had that one in the bag, and they definitely closed it out in spectacular fashion with all those elims as well, Span.
Even at the end there, I mean, Rise, they ended up knowing that they need to go on ahead and clear that western side so that they can get control, but Knights, they were already so well set up that they had the more cover, that being in an opening was definitely difficult for both teams. Knights, of course, just coming out of that. I still believe that Glitter did go on ahead and provide at least a tiny bit of luck. I feel like you had to do something with it, but you kind of already talked about it as well. Like, Glitter, you said we do keep alluding to it when A7 does well, Na'Vi does not, and vice versa. This time it wasn't even the case of A7 getting involved with Na'Vi, because that's usually what it is. Usually it's Alpha 7 and Na'Vi kind of sharing the same rotations or drop spots, and then they fight. But this time it wasn't even that. Na'Vi was nowhere even near Alpha 7. So Na'Vi just didn't end up taking that fight with the teams that fought against them.
Yeah, I mean, both squads were caught out by completely different teams, to be fair. I understand how it happened. I mean, had Unicorns of Love not been around, then Na'Vi would have had a really solid fight, right? But that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes, and the same thing happens to A7. They both do get third-partied in this game, so maybe there is a little bit of similarity still going on.
Yeah, well, it looks like at least for this Erangel, they were able to stay away from each other. We're not going to Erangel just yet. Instead, we're about to be jumping onto Miramar. So let's see if they kind of follow each other, or let's see if anybody else will kind of be able to pick up their weight. So we'll be back right after a short break with our second match on Miramar.
Danny, ready for abstract.
first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Okay, welcome back to PMGC 2021 West League, day 3 of the Super Weekend, about to go into match 2. I mean, that was only one game, and already a couple of those teams that we pointed out at the beginning, some of which are in good standings doing well, and some of which aren't in that good of standings doing well. Oh man, I was kind of hoping for something black and white, Zute, to kind of help us with some sort of predictions, but it still kind of seems like all these teams are really kind of just dragging it out, trying to get up to the top.
Yeah, so I heard you mention the word predictions. I'm gonna toss this right to Glitter. I'm not even gonna say anything. Glitter,
No,
take it away.
We can't do. Okay, well, okay. I don't know. I'm torn. I can't get it right every single time. However, this performance for S2G is kind of similar to their day 1 Super Weekend performance. They struggled on that first Erangel map, and then they came back into Miramar and got that chicken dinner. It's possible that they could have a good game here, so maybe I'll see if S2G could bounce back from that insane A7 push and bring it home this time around.
I would have to say, like, I think they could, just like Span was about to say. I think they could, because we did see on day number 1, right, that Miramar game. Span and I remember it really well too. Like, they just kind of snuck their way towards the end game. Like, not much camera time as per usual for S2G. And then they just get that chicken dinner. So, okay, if you picked S2G, I'm going to piggyback off you and just say S2G.
I mean, I feel like that's a pretty strong pick considering that they have won every single Miramar so far this Super Weekend. So that's too safe. But, you know, I'll let you guys be safe. I think S2G, this Miramar, I do think that's a good chance because they've been winning all the other ones. And Zute, you said it yourself. Like, we already talked about that in macro. Like, sometimes we don't even see it coming and then they're in the end game and then they win it. And we're like, what? Where did they come from? And it's insane. So it seems like Miramar definitely is the map that they're definitely capable of doing that because they have 4 chicken dinners. We talked about it. 2 of them are on Erangel, the other 2 are on Miramar. So they have the monopoly on Miramar. So we're about to be going into that match. Wouldn't be surprised if S2G grabs that again, but there has been some other teams that are kind of pushing towards them when it comes to Miramar matches. Kind of interested to see if they're going to be actually grabbing this from S2G. Will they break the streak is what I'm wondering.
Yeah, so last game S2G was defeated by none other than Alpha 7. Out of all the teams in the lobby, if there's one team in particular that could take down S2G, it would be Alpha 7. I would say Alpha 7. If we are talking about 4v4s, Alpha 7 is the strongest team out of all 16 teams when it comes to a straight up gunfight. So Alpha 7, I mean, we saw the speed and the aggression that came out, and, you know, Rise also mimicked that. So there are other Brazilian teams in here that's, like, you know, ramping up their violence, so to say. But the Knights, though, the Knights, they were #1 in the league week. They had a slow start yesterday, and now they're starting it off with a chicken dinner. We might just see a Knights day as well, Glitter.
Which I would not be mad about because we know that they're capable of it. And if that's the type of snowball that they've created now here with this first chicken dinner kicking off the day, then that would be huge for the Knights. I mean, every single team obviously trying to get as many points as they can on these super weekends. And I mean, I even have my eyes on Rise because Rise, the way they cleaned up A7 after that fight with S2G, that's, you said that they're kind of like the brothers, you know, to A7. And I couldn't agree with that anymore. I mean, they've got very similar play styles. They're both comfortable with aggression. They just don't have the same day 2 that Alpha 7 had to put them in the position that they were in coming into today. But Rise is a squad that's more than capable of having that type of a performance here today as well.
Aggression. Oh man, you guys keep talking about that and I'm just I just can't wait to see what's going to happen on Sanhok. Yesterday's was absolutely insane. I'm getting ahead of myself, though. I do think that Rise A7, I think that could be an interesting fight, actually, if they go ahead and kind of run into each other. Same with S2G. Like, I'd love to see a third party of some sort with those 3 teams in it. That's all I can say right there, because it is kind of interesting who would come out on top. I mean, S2G, they're really good with macro. When they have to fight, they're definitely capable of doing so. You know, Zute said that they're really good at rounding out all their bases, but the other two so aggressive. Definitely the strongest teams when it comes to that micro play. But we're going to find out very shortly, because we are going to be jumping into Miramar, our second match up today for this third day of the Super Weekend. Of course, throw it on over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Span Cargo, as we're jumping on through to the second game, also the final day of PMGC West first weekend, Super Weekend in fact, is we're going to see another central play map here. But I mean, we were talking about it. I was just interested. Would you love if they just all dropped in like one location? If we just saw them all drop in like Los Leones or something one time, and it just battled it out, all 16 teams there?
I mean, yeah, why not, man? I mean, the analyst desk was talking about aggression, and they seem to really love it. And me as well, right? I mean, we all love aggression for sure. And I feel like if that really does happen, oh my god, it would be so chaotic. Just imagine.
Yeah, that'd be aggressive 100. That's what it would be there, Necro. But despite that, none of these teams are listening to us. They're going to go rogue. They're going to go all over the Miramar map itself. And we need to see where, of course, that first phase zone will pop onto. But speaking of Los Leones, there still is a fair few teams down towards that south end, as the zone does centralize on the edge of Los Leones, but more towards that western side once more. Picado Hills, Power Grid, more that central bounce. As we do go back into what is the same old fight here versus Ghost and Supermassive Blaze. As every day it seems to be, every single Miramar map, it seems to be these two teams up against each other, but it always goes the way of Ghost.
Actually, in League days, it was always Supermassive Blaze, but yeah, recently it seems like look, man, recently it seems like both these teams, they just don't want to fight each other, right? Usually it just comes down to a complete stalemate, and then Ghost just decides to leave away while Supermassive Blaze take their time inside the city, and then some other team pulls up and they just die. I feel like over here, Supermassive Blaze, they need a game change, man. They need a drop change. They need to go somewhere else, because over here the problem is the majority of the place is being taken by Ghost Gaming, and Supermassive Blaze just get a little bit of it, right? That means they're also kind of struggling with the loot. At the same time, they're also not able to leave Picado as early as they want to.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you look towards Ghost, right? They don't really fight, as you say, Supermassive Blaze, and it ends up in this beautiful handshake in a way where they dance in between each other, and then actually both of them just come out. Yes, they look a little bit wounded for wear, but it essentially goes to, I think, have the better decisions of leaving first, leaving more efficiently, because we can see the difficulties of Supermassive Blaze hanging around in these compounds. There's been sometimes Supermassive Blaze getting caught out by these teams, the third party, but Caseta taking down Spec, and that might be a change of fate here, but Casera also gonna drop as goes HH24 will find a return knock on the flank side.
The trades are there for sure, but now Ghost, they're looking to get the Reds back up on Fallen Man. On the other side, Supermassive Blaze, it's gonna be really tough for them to give the Res back up. But guess what? The Res being denied by that nade coming in from the side of Supermassive Blaze. Another man falls down, and suddenly Supermassive Blaze, they're in a lot of advantage. And Ghost, what's going on? How are you so unaware of people being in that building? I feel like HS24 should have done a better job of conveying that intel, or maybe telling his team that there was someone on top of this building. And here we go, a little bit of miscommunication being shown from the side of Ghost, and they will have to pay the price for it. And just like that, within a blink of an eye, they just crumbled down. What?
Oh, man. You know what it is?
Oh, no.
You know what it is here, Necro. It's the caster custom. They've cast a custom. That's what it is. It's just us, I'm afraid. We shouldn't have spoke about it. I'm afraid we have to hold our hands up. We have to have a moment of salute.
I look, man, look. Now the thing is, we talk about Supermassive Blaze, right? And how they were struggling throughout this. And now taking down a team like Ghost Gaming, they're definitely going to be having a little bit of confidence boost, right? Ghost Gaming all the way up on 5th position. And in that previous game, they kind of got thrown down to 5th position. If I'm not right, they were up to like 4th position, but now Fenerbahce taking the 4th position. Ghost now is down to 5th. And now with this kind of a performance, even inside the second game of of day 3 in Super Weekend. I don't know what to expect, man. Maybe Ghost Gaming is going to be dropping down a little bit more because Knights is only 5 points away.
And I actually think there's a very valid point in the aggression coming through from also Supermassive Blaze to answer Ghost and making Ghost try to match that. Some of these teams, right, on the bottom end of this leaderboard, I know it's only the first Super Weekend, and we've got other 2 Super Weekends to come, but the danger of some of these teams who are lower down on that leaderboard, having not as much to lose when it comes to keeping the consistency in the points, because they're not going to get them points for the first 2 days, so they can afford, I think, to play a slight little bit more aggressive to try change up their playstyle to, of course, try to catch up to the rest of these other teams ahead of them. And actually, I think that you see that in the way of Supermassive Blaze of playing. You see that in the way, actually, some of these other teams like Mad Bulls in that first game were trying to play. Yes, it doesn't work out all the time, but you can see in situations like this where Supermassive Blaze have that action of surprise, and then Ghost, they're not able to adapt in time to match that. And it's that type of plays that really does shake up the leaderboard. I mean, already, as we say, Ghost, 5th position outside of the game already. And when we look towards that leaderboard, 3rd to about 7th position here, Necro, that's very tightly locked in between these series of teams.
But if you're talking about aggression from the side of Ghost, right, in that fight, I feel like Ghost was the one who went aggressive on Supermassive Blaze, right? They found that 1 kill, but then instantly there was a trade right there. And Supermassive Blaze, they just got handed over those kills. It seemed like Ghost Gaming, somewhere down the line, the communication was just not there. The call should have been made that, okay, there are some people on top of the building. Maybe you need to be careful from them. But instead, they were just showing their backs right to the building, and Supermassive Blaze just got gifted those kills. And Ghost Gaming, maybe better luck next time. Maybe you can try and show your presence of mind a little bit more in the Picado. But over here, Black Dragons, seems like the bus is, well, he definitely needs a driving license.
Man, I'm disappointed, man. Okay, you don't know it. Professor Tarzan knows it, and I mean, if he were here, he'd be ravishing me all over right now. But the beat bus love, I mean, I'm just gonna say it. I was holding it back all this time, all this week, Necro. Okay, but the beat bus, it's my favorite vehicle. Okay, it's like my butter to toast. Okay, it's like my paws to my fur. It's what really sets me off, you know. It's my favorite vehicle. And especially when you just had the beautiful lick of paint over it, you had the beautiful skin, you have like that bear skin on top of it. Just, as we say, ravage your enemies with a BB bus too. Oh man, that's what we're talking about on a Sunday evening.
I don't know how to react to that, man, because yeah, definitely, it's quite an interesting choice, you know, from your side. The bus as well, I do understand, you know, you can have a whole party in it. You can take a lot of people in it as well. But yeah, if you talk about my favorite vehicle, it has to be the Golden Murado, man.
Oh no!
How can you take your eyes off of it, bro?
It's just
you always when you it's like when you're heading inside the map of Miramar, you always gotta have your one eye on that Murado.
I can't believe you just said that. I mean, we're talking about butter. It's not even gold, man. It's like fake gold is what it is. I'm convinced. It's like if you're gonna pick something, you gotta pick the fancier cars in that 1.5 ignition update, right? In Erangel. I mean, Necro, you disappoint me. Okay, I'm just gonna say it out there. It's like it's just not the case. You can't put a skin on it. You can't customize it. That's like the difference, you know. You can't have fun with the Golden Murado. I mean, it's not even got the protection. Like, the BB bus, it's like the closest you're going to get to a tank, man.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, sure. Closest you're going to get to a tank. Yeah, that's definitely not wrong for sure. Yeah, the Murado is kind of like the delicate baby, right? If it catches any kind of bullets, the chance of it blowing up. Yeah, it's like you cannot really use that in between a fight. Even in rotation, it's going to get blown up pretty easily. So Murado definitely isn't really the choice that all these players do want to make. But now over here, take a look at the map. We're not really seeing a lot of bodies hitting the deck after that Supermassive Blaze and Ghost Gaming fight. If you talk about bodies hitting the deck, though, this might just be the start of it, as A7 spots out the players of Na'Vi, and always somehow they manage to catch each other's eyes. I don't know what's going on. They need to try and change their rotations, man. Like, that's the only way they can get out of his safety. Yeah, and Mekyu being out in the open, spotted by the players of A7, and it seems like his teammates just don't care about him.
Oh man, Magnets as they go continue through SMB though, catching out Knights once more near rotation. Throw it towards, of course, that more western side first phase as it has shifted on towards phase 2, but now they back towards these two Magnets themselves. Mafioso takes down Meku, but they're both inside of this blue zone. So of course, despite it only being phase 2, it is going to hurt the more they go. So the faster the fight this ends up being, the better for both of these squads, because eventually it comes to a point when you're wasting a lot of your resources. You can see Mafioso, yes, he's got a lot of bandages, but only one first aid kit, and that's not ideal when it comes to keeping yourself extended in these fights.
As you mentioned, yeah, definitely the lack of loot is going to be hurting him pretty much in the future in this game. Definitely need those meds going inside this one. But yeah, next Rhea quite close to the players of Furious Gaming. The presence, I'm pretty sure, has been spotted, and here comes the charge. Are they going to be deciding to stop here? It seems like no, they're just cruising by. So Furious Gaming, they don't really have a lot of things to worry about. But next Rhea definitely have spotted a couple of players out of Furious Gaming. They're going to be taking a stop there. Yikta being taken a little bit of damage onto himself. Furious Gaming now, the info pretty much has been conveyed, and Scream is the man who's quite close to the players of next Rhea, so he always will have the element of surprise.
Yeah, I mean, Furious Gaming here, they should have this advantage of this compound. I mean, yes, they do have the overwatch of these two players. It do need to come a little bit closer, and I think to have the most ability in this fight to take down Next Warrior. But Next Warrior, they know rightly so. You can't really push up onto this series of buildings and these makeshift walls, because actually you're coming into this very open space, which even if you were able to push through, what are you gonna do to actually take out the rest of Furious Gaming? Yes, you can find that one kill, but you're giving your entire position away as a team, and to come back out of that fight is going to be so much more difficult, because then you're giving away, as we say, exactly your location to Furious Gaming to block you from that exit.
That's free.
S2G. That's like Christmas, you know. That's like Santa coming down. They talk about chimney, it's dropping from the sky, man. He ain't coming down any chimney. He's coming on the mountains.
Oh, they just got gifted that AWM that easily. Oh my god. Well, here we go. We're going to be seeing some green cannon action over here, man. And I do want to see some skulls get cracked open in the map of Miramar. Ooh. This is what we like to see, those long range shots, man.
I don't think Santa approves of that. I don't think Santa approves of that, Necro.
But I mean, hey, that's what at least we want to see. Those skulls being cracked open, those long-range shots being taken. They're just so satisfying to watch, because it's been a long time I haven't seen one of those, right? Because now we're finally going to be seeing that AWM in use. And H2G, they have a really good positioning as well. It seemed like they had the high ground going inside the game, and they can always try and utilize it. And now the circle kind of favoring H2G. Teams like Supermassive Blaze will have to leave their compound, including teams like Furious Gaming is on their way. They might just find a few shots for themselves.
It's beautiful for S2G, this position. Look at all of those bodies. You get one tap through coming into the zone. I mean, that ridge coming up in towards Picado Hill, coming down from Power Grid, and you have that road in between the two mountainsides. That's a real firing zone that S2G are looking towards to really capitalize on, of course, their edge drop. But you're also, I think, looking towards the rest of Picado, coming in towards San Martin Plateau. And I actually love the position coming onto footballists who can take advantage of that plateau. And yes, it is difficult, I think, to try to fight around there, because it is still fairly open, flatter ground, but it is massive high ground actually over the compound up towards the north end of Hacienda del Patron, which is actually going to be how teams are going to have to rotate if they want to head further north in this zone, because rotating on the side roads beside the mountain is not going to work, because it's so much easier to be shot down. That's the AWM power coming through.
Oh, that's quite close. I'm pretty sure Coops is not going to peek that again. And yes, he's just running away with the car. He realizes if he peeks it out one more time. Oh, bullet not landing, though. Silas, maybe you need to hold your nerves a little bit there. And Silas, he's taking a little bit of return fire, but it's fine. Bullets not really landing, so Silas can keep on trying. He can keep on going for those shots. But again, Knights, they're one of those teams that is going to be playing this out pretty safe. Another shot being taken from the AWM, and still no connections being found yet. Seems like we have a little bit of replay over here. Oh, that's a great one.
Yeah, you can see they're not coming through. It's AWM one-shot city, baby. And it's unfortunate for Knights, because, you know, as long as the rest of Silas Plew survives, there's no coming forward into that fight for Knights. They cannot aggress, and a nade as well. Insult to injury. Is Chico going to be knocked down? As another one will be sent out to try and confirm the knock. But look at Fenerbahce coming in on behind. Knights are really in a tricky position right now because you can't really walk forward. And as Chico goes down, not the news you want to be delivered, because we talked about that third party coming forward. There's no exit strategy. There's no vehicle. That also got blown up in the process. As next Warrior in the midst of a fight of Unicorns of Love.
Oh yeah, exactly. Somewhere else now. Unicorns of Love going head-to-head against Nextruya as one man falls down from the side of Nextruya. Another one would almost, but no is the answer. The aim for seems like the players of Nextruya is just a little bit better. They're able to hold their nerves to the guns a little bit more better compared to Eastern Stars. And now Eastern Stars as well kind of, well, it seems like Eastern Stars have just third-partied this entire situation. Unicorns of Love were there. Lin was there in the clothesline, but him now being taken out of the equation. Eastern Stars were the one looking to take the players of Nextruya down, looking at third-party this. But now Eastern Stars as well, they will have to leave that area.
I mean, you talked about Furious Gaming potentially being there, but they dipped. They didn't want any of that three-man party going on, so it's going to be left between Eastern Stars 6-4. Unicorns of Love, but FG, they're in the business of a fight of someone else, as Na'Vi, rightly so, is going to have to go on a retreat. The power grid belongs to next Furious Gaming, should I say, but that zone, it's gone back towards the south side. It's gone back towards power grid. It's heading in towards Picado Hill, and it's all about high ground, actually. It's beautiful right now for S2G, who are smack bang in the center of zone. I mean, it's like everyone's going to have to come in on towards that AWM, and I think as long as Silas PU7 they can survive on a high ground, S2G, this is a big opportunity for them.
Exactly, and it seems like the PUBG gods are blessing them, man. They're getting those zones, they're getting those airdrops. S2G, this is their game if they play to perfection. But if you talk about perfection, Na'Vi definitely not really showing that. One man falls down from that squad, and that's going to be putting a little bit of smiles on the players of Furious Gaming. Definitely one of those teams that is on the struggling phase. They got one chicken dinner on their name yesterday, but still the momentum did not really carry over on today. But let's just find out, are they going to be able to do better in the future lines or not? Furious Gaming finding another one on Na'Vi instead. No, that's a confirm kill from their side. Fenerbahce, look at their rotation coming in from the side of Nextruya. That's quite a risky one, and that's quite a bold one, and still Yeta able to make it out alive from that.
I think it's too over-aggressive as Na'Vi do fall in the background. They talked about their split position and they do get punished for it, but Next Roy as well punished for being way too active on the map in the center. You cannot go in that deep there, Necro, because everyone has their eyes on you. Even if you do survive the initial rotation in, how do you stop? How do you actually survive once everyone knows exactly where you are? And of course, they do fall down alongside Na'Vi as a result of this. Fenerbahce, though, up against Eastern Stars, who have moved from one fight of Next Warrior into the next, and Fenerbahce determined to hold this position. This is such a crucial spot here in between these two mountains because it protects against those coming in like Eastern Stars, but more importantly against the fire line of S2G up ahead.
Oh man, Eastern Stars now looking at marching forward, looking to charging forward. But again, Fenerbahce are the one in the front lines. They're going to make sure Eastern Stars really they aren't going to be having that easy way in. They're being kind of held off over here. Fenerbahce, again, they need to also take care of their back lines because we do see S2G. They might just have a clear line of sights on them. Knights, though, they're just down to those 3 men alive, but there's huge separation even from their sides. So they need to also play this one out quite safe. Supermassive Blaze off to a fantastic start inside the Miramar game. They can always try and keep the momentum going.
Yeah, it's actually a beautiful knock coming through from Supermassive Blaze with the help of Black Dragons onto Rip 7 as well as Best 2G on that kill feed. So S2G, who are currently being oppressed by Black Dragons right now, losing out a member, not going to be great news for them as that kill feed continues. So Fenerbahce, they had to step further back to take even more fire through from both Furious Gaming and Eastern Stars, but they have to hold on just a little bit longer because the zone is going to apply that secondary pressure of it. The rest of Fenerbahce needs, as they do, begin to be engulfed by that blue zone. Eastern Stars, they need to push up.
Oh man, as we were talking, we also saw a skull crack open by the side of Football as Lovers, and it seems like he was able to connect that M24 shots onto someone. Feel kind of bad for the guy who was on the receiving end. But yeah, now, yep, it seems like, yeah, as you mentioned, Mad Bulls, well, they're sad Bulls, for sure. They're all the way in the bottom. They need to do something. They need to try and implement a new game plan. But again, this is the final day. A lot of pressure is going to be there on their backs. But guess what? Another team that is moving their way in is going to be Fenerbahce. And they're also taking a lot of shots upon them. That risky rotation is being made. But they will need to find themselves a safe point, or at least they can try and rely heavily upon. On the other side, A7 getting challenged by Mad Bulls. Actually, I was about to say Sad Bulls.
Oh no, don't do it, don't do it. They can be happy just yet. They can be happy if they can take down A7. Otherwise, yeah, we can call them Sad Bulls right now, because I think that Mad Bulls, they've got a really tricky position to enter on from. They're very far away from that zone. Coming in, of course, as the zone is engulfing them soon. They need to be speedy about this. You can see they're trying to find those shots, but it's a third party. They're skidding. I mean, big bus power, engulfing and infuriating Furious Gaming on top of the rest of Mad Bulls, as they will strike down one. A7 in behind though. Furious Gaming, they're like a meat to a sandwich here in between the fights as they do send out the BB bus. A miniature tank is entering up. They find A7 is striking down and they come over for more. It's going to load up. One's going to cover in the back end. Still Mad Bulls. They can move forward. It's on the small screen. Football is taking down the Reds of Rise. Gaming and Rise all but falling in pieces as they're going to be wiped from the map by Footballist.
Oh, that was quite a quick wipe as well. Rise completely being dismantled out the game now. We're left with Mad Bulls again on the struggling phase. And Mad Bulls, it seems like the things were really looking great, but I don't know what to say all the time. They just get third-partied somehow. It's just so unfortunate for a team like Mad Bulls. Now Fenerbahce as well. Rebellion falls down in the front lines. They want to get the rest back up on the fallen man, but is that going to be possible? That's the question. Footballist being the one who's making sure that doesn't really happen. Soul K trying his best. He's going off limits to make sure the rest isn't really coming through. But again, is he going to be able to confirm the kill? That's the real question over here. Mad Bulls and Furious Gaming going head-to-head against each other. Furious Gaming down to just that one last man alive. Effect trying to crawl to safety. He has managed to, though. The rest should be back up on the Effect, and Mad Bulls, they can try and play things a little bit safe because they're right on the edge of the circle.
They are still alive, though. That's crucial for them. Looking worse for wear shape right now. One dead, one knocked. Two in the front trying to survive, but his zone does go in their favor. Phase 5 has stuck towards that northern shift, and they should be able to survive a little bit longer as it's been an AWMs. I think the here Footballers, on snipers rather, do have some of their own. Fenerbahce gonna go down just low once more as Love is in, though their position is revealed, and I think here for Fenerbahce, they should be okay though. They do have the building, they have the center of zone, they don't need to play this so aggressive. They can wait for those in this situation to come further forward and try to fight each other.
And look at that, on the southern side of the zone, there's just so many teams. Imagine when the clock's ticking, imagine when the wall of death starts moving, Jake. That's when all the teams from the south, they will start to traverse in the zone. And that's when a lot of fights are going to happen. But now, Eastern Stars left with only one last man alive. It's going to be Pazzi, trying his best to hold down the position that he's got himself. Xenox down quite low, but guess what? Shows his back and tries to run away. Instead, Pazzi is going to be the one who takes full advantage of that situation. Comes out on top in that one. He came in clutch for his team.
He does get it as well first. He makes the revives happen. Eastern Stars will stay alive. Supermassive Blaze, jump shot over. They take out. It's like snakes on the mountainside. Black Dragons, but GC God, he's barely alive. He takes two back. Look at him go as Supermassive Blaze. They can be snakes, but they're being skinned alive as Kef knocked by Atten. And just like that, Savion in ruin. There's no HP left, barely keeping his team in the game as S2G also navigating onto Eastern Stars, is fighting on every single front.
Oh, Supermassive Blaze looks so good inside this one, but now slowly and steadily they're getting dismantled. And talking about team getting dismantled, Eastern Stars can be one of those. Octavian down quite low. Timber almost took him down, but now Timber has another thing to worry about. And Eastern Stars Aethys just takes the right opportunity to try and sneak in through from the left side and gets the final man down of Ace2G. Ace2G out the game in 7th position. Not really looking great, but on the other hand now, Aton, they're going to be taking the final man down of Supermassive Blaze. And yes, Supermassive Blaze now not in the game anymore. Things are looking really bad for a team like Supermassive Blaze. Fenerbahce is still alive in the clotheslines of Footballist, and Footballist, they just have the man advantage working for them. They just have the man number working for them. They can always go for those swipe ups.
This is the Insurgent, so right now at the end of this game, of the lower end of the bracket though, Aton Footballers, mad, all alive and all fighting for these points. Of course, all of them in so dire need of these points here, Necro. And this is a game to do it. They've all got members on board as Aton. They do look slightly a little bit less available to grab these points. It's a nade. It bounces over the rock.
Close,
They'll be thanking their lucky stars there. I think it's actually the wheel of the buggy that knocked that nade up. It was so close, though.
Yeah, definitely. They are quite lucky. They don't realize how lucky they got with that nade. But yeah, now Mad Bulls, they have a lot of area cover. And it seems like they also do have the circle in their favor. Oh, this might just be Mad Bulls' game if they're able to play perfection. But again, the problem is the cover, the amount of cover they have to work with. They don't really have that much good amount of cover to work with over here. And they're also quite separated out from each other. Gory, though, is trying his best to close this distance. But again, no, that's not the call being made. Instead, there's just going to be playing that separation over here. Let's just see how it really pans out for them. On the other hand, Aton, they really need to move in because the wall of death is closing in. And Cardi now out in the open, he has no other choice left. And just like that, Aton, I'm pretty sure they will be taking out the game as well. And yes, that's what's going to happen. But on the other hand, Mad Bull's just getting challenged by a team like Footballers, and the goal call was being made from the side of Footballers, but it seems like the team synergy, the communication seemed kind of lacking in that one.
And Footballers, yes, they went in for the push. They're at least able to return one. As long as in Lutz on the edge of the zone, they do manage to find the information through with the help of them onto Yin Yang. They will confirm one, but it's Fenerbahce coming in as that third party. I think Fenerbahce could easily steal the show on this one if they can just be patient enough to wait on this zone. Yes, they'll need to walk in, but they've got time in their hands. Footballers, they roam in on towards them in the desk duo of Dokkan Machine and Fenerbahce. They take out Soul K as well. And just like that, up to 7 is Fenerbahce. It's only Mad Bulls that stand in their way, but Mad Bulls, they have the zone.
Look, I gotta say it, the boys just threw the game. The boys of Footballers just threw the game. I don't know if they were making that push happen. I feel like they should have fully committed to it. But now, on the other hand, Fenerbahce, Flaky tried to go on that aggressive page, but it seems like he gets taken down instantly. Mad Bulls, they have the prime positioning inside this one, and there's no way they're going to be losing this, right? And yes, they win that one. They get the chicken dinner on the map of Miramar, and Mad Bulls now are definitely going to be looking a little happy after that one.
Mad Bulls, I'm telling you, they're not sad Bulls anymore. They are happy Bulls. They're jumping in the grass right now as they secure their chicken dinner. And this is that Mad Bulls that we were looking at right now from the league stage days. We got that 18-11 chicken dinner. This is the style of play that we were looking for. And they had to work for this chicken dinner. They were far out on that northern front. They had to fight for Viewers Gaming, A7. This was about the hardest it could get. I think I put them out because of how difficult it would have been getting into Picado, but they happily proved me wrong.
And talking about Picado, man, I mean, Supermassive Blaze had quite a great game as well. I mean, these are the teams that really needed this game in their bag. And right, Supermassive Blaze as well, doing quite good in that previous game, but still could have done better if some choices, if some decisions would have been made better by the IGL, I guess. But yeah, now Mad Bulls with that chicken dinner in their back, they're definitely going to be having that confidence, right? And as we were talking about how desperate Mad Bulls were for that chicken dinner, now they have it. I do want to see how the momentum's going to be looking like for a team like Mad Bulls going inside in the future maps.
Yeah, and not just Mad Bulls as well. I said don't underestimate the extra aggression that's going to come out of these lower teams into the standings, because today they don't have as much to lose and they can go for those aggressive plays. And you saw not just Mad Bulls, but actually, of course, the rest of Footballers. You saw
exactly
alongside Fenerbahce, right, Aton too, fighting for those position points and also those kill points. And it all came off at the start of, I think, the biggest upset that came through on Picado, of course, Ghost being wiped off the board by another one of those low teams on the standings of Supermassive Blaze.
And that was just not like a normal wipe, right? That was like the most, like, I don't even know how to say it. Ghost Gaming just seemed like they were absent from that game. Their mental awareness just didn't really seem like it was on point there. But Ace2G, man, thanks for showing that some just some AWM action in general. We were able to spot some skulls being cracked. And Supermassive Blaze, as I mentioned, had quite a hell of a game as well in that previous one. But they will need to keep that consistency going inside, even in the future maps. And if you talk about Furious Gaming, tried their best in the end. I feel like this could have been the game for the team that was right next to the players of Mad Bulls, which was Footballist. But somewhere down line, the push that they try to make on the players of Mad Bulls, it just didn't really seem that well calculated.
And I think it was also a beautiful entrance in around the circle fights coming on that mountainside. Supermassive Blaze, the likes of these down.
Oh, exactly. I mean, this is how the really things did go down. Aton, unfortunately, didn't really have a good position. They were being forced inside the zone by the zone, and now Mad Bulls, in the end, they were just able to clean things up. They had the zone favoring them. All they needed to do was just hold this ridge that they had, and they did that perfectly.
Yeah, I think it was definitely just to echo that those fights coming in on that mid game. It was really so difficult for a lot of these higher teams in the standings to navigate those high ground points, really being, of course, difficult to get down from in about those open spaces, just, of course, around the flats of Picardo's side themselves. I actually think, though, to be fair, for the patience coming through from footballers, from Fenerbahce, some of these squads, very admirable, actually. Sometimes a better thing to do is to not go from these fights and actually to pick up those placement points as well, was actually in the wish the way they played that patience allowed them, of course, to be able to succeed. I mean, we saw the likes of footballers in Fenerbahce, right, fighting since about that end of phase 4, phase 5 mark. It's the game because they survived. They were able to get those points, but to talk about all the rest of the points of that game, we're going to head back over to the Atlas desk.
Okay, well, it seems like Glitter got a win. I feel like I kind of helped out Mad Bulls this time. They also came through, got that win for our second match of the day. So Zute, it's just you left. Come on, man. But oh no.
Hey, sorry about that. I was saying, I was a little bit, taken aback that I just got called out by Span.
Speechless.
Like, Span called me out. Like, okay, I picked Footballist. Footballist, they got really close. They had 4 up towards that end game. They could have won that, but, like even the casters mentioned it, they had a small slip up, and it did go over to the Mad Bulls. You saw the amount of points, though, 20, 19, 18. All 3 of those teams did really well, and I'm happy. Mad Bulls is now looking more like, Mad or Happy Bulls, definitely not Sad Bulls out of that. And looking at towards the end, the bottom of the lobby though, Na'Vi and Ghost. So Glitter, we were talking about this. It was mostly me that wanted to point this out, but Na'Vi, like, I feel like the Na'Vi that we all know and love, they're kind of just, they're done. Like, it's just like, let's just let them be. If they come back, they'll come back later, but I don't want to harp on them anymore. Looking at the MVP though, finally a player from Mad coming in here. Mad Effect with 4 elims, 660 damage, almost 60% team contribution. Mad Bulls, they still got 3 games left. They could turn things around, Glitter.
I mean, if Span has a fraction of the luck that I have, like she says, she put some good juju into the universe for Mad Bulls, and this is the type of performance that they need. Now, we did talk about them at the top of the show because they were obviously one of those teams down there at the bottom that we were really keeping our eyes on that needs these points, so these types of performances are huge for Mad Bulls.
I would also like to point out really quickly, we see him up here as MVP. Effect, I believe, was MVP for his region before the last tournament to get into this one. So seeing him up here again for this match, I saw it. I'm like, that makes sense. That makes sense that he's up here. And I feel like that's the Mad Bulls that I'm used to watching from the tournament, the league that they were in before coming into the PMGC. So seeing them kind of do well this match, it feels normal. So hopefully they'll be able to continue that. It does look like Effect and Timber going head to head, which is interesting as well because S2G, Zute, they ended up being taken out pretty early on this map in comparison to our last couple of teams.
Yeah, S2G, they're still doing pretty well in terms of points. They're just not as dominant as we saw on day 1 and day 2, and I think that's absolutely normal. Like, you you just can't dominate 3 days in a row. Like, I don't think any team can manage to uphold the dominance that they've had for so many days. So it's okay for them to, you know, do a little bit worse, but even though they're doing a little worse, it's still good, consistent points. So I'm so happy to see S2G Timber up here. And I just noticed for the Mad Effect player, they have their names in the front of their jersey. He's pointing to the team logo and his name. So kind of cool to see there.
That's pretty sick. Yeah, I want one. No, okay. But another thing that I'd like to point out as well is coming like this last match, right? So we did see insane gameplay mostly because of the hard shifts, right? And there was a lot of holding out. Some people weren't necessarily going to locations we were kind of expecting. I mean, even all the way at the beginning, the hot drop that happened between Papyrus, Supermassive Blaze, and Ghost, kind of a lot of surprising fights that happened in this. I guess that's not why I'm not surprised that this first page of this overall ranking for the Super Weekend, only Fenerbahce is going to go on ahead and move on up. The rest of these teams kind of were taken out pretty early on. They didn't get enough to move anywhere.
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm just eyeing this and I'm just noticing.
Yeah,
like, it's wow. Okay, just Fenerbahce. I said it in the very beginning. Hard to give them a spotlight because they're just kind of there, and now they're just kind of in second place. So eat your words, Zute Glitter. Like, congrats to them, right? They're up in second now.
Well, the thing is, you don't need to get a massive chicken dinner to still be consistently good. And I think that's what's a very important takeaway from the Fenerbahce performance right here. We're looking at the second page. You can see Mad Bulls does jump up, which will be massive for them considering they started off in 15th. Now they're in 9th. We've got some movement here from Footballist as well. Everybody else kind of then chilling around the same spots. But back to Fenerbahce, you can be one of the strongest teams as long as you're consistently in a top position. It doesn't always boil down to chicken dinners. Do those extra points help? Absolutely. But if you're a squad that's constantly in second place or third place or fourth, if you're just in those top spots with eliminations to pair with it, you will be as successful as a team that yo-yos aggressively and gets a strong chicken dinner but then falls off from there.
It's that consistency. It just goes back to that consistency. S2G definitely has that. Zute already went on ahead and touched on it earlier. Got to get at least the 5 to 6 points per game to kind of be in the running, and that's kind of what S2G is going for. I mean, if they win a match, obviously they're going to launch up, but you're right, Glitter, that at that point, there's got to be consistent and getting those couple of top spots. But also, y'all, those who are watching here, you guys are fans, so you know what's up next. The fan favorite vote. Get into the game. Open PUBG Mobile and vote for your favorite PMGC teams, because you can go on ahead and get yourself some pretty cool rewards only during this PMGC League period. Millions of rewards, various pink level permanent items. You guys know the deal. Just go on ahead, get a voting ticket, go into the in-game esports center, and you guys know the rest. So go on ahead and get yourself treasure boxes as well. It's a part of it. It's PMGC exclusive treasure boxes in the esports center. Watch live PMGC on YouTube and of course in the in-game esports center. Get the PMGC token and redeem it to get the permanent items. I already talked about the pan, but we didn't talk about that outfit or that parachute as well. A lot of cool items for you to go ahead and grab. But back to the game, as per usual, Zute, there was a lot of stuff happening in this match, specifically when it came to all of these shifts. These circle shifts were insane, and of course that means a lot of these guys' rotations were pretty intense.
Yeah, so for this one, we're just mainly going to focus on the rotations. I mean, yeah, we had a lot of action. The action was great as usual, but the circle shifts in particular, it hit that hard southern shift, which really, in my opinion, was a doozy for a lot of these teams. So we're going to look at the teams that made it towards the end game circle and see how they made it in respectively. So we're going to start off with Footballers. They finished out in third place. They were the third place team, or the third team to get taken out. So we're going to start with them. They came in from the north side. They had a huge, nice little split here, but when that circle condensed right down there to the south, they definitely had to group up. They took that compound, and from there, they managed to chill for a little bit, picked up a few kills or elims here and there. But when it came down to that last push, I thought they were going to be the team to take the chicken. I mean, I did call out Footballers in the beginning, like, hey, you guys need to step it up. They did step it up, just not enough to get the chicken, which is quite unfortunate because they had 4 up. I thought they could do it, but they managed to pick up, a lot of points nonetheless. And up next, I do believe we have the Fenerbahce team coming in from the south side, Glitter.
Yeah, and when we get to Fenerbahce's kind of final end game hold, we'll see how that really ties in with footballs, because we were talking about it when we were watching it, Zoo, and at the end there, it was Footballist's decision to not push Fenerbahce and to make the push onto Mad Bulls, who were more out in the open, but they were very spread out, so they had different and better angles on the entire foursome of Footballists as they made that push in. That could have been what changed the way the game ended, specifically for Footballists. We'll see here Fenerbahce continuing to make their way in. They are able to hold a really, really solid spot as well. Towards the end, they didn't have to do too much movement, similar to what Footballists did. It was really Mad Bulls at the end of everything that I feel like had the most dynamic situation for that end zone. You can see just how far they had to make that rotate.
They came in all the way from the northeast. Usually on Miramar, right, we talk about it. Rotations are the most difficult on Miramar. Well, I think the Mad Bulls deserve some extra points, like some brownie points, so to say. They came in all the way up there, and they somehow won the match. So they were on the low ground on that east. They rotated up that hill through that entry point, up on the road, control the outside edge. This is where they took a fight with Alpha 7 and Furious Gaming, so they definitely have to fight their way in to control that edge position. Definitely not an easy one like, Fenerbahce or Footballists that kind of just went for the compounds and sat there. So I'm actually really happy. Wait a second. They only got 5 elims, though. I just noticed that. Wow, so they were putting in a lot of damage, had a lot of teams to fight for. Didn't get that many elims. I thought they would get more elims coming from the edge, but hey, they got the chicken still, and that's the big prize right there. 15 points for them, plus the 5 elims, so that's like 20. So good job to the Mad Bulls. Can they keep this up, though? I don't know. There's still 3 more games. Maybe they could carry this momentum into the next 3, but I would say points-wise, they're looking on target as far as that 5 to 6 point average that they're looking for.
I mean, just that jump, Glitter already talked about it, starting off in 15th place, and what place are they in now? Just much, much higher, just from a singular match. And I guess it kind of just comes down to right place, right time, being able to go on ahead and control those endgame fights. Even though they didn't get as many fights really early on, picking up those kills, at least they're able to grab that 15 placement point win, of course. But that is 2 matches down. We're almost at our halfway point of today. We're getting closer and closer to the end of our very first Super Weekend, which is absolutely insane in my mind. And up next is going to be Erangel once again. At this point, though, I'm feeling a little strange. I'm feeling a little weird because both of those symbols, neither of those start with an S2 or a G, because usually it's we'd see their logo on this board by now. So, it looks like we've kind of broken the trend. Mad Bulls stole S2G's usual streak on Miramar. Now S2G, I feel like they have to go ahead and win this Erangel match if they're going to continue some sort of a streak. But Glitter also already talked about it. Glitter, you said that, they only have to, at this point, continue to get a good amount of points. They don't have to go on ahead and go crazy. But on the same token, I mean, this is still only Super Weekend 1. Like, anything could happen in the league play as well. Wouldn't you still want to try to go on ahead and grab as many points as possible?
Absolutely. And we'll keep talking about it, but obviously there are 4 teams right now that are waiting anxiously to get into the next round of league play so that they can try to solidify their spot this time around. They're already going to be an entire Super Weekend behind, and they're going to be even hungrier going into league play. So I do completely agree. All of the teams that are here right now, every single point counts. We've seen too many times across too many regions, too many seasons of PUBG Mobile competitive play where 1 point literally makes the difference. So they got to do the best they can.
I'd also like to point out S2G. There was an interesting fight that happened within that match that Zute, you kept going on ahead and actually talking about. Obviously S2G really great with their rotations, but then even their holding out of other teams, you kind of were surprised that they weren't pushing the Knights at that one point, but they still played it well. Do you want to expand on that?
Yeah, so at one point, I mean, the casters, we all saw it. They got gifted that crate on top of that mountain, and it was, as Necro called it, the green cannon. It was the I really like that out of Necro, by the way. I'm going to steal that one. So the green cannon, and we saw him hit a nice shot onto one of the Knights player. They got knocked. They had the high ground, and when I say high ground, on top of that mountain. So that could have been a very easy push in the sense of you have the cover. the Knights are knocked, but S2G, they didn't push. They got a little bit closer, and we saw the grenade toss. I mean, Glitter. It was an insane grenade. It was like 90 meters, maybe, hit that grenade, and then they still didn't push. So S2G, a very controlled, aggressive team, a very mature team, I think is a term that Glitter used. And we'll see, you know, if they could keep up that maturity and keep up those points coming into the next few games span.
I just think it's interesting with that contrast. So obviously they have a lot of points, but maybe they're taking a little bit more slow here. But then they also, on the flip side, they have so many of those points that why aren't they being aggressive in those positions, such as that fight against Knights? A little bit of an interesting question, but of course we have 3 more matches left. We are going to be jumping into Erangel. We'll see if S2G can go on ahead and pull out their magic once again, but we're going to throw you guys to a break first.
PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to the 2021 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. To the top teams across all regions, we have a message for you. The Middle East, you have proven your worth. Now, make your formidable debut on the PMGC stage. South Korea, forget the past. This year, show the world you've ascended. Remind the world of South Korea's raw talent. Japan, you came so close last year. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Bring it back better than ever. The Americans, you're the alpha dogs that dominated the West. Now, lead the pack on the world stage. Southeast Asia, you took down so many strong teams on your journey to the top. It's time for a comeback on the global stage. Europe, it's now or never. Push your limits and surprise us all. This is the moment to create your legacy. South Asia, you were the dark horse of 2020. Amaze those who would underestimate you again. China, you carry the crown of last year's PMGC. Now, with everyone's eyes on you once more, can you secure back-to-back victories? PMGC needs a champion. The world needs a champion. Who will stand victorious in the end? Who will be next to glory?
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Okay, welcome back once again to PMGC Super Weekend 1, Day 3, about to be going into Match 3. You guys know the whole long title. Something that Zute went on ahead and pointed out to me before we kind of jumped into this is, interestingly enough, well, first of all, S2G hasn't won a game at this point, and that's a little bit unusual for them. And second of all, they're currently holding on to 4 chickens. Otherwise, the rest of the chicken dinners from all the matches so far are just spread out amongst the rest of the teams. There's not a single other team that has more than 1.
Yeah, so no team right now with 2 chickens. And then, of course, S2G packing, you know, the 4 chickens. If you wanted a holiday feast, you know, you hit up S2G because they're hogging all the chickens. And what's even better, right? I think they've gotten each chicken back to back. So I made a little bit of a joke, like S2G, they don't go for 1 chicken, they go for the 2-for-1 special. That's the only time they want a chicken. So maybe if they get 1 here, it's gonna be 2 instead. But we got 3 matches left. Can another team get 2 chickens? This is very surprising to me because usually teams, you know, in terms of consistency, well, at some point have gotten 2 chickens by now, but nobody has gotten 2 chickens other than S2G with the 4, Glitter.
They have just been so dominant, it almost feels like there hasn't been an opportunity for somebody else to get a couple chickens. To be fair, we've seen teams like Unicorns of Love get multiple 3rd places. Even Ghost, regardless of how the performance today is going so far, has multiple 2nd place finishes on a day. Right? So there's teams that have come very close to trying to replicate that, but it's just not happening yet. I think that there is a very real possibility, though, that a team like A7 could potentially do something like that if S2G isn't going to be the one that does it.
I just think it's interesting, to say the least, that another team hasn't gotten a second chicken because, well, I guess it makes sense and doesn't make sense at the same time, right? All these teams definitely talented here for a reason. All of them are really good at this game, but also there has been some domination coming through from the league play that at some point you kind of do wonder, why hasn't there been another team going on ahead and grabbing a chicken dinner? I mean, we've even seen teams towards the bottom of the current leaderboard going ahead and grab chickens, being Furious Gaming and, of course, Mad Bull. So I guess it's really, everybody is kind of checks and balancing each other, it seems like, Sute, at this point.
Yeah, it's that elusive second chicken dinner. Of course, some teams don't even have one, but based on how today's been going, like, teams that don't have a chicken dinner are stepping up and grabbing one. The Knights didn't have one. Yeah, the Knights didn't have one. They grabbed one. And then Fenerbahce still doesn't have one, but they're in second place. So yeah, they might get one. So we're just passing the love all around here. That seems like what we're doing. And Fenerbahce, they could get that next one. Glitter, I know I already threw a prediction onto you before, but if we were to do another prediction, Glitter, I'll give you a few seconds. 5, 4, and 1. What's your prediction?
That's very few.
Let's see if Fenerbahce can do this time around. They can continue to pick up their momentum throughout the day. They just had a really strong performance on Miramar. We're back on Erangel, obviously the map that everybody plays the most, knows the best. So I kind of want to see if Fenerbahce can pull it out.
Okay. All right. Well, I would have to say a team for me, it would have... Oh, man, I can't pick Fenerbahce. Let me think. I can't just go off of Glitter again. I'm going to stick to Footballists. They almost won that last game. They almost won that last game. I think they could do it again. Or not again. I think they could do it this time around, but we'll have to see, Span.
As long as Fenerbahce isn't in their way, right? You know who I choose? I choose 1+9 and 9 Pro, of course. So you guys know the drill. That's who I choose to win this next match, with flagship performance and an immersive 120Hz display and hyper-touch technology made specifically for gamers. The 1+9 and 9 Pro are your best shot to climb the leaderboards. Therefore, why wouldn't they go on ahead and just win this match? They're just already winners. You know, I'm just avoiding that question entirely at this point. I feel like I'm going to start turning into a Maxman or, you know, secondary Zute. Can't run out of luck in that situation. So staying away from that from now on. So, but that is interesting. I like you guys, both of your choices. Fenerbahce, I feel like they're overdue at this point to go on ahead and grab a chicken dinner. And even in this last match, it was Fenerbahce that ensured that it wasn't going to be Footballist who gets that chicken dinner. Mad Bull's just shutting down both of them entirely. So it does seem like maybe both of them heading really close to this next one. They just got to make sure that, of course, the usual winners of this match, S2G, doesn't go ahead and grab it for themselves. Is there anything else that you guys want to go on ahead and touch on before going into this map? I mean, we know that there's some hot drops, there's some interesting things when it comes to some rotations, but otherwise, I mean, Erangel, Glitter, you already said it. It's the map that everybody at this point does have things down to a formula, basically.
You know, and I don't know what you think about this, Zoo, but I also, not necessarily a win, just a bounce back right now, I feel like is really needed for Ghost. They've had a rough start to these first 2 games, hasn't been great, and I'd like to see them maybe recover a little bit here.
I would agree. Ghost Gaming, like, their consistency is strange. They're like consistently at the top, but then when they drop really hard. Like, they did lose that, you know, hot drop fight in Miramar, which they've succeeded before this time around and just didn't play their way. So maybe they could come back in Erangel. Erangel, I think, is their strongest map as well. It's the map where it's very rotation heavy, and Ghost Gaming's biggest strength is their rotations. We talked about it yesterday, and even Glitter coming into today, she mentioned, like, I've watched Ghost Gaming play a lot. I think their strength is just finding those pockets, right, to stay alive in the late game, pick up those placement points, and a couple elim points along the way. And so I think Ghost Gaming, they might be able to do it here on Erangel and turn things around. But even if they don't, Ghost Gaming, I think they've done way better than anyone expected. Because during the league play, they were really struggling. And Seven and I, we honestly thought Ghost Gaming was going to start just not performing like what we expect. They didn't play the Americas because they didn't qualify into the Americas. So it's great to see on the very first Super Weekend where the points really mattered, they're still showing up. They're still showing that, hey, Ghost Gaming, we haven't gone anywhere. We still know our strengths. We can still close out the points and close out the game and still get the points span.
That's a very true point. I guess it's nice to go ahead and point that out. I think that was something that we were kind of keeping in mind in the league play, and even at the beginning of the Super Weekend. You know, we were talking, I don't think we ever mentioned this actually together here, but we were talking during the games, like, maybe it makes sense that Ghost isn't kind of living up to our expectations since they weren't involved in this last league. But they've kind of been showing us wrong now. It seems like obviously they don't need to go ahead and bounce back in. I do think though at the same time some of these teams are literally giving them a little bit of a run for their legitimate money in this situation. But you're right. It does seem like while they're being a little bit rough at first, I feel like they've been coming back. I feel like they're kind of been warming up into Azute.
Warming up, that is Ghost Gaming specialty. They always start off slow, even in previous tournaments. They always start up slow and start ramping up. So this being the first Super Weekend, we might see things ramp up to an entirely different level. We might see them in first place overall. Even like we've seen signs that they could do it, but this is a different lobby. We're into 2021 at the end of the year, and at the end of each year, teams just get better and better. And one thing that I feel like is a lot of teams are catching up to Ghost Gaming's level, or even potentially surpassing them. So let's see at the end of these Super Weekends if Ghost Gaming could still be a top 3 team, or if it's going to go over to another region. Glitter.
Those are some big shoes you're setting up that Ghost has to fill there, Zoo. They're going to need to put in a lot of work, although they are definitely capable of it. It's just going to boil down to that consistency. I completely agree with all the stuff you're saying about their ability to do the best on Erangel. That's why I'm hoping they're able to pick it up here in this next match. So we'll have to see if that's going to come true or not.
Yeah, and luckily we do not have to wait long to go ahead and see. We're going to be jumping into our next match, our third match of today on Erangel. Let's see if Ghost can go ahead and bring it back, or if STG will strike again, throwing it over to Highland Wolf and Mustache Dave.
We're back at it, boys. Dave, you're in the house, my man. Game number 3, we're dipping it on into Erangel. How you doing?
Hey, man, I'm doing good. Yeah, I'm in your house. I'm right behind you. Look behind you. I'm looking at you, man. I'm looking at you. So let's get into the game, though. Match number 3. I heard Zute talking about football list. And you know what? Zute knows the secret here. And the secret is that it's Sunday. And everybody knows it means Soulcase Sunday, baby. So I'm looking for football list to come out on top, get that winner chicken dinner, and really keep that Soulcase Sunday vibe going here.
Is that what you're telling me? It's Soulcase Sunday diff? Is this how it goes? Footballist is automatic win? They don't even need to get off the playing path. They're already winning before they even drop on the map, man.
Send them the check. Send them the check. Looking around, though, S2G yesterday popping off 2 chicken dinners in a row. Day 1 chicken on deck, 2 chickens also. Where are the chickens at today, though? Are they full? Or do they want more chicken? I have to assume they do. Currently in that first place spot, I was looking at the numbers. They got 56-point difference between them and second place. That's a bunch of points, and they are definitely having a phenomenal Super Weekend number 1.
I mean, I think they've already proven themselves by far and large, right? They deserve to be here, and if they clearly have such a lead that is so insurmountable, even though they've not actually done all that well today, they've not had the greatest of games, they still be doing okay, and that's enough to actually keep that, what you said, over 50-point lead, which is essentially, at least as we said yesterday, right, 2 full big games worth of points that someone else needs, on top of the fact of S2G not getting any points, just to even catch up, never mind even surpass the rest of S2G. And that's such a massive advantage coming in, of course, not only to the end of this Super Weekend, but the rest of the other Super Weekends too, if S2G can maintain their spot in those Super Weekends.
Yeah, and Super Weekends, obviously not a guarantee, right? You got to compete during the league play. You got to qualify for them. You got to be top 16. So there is definitely a possibility that these teams at the top in Abache, S2G, don't qualify for next Super Weekend because they are at the top. And what I tend to always think that these teams that start strong, they get a lot of eyes on them, right? People, they look back, they watch the VODs, and they start to kind of study their gameplay, start to study their rotations. So S2G, they might just be painting a target on their back.
Don't say it. Don't say it, Dave. You're gonna cast a curse and just put tape over it. Just put tape over it right now, Dave. Don't do this to me. Don't ruin my favorites of the Turkish squad, okay? But they're doing well. We don't need to cast a curse on them. Although, to be fair, I wouldn't be obliged to cast a curse on them. I'm loving what we're seeing so far today. Because actually, I think we talked about it. The insurgents of that bottom of the league. And it's Mad Bulls on top. They're, as we said, the Happy Bulls now. And they're getting that chicken dinner coming hot off the press. And now they're coming on to Erangel. They also had a good first game. I think this is a different Mad Bulls that we've seen from, quite frankly, the rest of the Super Weekend beforehand.
So they went from Sad Bulls to Happy Bulls to now back to their original name, Mad Bulls.
That's exactly it, dude. They're all the
ninth place
Bulls,
spot.
dude. There's four
All
of
the
them.
Bulls.
There's one missing, dude. We got a Sad, the Mad, Bad. No.
What do you call this?
Oh, I call this execution. That's what I call it.
I call that the Coop Special. And talking about the Knights, checking in with the Knights, actually. 6th place overall, 12 games played. They got a nice little amount of kill points, 62 kill points, but not the most optimal placement point, sitting at 44. And we tend to look at these teams at the top. They have a nice 50-50 split for the most part when we're talking placement points and when we're talking kill points. That's where you want to be. You want to be consistent on both sides of the board. And we all know from NA Knights, they definitely have that gun power, and it clearly shows on those kill points. But they're having a challenging time, at least here Super Weekend #1, when we're talking placement points. And I'm going to chalk it up to when I spoke to Chico the other day. They were telling me that they wanted to try out some new things when we're talking splits, and they wanted to flex out a little further than what they're normally used to doing here. So I'm very curious if that's what they've kind of been implementing here, some new soft strats, and maybe that's been kind of biting them in the butt here, at least when we talk about placement points. What are your thoughts?
Well, I mean, to be fair, definitely these placement points, something that has been actually an entirely different story between those and those getting kills. And I think
look at his push, though.
Rise, we are definitely going to be one of these more aggressive squads so coming forward. And Rise, full mad frontal, Frozen, he's on his own, dude. It's a bullying right now, cyberbullying.
Looking to rise up here. Mythic, Uzi in hand. Oh, Frozen able to play that cat and mouse. Gonna be taking some shots at Mythic, but Mythic with the spray down right there. Frozen still back against the wall. UMP in hand. It's a 1v4. Obviously, it's gonna be a real challenge to make it on out of there alive. We saw they tried to get the thirst on a Mythic. Oh, but look at that. Across the way, Ghost Gaming. Bayo saying, snipe, snipe, I'll take that. 1 point going over to Ghost with the third-party action.
That's what feels bad, man, Dave. When you go so hard in on it, you send Mythic in with the Uzi, try to slap him down, and then Ghost just walk in on the rest of the hillside towards Rozhok, and he'll thank you very much. And then he's eat it all up. I mean, they're the better winners of this treat.
Well, Zute did say that they're going to be #1 here at the end of this Super
Is
Weekend.
that it? That's what happens.
I was caught off guard with that. I was like, okay,
that's the reason.
That's a hot take right there. So we'll see. You know, Ghost, they definitely have experience, I'm going to say. They got experience when competing at the top levels. And right now, top 5, pretty solid start for Super Weekend #1. But obviously, all eyes, S2G right now, sitting way at the top, like we talked about, 56 points ahead of second place. This team right now, they got it all. You know, they got everything going for them, and I think they should just continue with this momentum. Whatever they've been doing, keep doing, because you want to get that point gap even wider, because we're talking about points, we're talking about Super Weekends. What they're talking about here, Wolf, they're talking about $362,000. That's what they're talking about. They got their eye on that first place prize, and that is some life-changing money, man.
It's not bad for a weekend of play there, Dave, just to slap up 362,000. Just count them dollar bills. That's what I'm doing, quite frankly, if I'm one of these players. But you're talking about, of course, that gap in between the rest of the leaderboard. And I think the SUG, despite the fact, of course, they're clearly running away with the game, 2nd to 8th position is all above and the rest. They are the ones fighting in that top half of the leaderboard. Mads, they're looking to join them though, as we said. They've had that good result, but there's such a big deficit between 8th to 9th position. And it's really actually what we're seeing is these two different halves in the leaderboard as a whole. Is Na'Vi part of that bottom half looking to try and make that push alongside Footballist, who we didn't expect it coming in, but Na'Vi very far down on that leaderboard. 13th already, Dave. They are not having a great super weekend whatsoever.
Ooh, looks like Na'Vi tried pulling up this compound to claim it for themselves. Na'Vi, they still have a player in the back lines, but Soulk pulling up. Remember, Soulk Sunday almost getting that run over right there on a Tixie, but Tixie able to take some nice shots, chuck Soulk out pretty low. Rome, really low, about 1 HP, but Luke's in the front line, grenade in hand with their squad mate. Lavison trying to get the confirms in the front line, and Lavison, ooh, taking a grenade to the face here. Let's see, Lutz really needs to pull out some type of clutch play because it's not looking too good right now. I know footballers have the numbers advantage, but they're missing some prime shots right here. It looks like Soulk able to wrap around as Lutz had that distraction. Soulk, that's a huge play right there to get him from behind.
But what's going on? Look at Kitsune, he's finally only found a vehicle now, and Matic, he's the only one surviving in a destruction here from Footballers over on top of Na'Vi. Lovison is down. That could provide some form of hope in a way here for Na'Vi to slow the assault, but Kitsune, how does he get across? He has to go across that open field, and from there, Footballers easily should stop him.
I don't think he does. I don't think they do. They're just going to be out there trying to hold it down from that angle, pre-fire through that angle if they have that window, and maybe try to get some damage on the board here. Right now, the main priority for Footballists is to take out Matic here. They know they're still at least a solo in this compound. They got the numbers advantage. They can work as a team, as a unit, and pretty much push up those stairs together and get the spray down, take them out. Matic really low, able to get that heal. I'm really surprised with how passive, I'm going to say, Footballists are playing here. They're playing this one really slow here. Okay, Molly on the balcony. But Matic right behind that door. Not even phased.
This is the only place to go. He's got nowhere else to run. The rest of his floor is on fire. As Footballists, they are on fire when it comes to try and get out in the front. But it's Matic, the one with the shots on target. He dips and dives. He parkours his way out. He's trying to survive, but he runs straight into two more. It's a 1v4. It's impossible for him to escape that one. Footballers to clean up 3 kills. Kitsune, oh, hello, Soulk. A little bit of burning time for now. I guess a little bit too spicy.
Yeah, that was their own Molly, too. Getting a little too spicy for sure. But they did come out on top of that one at the end of the day, and they're going to be right there on that west side. But all those shots, though, we know Unicorns of Love like to play the west side of this map. So Unicorns of Love will have to pay close attention. Maybe they'll decide to third party that one. But over here, Fenerbahce, I believe, Span from the desk looking for a winner chicken dinner from this team. Well, they need to survive the barrage of bullets from Eastern Stars right now.
Still, there's Eastern Stars relying on the Kapahalo teaming because they've lost at least one. And this is going to fall down with Fenerbahce. We put the smokes away of their vehicles, looking to try and make that push out, of course, of that more southern point here towards the east side, as that zone did go towards them. There is some advantages here towards this phase, as they can rotate around Eastern Stars, and they can potentially try then to look to catch them on those hilltops afterwards. They have the dips between that lake there to utilize to avoid the eye lines of Eastern Stars. As Octavian, though, he doesn't want any of that secretiveness, as he will go in on the back end. He will potentially spy out Bombi as he managed to dodge one out, managed to dodge a grenade, but wouldn't get into the vehicle in time, and he goes up, tails his way out of there, and yes, he does survive, despite Eastern Stars' best attempts to stop him.
Yeah, and Eastern Stars, they need to kind of make up their minds sooner rather than later, because we do see Mad Bulls out there in Yasnaya who might opt to rotate north of that Yasnaya River, that inlet right there. Next zone does pop as well. I'm looking at A7 at the top. They're holding out a 2-2 split with a ton of sightlines on a good chunk of this next circle. So I'll have to pay attention to see if they do decide to group up here once again, play as a 4-man team, or if they're confident and they'll remain in their 2-2 split.
Still, Back towards Supermassive Blaze. It's Fenerbahce who escaped one threat and only dive into the next because that zone has gone away from them finally. It's gone over towards shooting range and towards those bridges around Sanhok. Supermassive Blaze. We do take those shots on. They'll make their presence known, but Corps 2, Supermassive Blaze outside of that zone need to move their way further forward because that zone in particular, there's not actually all that much space to take control of. You talk about those high hills and shooting range. That could be an option, but A7 already control there. Heading back over to S2G. More towards that south side, of course. That's the other location. But here is a strong strength of S2G's compound inside the center as well.
Black Dragons, I really like this little roadblock they have set up right here on this east side. They got some cover and they have their vehicles to utilize as well as SMB were trying to make that rotate. They did find that little ledge to avoid those sight lines, but regardless, this compound, this little blue warehouse, I do not like it at all. And I feel like SMB feel the same way as they had their whole team there. They decided to send out to look for another spot. We'll see what they can do here. SMB desperately needs some points because they are, what, mid-pack team? A little below that, if I'm not mistaken. And we only got 3 more games to go for the Super Weekend.
Heading back on towards that super shooting range and that super weekend as well, Dave. I mean, you talked about it, right? We're heading to a close of this first one. 3 more games of the first week, and we talked about what these teams on the lower end have in store. Can they pick up that aggression? Can they find those points? Nana, one of them, who did so well in the second game, find a shot far range onto Eastern Stars. And on the opposite, actually, Eastern Stars have looked slightly further back and towards their skill here in these final days. They've not had a good game so far. They've dropped from that 5th position, of course, down towards that 8th. And actually, so many of those teams, of course, from that 9th, 10th, and so on position, all looking to try cut that gap that Eastern Stars have already built for themselves.
Yeah, and I think as these teams start to realize, okay, we only got 3 more games to go, 2 after this, the teams at the really bottom with a couple points, they're going to realize, okay, we need to really capitalize on the fact that we're here in this Super Weekend and try to get some points. Aton, one of those teams dead last, wouldn't be surprised if we see them getting a little more aggressive compared to what we saw over the last 2 days. But over here, looking at Mad Bulls, they took up one of the entrances here. Nice little spot up there in the north, but recall A7 kind of been hovering around the area for some time, so very curious to see if they will be forced to defend, because A7, I have to assume, are on the hunt to look for a new compound. And talk about being on the hunt, Eastern Stars, ooh, losing one in the process. Might lose Octavian as well.
It's
just
looking
maybe.
like it.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he's spotted. He's been rumbled, but he gets away in time, Dave. S2G, I mean, the strength of their compound right now is another shift of the phase goes in towards their favor. There's a lot of those teams coming on the outer edges of that southwestern side, so I actually think we're playing the game slightly better until this point, such as, of course, Unicorns a lot, but now they're all going to be centered into this firefight, which is happening. So many teams actually heading in around this zone preemptively. Mad Bulls being one of those, as they will hide one of their vehicles down inside of the bunker. They don't need 3, so they keep in 2 and they get rid of 1. I like those strategies, Dave. Those small things.
Still 16 teams too.
That's true.
All the teams are still alive, so it's going to become a bloodbath here very shortly. We see footballists, all vehicles starting to make their approach into the zone. Octavian, I believe the last one alive, trying to play that snake game, that solo role to try to get those placement points. But I'm looking at footballists and Unicorns of Love. I got a good feeling these 2 teams are going to clash here very shortly. But we're going to be checking in with the Black Dragons just down here in the south, trying to get some nice little pickups when we talk about Elim points. Oh, here's the clash.
Points is here. You said it right. Unicorns of Love walking in on a clash. Levinson going to be the first blood though. As Shiki first strikes that one down. Is looking on the front line though. It's Fresh who's trying to find those extra knocks onto Lutz. Raum as well. Going to be the next confirmed away in Footballist. It looks so dire for them, is they have to climb up this hill, but with only half their team to count. So okay, gonna be the next Fresh. We'll not find him inside that smoke first time round, but GK first coming in as well. For second helpings is there from the back end. He's being sprayed from all sides. This is a disaster, I think, here from footballer Sinead. He's dodging out well. But how much can he dodge out more? Is still even more going out front. Solke continuing to try find him. And for the back end, Solke, he does. He has Houdini strategies to dodge out of everything. Is Eastern Stars now also next Roy coming in for third party? Unicorns in love. They couldn't finish that fight up quick enough.
Oh, man. I counted like 5 grenades. I counted a whole clip of the M249. Nothing could take out Soul K right there. I'm talking about Soul K Sunday. Yeah, it didn't work out the best, but they still got 2 more games to go. So we'll catch up with them because right now, Mufasa on the roof. Rise. We got Gary X as well looking for some angles on the Mox bomb down there. And they might even have some sight lines very shortly on the Black Dragons, who I believe are going to have to push up over that ledge as the blue zone starts to close on in. But Mufasa, DP in hand, 2 kills so far on a Rise, but they're down to just a duo.
Yeah, Black Dragons don't really have to worry about this fight onto Rise because they're going to be heading more towards the center of that zone. You can see it. The blue is coming in on towards Rise. So actually it's Rise who have to make the move as they can't stay in this compound. Of course, again, a similar situation for Furious Gaming coming in on towards Knights. And it's about that position, that positional power, not inside of the compounds and the outskirts, but actually in towards that center bit. No one's really eyeing up. I think that actually there's a big mistake in a lot of these teams, maybe being a little bit too passive and not going in further forward is Nate. That does go far forward over on to next row is Kitsune. We talked about those 16 teams alive, whereas 13, but it's still the solo with Kitsune alive. Is Van 8 will bounce away for now as it won't hit on to next Roy. They do eliminate Unicorns of Love down to 12, but Kusuni, I think he's playing this slightly wrong. There's no one to give his position away. I mean, yes, he could have found that extra third nade onto next Warrior, but unless he doesn't find it, lest he be dead. But there it goes. That's the kill that we were looking for, but it's not the finish that we were looking for. He needs one more. He needs to finish that through, and there's a molly. It's going to go wide, though, onto next Roy, and it do survive barely. Yetka keeps himself in the game. But can Kasuni continue to push this up? Will he go forward? Will he try to stop this? Yes, he is. He's walking in for the fight.
Go for that spray down with the UMP, but look at the blue zone just chunking them. Going to be laying down here trying to get this heal. That one grenade was huge, though. It was huge, and now looks like Gudar trying to run away really low. Going to be going for some shots with the M4 from the blue zone. And honestly, both of these teams so far away from the next zone that if either team could just get that one additional kill point right here, right now, that would be worth it for me.
Yeah, Kasuni, I think, is going to be lost to the blue zone very shortly as A7 also bite the dust to Papa Blue as we head down towards our 11. Atten going to be joining the fray, and Papa Blue himself is picking up so many kills. This is going to be down towards that south side here, Dave. And up towards Ghost, S2G. These teams are gaining control of the zone. S2G is so comfortably not had to move out of any of these squads because they kept that central position 2 phases ago, and they've actually been rewarded for that earlier on. Now, having still a compound, I think actually the only real compound that anyone controls here in its entirety of the zone.
Yeah, I like how Timber not inside the compound, trying to push out just a little bit and make sure to defend that flank, right? Just in case somebody does decide to kind of push into the back of this warehouse. Very heads up play right there. 4 up 2, so might as well use your numbers. 9 teams to go. Various 4 vehicles, so we might see them utilize these vehicles to kind of YOLO send it because look ahead of them. Nothing but bare terrain. They do have a little boulder, but for the most part, not a lot of options. So we'll definitely see them utilize those vehicles. But over here, Mad Bulls. Okay, Monkey Effect trying to get some kill points on the board as a duo. Currently with 4 points so far. Oh, Monkey, you saw that, dude. Saw that, Monkey. Not taking those shots, though.
He's not. And it's about that trigger discipline, right? Because Mad Bulls, they're on the edge of that zone. They're better getting in. They give themselves away now to Supermassive Blaze, and you can see how easily they can be taken out from their position. Yes, they have smokes, but you have to keep moving out in the open, and they don't have that many. They don't have that much utility to keep themselves alive. Barely heal up in time before the next wave of shots come through from Keth. is also Supermassive Blaze. They need to think about moving themselves, maybe too focused in on this fight. Is look elsewhere. So important for Kusura to survive, but as Kusura gets taken out, Savian to follow is a disaster for from SMB. Is all the way back. Another shift once more. S2G is only Ghost now left with the comfortability inside of his zone. Is again, these teams move further forward. Furious Gaming going to be the first to walk in onto Ghost, but look at them drop. Trigger, Zin, Papi, Potro. They're all dropping like flies, and Ghost makes them disappear. Talk about Houdini Axe. That's Ghost for you.
Yeah, I really want to follow S2G. I'm really curious how they play this one out because that compound that they were holding down last zone no longer in play, so they're forced to push on out. We saw them take a couple shots at Nice, who were to the north of them, but then they heard these shots between Ghost and Furious, and it looks like they're opting to third party this one, possibly. We see them on the mini-map right above them on this hill, but timing is everything, right? Timing is everything. I think HH24 realizing, okay, we're about to be pushed, pulling off that revive, and let's see what will happen as Silas doing some donuts here, trying to get the run over onto Tensa and steal that kill point. But S2G, this is one of those teams I really want to see. They are #1 in the lobby, and I want to see like how they handle it when they don't get favored in these zones, when they have to deal with these challenging rotations in the late game. Silas, looking to get a possible run over to open up the engagement here. Spec in the smokes, Timber pulling up on the tree for that support. Silas, talk about the distraction play right here. I can only imagine, I'm in the smokes, I'm Ghost Gaming. You hear all the action around you, but Spec with the UMP doesn't care. We'll be connecting onto Timber, and here comes Bayo popping out of the smoke, looking for that drop shot. Do you drop shot, bro? VSS, Bayo trying to come back at final form here, but Silas from behind, taking down Ghost Gaming.
That's right, S2G, we played that game, the timing perfectly. You said when do we come over that hill? Well, we came it over the perfect time. We saw the kill feed light up, and then they make their move, and they find themselves in the second position. They find themselves not with a zone, no. The rest of Black Dragons here are going to continue to steal away that zone through from S2G. They make the move first, they have the slight hill advantage, they gain the information, the higher ground there, but Silence P, that nade was beautiful coming in from Black Dragons, and they let it rain over him. 7 barely alive. 7 goes down here too. Kelsey the only one alive. You can easily see BD, Black Dragons, stealing this one away and flying high.
Yeah, look at Golden, kind of separated from their teammates right here. Could really play spoiler, really close. Within grenade range almost. So if Golden can get that intel, maybe toss a grenade, get a double knock on a S2G, you have to assume that'll be it. And like Golden gonna be popping that buggy, pulling back just a little bit. They don't want to throw here. They do not have a chicken dinner yet, so I can imagine the pressure right now from the Black Dragons high.
Black Dragons, they're stepping further forward. They're looking, of course, they've used and exposed all the nades, the smokes as well. The last of their utility. S2G, they're using it though to their advantage. A wall of smoke to blind away the eyes of the Black Dragons as they find one. They find potentially 2 here. Rep 7 dodging left, right. Can he find it? No, he cannot. He'll be knocked down by Romalozny. And now there goes the rest of the front line. Back to the back of Silas Pugh. S2G, another nade goes wide, but it's not enough. 1-for-1 trade. It's now all down. Silas Pugh himself. It's a 1v1, rightly so. Golden versus Silas as he dips around, but the eyes, they're so strong for Black Dragon. Still those non-first down members giving the information away for Golden as he steps away over the hill.
Oh no, Silas gonna be cooking a grenade, gonna be tossing a grenade, chunking down just a little bit of Golden, but Golden going for that return out here. And Silas knows Golden probably looking for this pickup, probably looking for this revive. I don't think it's going to be possible. Golden needs to make sure to be locked and loaded, ready to take this engagement. Silas going to be pushing with the UMP, going for that spray down, about 50% HP, but from behind, the explosion. S2G, winner, chicken dinner. That is 5 chicken dinners, super weekend #1. They're looking for the money, man.
They are.
S2G.
They're hitting 200 points now, Dave. They are rolling, steam rolling away from the rest of everyone inside of these other 19 teams. And PMGC It's just, I can't even spit words out my mouth. I'm so surprised here, Dave, at how far ahead they are. I mean, it's a statement play to come in, getting those chicken dinners. I mean, they look like a different team. Yes, they got that zone with those mid-game plays, but they capitalized on that zone beautifully, coming in at that right time. As you said, keeping in the back support, making sure no one could aggress them until actually they could aggress and everyone else onto Ghost, onto Furious Gaming. It was beautiful to watch.
Yeah, well, they didn't get those last zones, right? And that's kind of what I had my eye on, because a lot of times that they do get the chickens, it's like they're in the final zones, they have a compound, they have some type of hard cover, and it kind of just goes to them like there's some type of zone magnet. But this time around, they finally had to push out. They didn't have that 5th additional squad mate that I'm going to call the hard cover that they took up towards that early to mid game, and they did a really good job. Timing was everything. They recognized Ghosts were getting pushed by Furious Gaming, I do recall, and they pushed over that hill and they took advantage of that themselves. So that third party really strong this game for S2G, and S2G, they need to make sure to capitalize on as many points as possible this weekend, because I guarantee you at the end of this super weekend, all these teams, they're going to go back, they're going to watch the VODs, and they're going to have a magnifying glass on S2G to see how they've been doing it here in the lobby.
Yeah, it's about that surprise factor, right? Coming out in the first week, no one expected S2G to be such a dominant form. Yes, played decent, you could say, in that league stage play, but it's when you come to the super weekend, they turned it up. Talked about gears of the vehicle. I don't think it's a number high enough. They're on gear 100 right now when they're steamrolling past everyone else. Now, you're looking to, as you said rightly so, what can these teams learn? Because it's been so many of these other teams that we talked about time and time again. They looked in form coming into this tournament, like Na'Vi, like K7, like, of course, even the heads of Ghost in some form through the league stage in those first few couple of days, but it's been upsets after upsets after upsets, and it's been these newer teams, even included, I think, Fenerbahce is one of those squads, right? In the previous game, coming up to play, they have been the ones on top.
Hey, Furious with the pull-ups here, backseat the buggy, talk about confidence. Next time you do that, though, I want to see it work. I want to see you come out on top, but Silas, gotta say, if we gave out individual MVP awards per game, Silas definitely getting that one this game. We saw them in a couple clutch moments, this one of them. And S2G, when we talk about cooking in the kitchen with the recipe, right now, they got it. They got it going on. So with 2 more games to go, I can only imagine how are they going to translate this winner wearing chicken dinner into that next game with that momentum that they just gathered here in this game.
Oh man, Dave's talking about kitchen metaphors with me. They're stirring every one of those other 15 teams in the cooking pot, and they are making a broth for everyone to be included for. I mean, to be fair, S2G, they're rolling away with these points, and they're probably very likely to come out on top in this super weekend. Now, we got to toss back and see, can any of these teams also step up with S2G?
S2G winning the match. I mean, we already talked about Izzy Glitter. We already said that S2G probably going to go on ahead and continue to hold on to their reign of terror, power, whatever you want to call it. Potentially we're going to win that game, and then they did. Gotta say, though, Zute, Black Dragons gave him a little bit of a run. That was really close in the end.
Yeah, if it wasn't Black Dragons winning that match, because Black Dragons didn't have a chicken dinner yet, it would be S2G. You know, they're keeping that up. Everyone only gets 1 chicken dinner or no chicken dinner, and S2G, like, that last game, the way they fought through multiple teams, Ghost Gaming included, it was quite the finish for them. 10 elims, 25 total points. And I think what it was is, you know, S2G, they had 4 chicken dinners, right? That's 1 chicken for each player. And I think they finally feel a little bit more hungry now, and they want seconds. So the first 2 games, they were still feeling like, oh, we're still kind of full, eating a chicken each. But now they want seconds, and they got another chicken. Up to 5. Will they get the 2-for-1 special in traditional S2G fashion? We'll see next game. But yeah, they close it out. Black Dragons, a team that was more towards the bottom, had a really good game, 21 points. The Knights still showing up, 14 points. That's really good for the Knights. And Mad, another good game from Mad and Furious Gaming. So the bottom teams definitely pulling some points up. One team towards the bottom, I gotta mention it though, is Na'Vi. They managed to get 4 points this time, which is actually better than they have been doing, but it's definitely not too good, Glitter.
Yeah, especially, when you take into consideration the last couple games of the day, but then also this entire Super Weekend, they're definitely struggling a little bit. I mean, it felt like they were kind of getting camped there by football, as football's really shutting them down early, preventing them from really being able to do anything. But you know what I think I've realized here, Zoo, is that we're just like one game behind on these predictions a little bit here. Okay, S2G decided to step up to play the game after we say that they're going to do well, so maybe there's just a delay at this point.
Maybe. And Black Dragons getting the MVP. I like that. So even though they didn't win that game, they could have. I feel like that was their game to win. They still did enough in the form of getting the match MVP. Going over to Romulus, and this is the second time we've seen this player up here, so definitely showing up. 44% team contribution, 1,050 damage, pretty much 5 elims. Definitely putting up the stats. Just fell a little bit short, but they fell short to S2G, the most dominant team right now in this lobby. So can't really blame them. The way S2G recovered from that was also just insane to see, Span.
Absolutely disgusting damage for a singular match as well. I have to point that out. Unfortunately, only 5 eliminations, but they obviously were trying to do the work to get that chicken dinner, but S2G were just, held on a little bit better than the rest of Black Dragons. I mean, at the end there, like, if you had to ask me which team was going to win, like, while they're at that rock, I would have been like, I have absolutely no idea, because at this point, they're just trading back and forth, and it looks like Romulosan, it looks like his only contender is, of course, his own teammate. So, fuck using. So, 5 eliminations to 3 eliminations, 1,048 damage to 804 damage, 44%, 31%. I mean, oh man. They obviously, Black Dragons, this match, they were just feeling themselves in this one, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, that is the majority of the team contribution, right, between these two players. So, they definitely had an incredibly strong performance for themselves. Solid amount of eliminations on the board as well. Like we said before, all those points are going to matter, so that's a massive performance. And honestly, 800 damage is nothing to be upset with. I mean, 800 damage for only 3 eliminations. Really, really good job there on behalf of both of these players. And for me, we'll see it in just a little bit, but I feel like the only mistake that Black Dragons really made that entire game was backing off there at the end.
Well, we'll be seeing a recap of that for sure. And we have a lot of other highlight moments from that game to recap. But before we get there, let's take a look at the standings. Once again, S2G, the point gap is widening. We haven't even mentioned the point gap, but let's take a look after that chicken. All right, they are 80 points. 80 entire points ahead of second place. That is ridiculous. I almost want to say, if they don't make the next 2 Super Weekends, they could even be in top 16.
Can you imagine?
I mean, I want to see this team more, but we can take a screenshot of this, just stop it, to have that number in our minds after the last games played, and just see if they could have made it if they missed the next 2. But going down into rank number 2, Unicorns of Love, they pop back up into second place, taking it from Fenerbahce, but tied in points. Alpha 7 still in that 4th place spot, wanting to take that 2nd place position, of course. And the other teams here, Mad actually dropping down a little bit. I said Mad had a good game, but Black Dragons had an even better game and passed up Mad. So now Black Dragons in 9th, Mad Bulls in 10th. And of course, some teams are still just hovering in the same place. Some teams are actually even slipping down further in the leaderboards, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the one thing that I wanted to see about this overall ranking was you were pointing out that 80-point lead up there for S2G. They literally have more points in just their lead than everybody else that is below Black Dragons. That is insane.
That's
crazy. Nasty. Wow. I also have to say, you said the points as well, that they're 80 points above the team in second place. I'd like to point out that Alpha 7 got 80 points in a singular day yesterday, and that was the most out of all the other teams for climbing that. So just in a singular day, Alpha 7 got 80 points, and that is how much further up S2G is. That means S2G will just like not have to participate. You're right, an entire super weekend if anybody was to hope to even catch up to them. But you guys know the drill as well. After that match, go on ahead, launch up PUBG Mobile, because it is time for the fan favorite vote. Play PUBG Mobile, vote for your favorite PMGC teams and players, and get rewards. You can get a voting ticket by logging into the game, watch live in the Esports Center, and of course share your voting page with your friends. Get information in there as well, but go play PUBG Mobile and get millions of rewards, various pink level permanent items, of course only during the PMGC League period. PMGC exclusive treasure boxes are also a thing as well. If y'all didn't know, take a look at that pan, that outfit, that parachute. If all you have to do is watch PMGC live on YouTube or in game on the Esports Center, get the PMGC token, and of course redeem it to get the PMGC permanent items in PUBG Mobile. So there's a couple more treasure boxes. Go on ahead and keep up with that. But match again, S2G winning the game again. I mean, we're saying at this point they were overdue for a win today, and it looks like they're able to grab it. Zute, take it away with the recap of our Erangel match.
Yeah, we're going to start this one, of course, with none other than S2G. We're going to look at their rotations. That's what we're going to be doing right now. And so at the start, S2G, they made that first rotation way up there really quickly to the center of zone. They had a split loot and Gakko, which allows them that quick, fast rotation. So they take that center position early. They shift on the next circle, take another strong position, and this is just how they kind of got into the late game. They held that position at the compound, a very comfy spot, so to say. But when they had to break out and start fighting, oh man, this team, they could do it all. They got the rotations down, the macro play, right? That's what Span told me about this team. This team is really known for their placements and their macro. But they have changed that, not just to be known for the macro, but also their aggression and team fighting. They had to take out multiple teams here. They lost one player there, but they took out, I believe it was Ghost Gaming. They had to scrap their way through multiple squads. And then when we all thought S2G was done and dusted, they got that revive. They recouped and had an insane finish for that chicken dinner.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to, we'll show you guys that towards the end so you can see what I'm talking about when I say the only mistake that I think Black Dragon made there was backing off and allowing S2G to fully stabilize as a team before finishing off that game, because I think had maybe Golden, who I believe was that player that was split up, push around, made a little bit of an advance there when a lot of S2G was low, having taken damage right after that res. It might have gone the way of Black Dragon, but now we'll never know. Of course, there were some other very important fights that went on here. First of all, this fight that was here between Unicorns of Love and Footballist and Zute.
Super scrappy.
It's Nade's day today.
Yeah. This was such a scrappy fight. Like, it was back and forth. I wanted to highlight this because it was like an isolated, chaotic 4v4 on the edge of the map with potential third parties. You see right there, they did end up getting third partied, but it was a crazy fight to start off this game, so to say. And then of course here we had a three-way fight. Furious Gaming try and push into Ghost Gaming. Once again, S2G playing very patient. We've seen S2G third-party teams before, and they come in at the most opportune time, just playing it slow, letting Ghost Gaming get whittled down by Furious Gaming, one of the teams that we thought could maybe get a chicken dinner here as well, but they did not. And it was a good fight. Ghost Gaming got super hurt. HH24 trying to go for that revive, but the nades also come in over the top by S2G. Well, it just worked out perfectly for them.
Yeah, honestly, I thought that prior to that third party by S2G that Ghost might have had that one in the bag, especially when we saw how they were kind of in this 2-2 split. I thought that might be able to work out in their favor. Unfortunately, it did not, and Tensa has suffered at the hands of yet another vehicle. It is just an unfortunate day for him when it comes to those run over eliminations. But S2G, and you know, we kind of hinted at this from the last game, they're just looking so methodical, so patient, very, very clean and confident with their decisions. And I felt like that was reflected in this third party, because while Spec is able to do some damage, it was just there. He was facing an entire squad. You know, you can only do so much.
Yeah, and I love the car use too. We saw the two players of S2G just drive circles like sharks onto Ghost Gaming. The second Ghost Gaming get distracted by those cars, the players on foot will push them, so I love that strategy. But the resets, S2G was cornered right here earlier behind a rock, and Black Dragons had all the angles, but the second they get that reset, notice how all of S2G immediately split up. They push their different angles. They each are like a solo man army at this point because they know they can't group up. If they group up, it's easy picks for Black Dragons. So the confidence in that grenade comes out right as he gets knocked, and this whole fight was a 1-for-1 trade back and forth. We were all screaming, and the ending was even more beautiful, Glitter.
Yeah, if that nade didn't hit, then this game would have gone the way of Black Dragons as well. There were so many times where it was anybody's game. The throwables were so clutch. You see S2G is able to chip away a little bit with that frag there, and knowing that they should be able to kind of start pushing up on this situation, because at this point, that full elimination doesn't matter. S2G knows that it's just a 1v1 fight. They have a little bit of a health advantage. They push up, and they are able to take the win with the cheeky car explosion, though, Zoo.
Yes. Yeah, the car explosion. I think he was just shooting at the player, but that buggy must have been on fire the whole time. Black Dragons probably thought that buggy was blown up already. I've made that mistake as a competitive player when the car is like on fire. It's like, okay, that car is blown up. It's probably done. But like 2 UMP bullets like chinked it and boom. And that was the win. Amazing finish and in spectacular fashion, as per usual from S2G.
Yep, and there they are, taking their rightful place in the very center of our today's matches graphic. Beautiful. Of course, Knights, Mad Bulls taking the first 2 matches, and we have 2 matches left. You kind of posed the question at the beginning, will S2G be able to continue their 2 wins in a row streak? The only difference here, though, is that we said that they have 3 wins now on Erangel, 2 wins on Miramar. They have 0 of their wins on Sanhok. And at the very beginning, we kind of talked about Sanhok. That is the map that usually an entirely different team goes on ahead and actually shines on their Zute.
Yeah, Sanhok is usually the most aggressive team, kind of comes out ahead. It does matter, strategy does matter, and the circle shifts do play a huge role, but Rise Esports was the winner of Sanhok on the first day, and then Rise actually stole that win away from S2G. They had it was a 3v2. S2G was pushing Rise, and then 1 grenade from Rise knocked 2 players. So that could have been S2G's game, but it wasn't. So Rise got a chicken on Sanhok, and then yesterday, Alpha 7 got a win on Sanhok. Both aggressive teams, both out of Brazil. So it'd be hard for S2G to match that power in Sanhok against teams like that. But we'll just have to wait and see, Span.
Which is stronger, the Brazilian teams on Sanhok or S2G's need to get 2 wins in a row? We will find out after this break, a little bit longer than the rest. But don't worry, y'all. We will be back with the last 2 matches after this.
Sightlines, and you see that player almost taken out. And you know what? Those players up there are pinging exactly, fighting with Aton. Aton about to take that one out. We're down to a 4v2, 4v3 situation. Move does not work though, but actually Syndicate does get a knockback, and just as I say that, they are finished out. 4 kills,
but is able to get that support from the rest of his squad and just abuse Mazex's Solitude. Stayed in that vehicle. Totally forgot it was.
They're taking shots at everybody.
Yeah, at this point, it's just YOLO send them, be able to save them, and
to be really had. And yeah, that's one. I think that's easy confirmed for Sam just as well. So scrappy fight. It's all around everyone. 1v1s left and right, and oh, Chico gets drop-shotted.
Losing one for 4 points, that is solid. A7, though, in the fields, trying to avoid the gunshot from...
Olo goes down, forced to hop up, and that's the one for HH. HH might just spray the grass here and take down the rest of XSET.
Nerves of steel from Boring Protocol, but will it be enough? They do get the revive, but the shots are here from Ghost. Fame Boys looking to trade one back. And we're looking at a bit of another fight breaking out here. This time B-Town hot off the victory in the last one, running into the Knights, and they are down in addiction. These nades have been looking really good.
Rise is going to be able to take the fight they want to take, find the shots. P in a 1v3, what can they do, Dave? Can they find the shots? Oh! This one, let's take a look at Black Dragons and those two teams I just mentioned. Team Queso seems to have their eyes. They do not want to lose a player, and oh, long range. Oh my goodness!
Put out the pressure, they'll get that revive. XSET full sending again, this time into Ogilvy. J7 is not, kill switch is done, and Thurston.
Aynısını söylemeyeceğiz. Son HP Vesi'yi çekecek. Sonrasında uzun mucizeleriyle beraber tabii ki Erangel de çok güzel puanlar toplamıştı ama ikinci bir mucize yüksek ihtimalle gelmeyecek burada.
And their careful approach, their caution, their patience, it's paid off. They've had to wait a couple of months for the package to arrive, but the circle's here finally. But jumps out of the vehicle. Now it has to be a really slick movement. They've controlled the lower floor. This is really well played, getting that. I mean, there's nowhere for him to...
Come on, Mad Bulls, you can do it. The advantage in terms of position, they push on forward. Effect is trying to help him on the sideline. Saltgate gets a knock on the yin yang, and Effect can do nothing about that.
У них серьезные проблемы. Викар продолжает душить, но эффект падает ног с помощью осколочной гранаты, которые слетят масоны, потому что Сузи очень агрессивно въезжает. Yin-Yang с двух сторон будет прострел. Чат по сути.
Продавили они в меньшинстве. Коллектив Magic Pride.
It's going to cook up a nade. We've seen the next phase pop up. It's shifted down to southeast. It is going to be that coastline finish. Rip 7 takes a hell of a lot of damage, but yet to get confirmed. So this is going... There you go.
Rotasyondaki rakibine oldukça iyi headshotlar yekta. Hemen burada Timur görüldü. Kudur. Bura almak isteyecek. Bedava bir puan var burada Kudur için. Ne kaldı?
Açı vermek isteyecek orada Dark.
Vermek istemiyorlar Fenerbahçe'ye. Rip 7'da bombasıyla... Güzel bir bombası var. Araç var. Aracı çarptı orada. Bir kıvılcımlar çıktı. Rebellion ne yaptı? Ne?
24 players alive, and Savian tries to make something happen for Papara, but the blue is ticking away.
Beautiful nade from Lavaz, and that sealed the deal for Fenerbahce. Now we see Supermassive Blaze, but Power coming in. Tron!
Run, gonna take the buggy, and that's how it ended up. Meanwhile, amazing spray coming from Fresh, finds one.
Continues to put pressure on the last player, 12-18. Lin jumps in.
Kind of a situation it is, and Bullock just charging in forward. The goal call has been made.
Force has gone towards them all. Eastern side once more, and unfortunately, it looks like it once more. A little bit of a dip dive dodge missing. This is definitely where we say don't give the points over, because Team Queso, as we know, are also struggling. But actually saying that a double not coming through for Manin, it does not just previously have given that up towards Na'Vi, who weren't even in the vicinity coming in.
Exactly. XSET though again. Just unfortunate things happening to Xset again. And it's a prime example of that kill switch and Polo got taken down. I feel like Polo has always been the man who is the first one to go down, no matter what kind of a situation it is. And Bullock just charging in forward. The goal call has been made. Bullock looking really strong in this fight.
Yeah, indeed. Of course, that zone, of course, has gone towards the wall. Eastern side once more, and unfortunately, it looks like it once more. A little bit of a dip dive dodge. Mythic. He's found 2. Can he find 3? That's a surprise factor you were looking for. And unfortunately, Team Case was feeling like it's lights out already, and have only just got back onto Miramar. And this feels dastardly. That's the double knock that we were looking for. Goodbye, my cheesy friends. The Yalla will be the final one to drop to second place. They can survive and get those 12 points. But here comes the pain train to the mad fools. It's just like a Spanish fool fight. They're gonna charge their way up. And there's no escape. There's no jumping over the wall. They come up with that miracle game, but it's not happening this week. Gonna have to sit out. You gotta believe, Exil. It might just be able to survive both for now a little bit longer as Eastern Stars.
PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to the 2021 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. To the top teams across all regions, we have a message for you. The Middle East, you have proven your worth. Now, make your formidable debut on the PMGC stage. South Korea, forget the past. This year, show the world you've ascended. Remind the world of South Korea's raw talent. Japan, you came so close last year. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Bring it back better than ever. The Americans, you're the alpha dogs that dominated the West. Now, lead the pack on the world stage. Southeast Asia, you took down so many strong teams on your journey to the top. It's time for a comeback on the global stage. Europe, it's now or never. Push your limits and surprise us all. This is the moment to create your legacy. South Asia, you were the dark horse of 2020. Amaze those who would underestimate you again. China, you carry the crown of last year's PMGC. Now, with everyone's eyes on you once more, can you secure back-to-back victories? PMGC needs a champion. The world needs a champion. Who will stand victorious in the end? Who will be next to glory?
Hello, welcome back after that break. We're now here with the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021 West League Super Weekend. And we're going into our very last 2 games of our first Super Weekend. Zute. Up next is Sanhok. We already kind of talked about this a little bit before the break. Sanhok, the Brazilian teams are absolutely awesome when it comes to this map, but also S2G. They seem to be really well-rounded, seem to be able to do anything. Who's gonna take it?
Yeah, to remind everyone of yesterday's Sanhok, first, second, and third were all the Brazilian teams, and I think 7 added up the elims that they had in total. It was like 30 plus elims coming out of 3 teams, so it's like the Brazilians just cleaned the lobby almost. So that was a really dominant performance in Sanhok. So coming into this one, I'm gonna use that as like a kind of a heads up in terms of who's gonna do well. It's gonna be, I feel like it's gonna be one of those 3 teams. It's gonna be either Alpha 7, Rise, or Black Dragons. Because I mean, Black Dragons last game also did really well. So there's a lot of momentum coming into this. But of course, the Sanhok circle itself, where is that circle gonna shift? Because that very first circle, I feel like, is gonna determine a lot in terms of which team has a chance to succeed and which team, well, they see that circle and maybe they should just load up on the meds at that point, Glitter.
Listen, I'm gonna do it because 7 is not here to do it, all right? But do Brazil, okay? I am on board for Brazil for this Sanhok match. I have been waiting for this. I agree that this is, of all the maps, this has become Brazil's forte somehow. And between, for me, I know Black Dragons just had a strong game, so they've got a little bit of momentum, but I'm still looking at A7. I'm still looking at Rise, even over that momentum, because they are just scary on this map.
Oh man, this puts a lot of pressure then. Are they going to go on ahead and win this, or is S2G going to go on ahead and grab what they want as well? We already talked about which is stronger, the Brazilian teams or the need for S2G to win 2 games in a row. I mean, luckily we don't have too much longer to wait, but going into Sanhok, I'm a little bit interested on what's going to happen, because Zutei did mention the circle, of course. S2G usually goes on ahead and sets themselves up very well when it comes to really hard zones, but for Sanhok, it just seems to kind of elude them. What's the difference between the Sanhok and Miramar and Erangel for them, you think?
Well, before I even get into the difference in that, the biggest difference is on Sanhok, S2G has to contest Ghost Gaming on a hot drop. They've beat Ghost Gaming 2-0 so far. Sanhok Day number 1, they beat them. Sanhok Day number 2, they beat them. And Ghost Gaming, they're sitting in a comfortable position in terms of overall points. So most likely Ghost Gaming is going to keep contesting them, because eventually at some point, right, Ghost Gaming wants to assert dominance and just kick them out if it comes to it, right? Because when you head into the finals, we're still a couple of days off, or not a couple of days off, a couple weeks off. Yeah, a couple weeks off the finals, but once we get into the finals, every game becomes much more crucial. There's a lot more limited amount of games, and if you could claim a drop spot for yourself now in the Super Weekend, in the leagues, you best believe you want to do it. So keep dropping on each other. So we're going to have to first see S2G and Ghost Gaming. Who's going to come out on top of that one first before we can maybe see S2G win out the match glitter?
That's, you know, the thing that I like about that, though, is that while, like you're saying, Ghost is in a pretty comfortable position right now. They're doing solidly in points. They're not the very tippy top, but they're in a nice, comfy spot. I at least like the fact that there is a team that is willing to contest the likes of S2G, because there's going to be a point where there's no catching up, right? And that is going to be essentially a full spot. That first place is just gone. There's no contention for it whatsoever, which is shrinking down the pool of available top spots that those teams want to be in to continue on this journey, right? So finals are always kind of looming over everyone. They know where they need to be in order to get into there. And if Ghost is going to be the team that's willing to even attempt to try to slow S2G down a little bit, I'm here for it. I'd love to see that. And for all we know, that could be the one thing that really sparks some more Ghost momentum. We've already seen them starting to pick it up here today, and if they can have a successful start to this game with that S2G encounter, that could be huge for Ghost.
Oh geez, yeah, so we'll see. Will they go on ahead and win this next one? S2G, though, has been really dominant when it comes to that Ghost. I wonder if at this point they are just going to go on ahead and kind of just stay away from each other. I feel like the answer is probably no, but I mean, we'll see. Both of these teams obviously have the points that they want. Zutei, you already talked about it. They're kind of battling it out. It's kind of interesting, right? Everything kind of just sets you up for the next thing. League play, getting in the top 16 is the only thing that matters. Everything else doesn't matter. It's just getting those spots, making sure you're going to make it into the Super Weekend, and the same thing kind of for the Super Weekend going into the finals. Obviously the points matter only to be getting into the top 16, but then as an additional layer, they want to set themselves up for the best success when it comes to the final. So these are kind of just like advanced practices, I guess you could say. They're trying to go on ahead and take their spots, make sure nobody else is going to be contesting them, take boot camp, of course, specifically for S2G and Ghost, and just kind of figure out what's going to work best for them. So it does seem like maybe S2G kind of faltering on Sanhok because they have to deal with that initial hot drop with Ghost, or maybe even just the rotations. They aren't as far away from people as they really can be on Miramar and Erangel. Everybody else, they're just everywhere in Sanhok. The map is much too small for anything for a big rotation to happen. I think maybe that's where S2G could potentially falter. I think maybe there's something else Oh, it was on the tip of my tongue. There's something else I wanted to add.
I got
can't quite remember.
I got you. I got you. Yesterday, so they won the hot drop, but what happened right after was Black Dragons. They knew S2G's in that Paradise Resort, and the zone was south, away from Paradise. So instead of Black Dragons rotating into zone and letting S2G come behind them, Black Dragons literally just camped all around Paradise, set up a trap, and then just hunted down the stragglers of S2G. So S2G has to worry about that too now. But good thing for them, it happened yesterday, so they're going to be more prepared for it today if we do see a Southern Circle. But still, they got to beat Ghost Gaming first. So the S2G, they've got a lot to do. And like you said, the rotations, not like Erangel or Miramar where you have space to yourself to rotate, right? Immediately after you finish a fight, there is a team just only like maybe 200 meters away, at least a player that's 200 meters away that could hear those gunshots and potentially call that team over.
I'm glad you actually brought up Black Dragons kind of encroaching on them on Sanhok, because in our first Sanhok, they didn't do that whatsoever. It was kind of just like a singular two teams versus each other in Paradise there. Nobody else really came and bothered them. But day two, obviously Black Dragons realized that that was an opportunity for them to capitalize off of. So coming into day three, kind of curious to see if that's going to go on ahead and happen again, or there's some other stuff happening around the map that people could potentially capitalize off of. Zute, is there anything else that you think something like that could happen? Because as we know, that's not the only hot drop or place where people are right next to each other.
Well, besides hot drops, besides the actions, this is only the third game of Sanhok, right? So the circle, a lot of teams could get thrown in a weird circle that we haven't seen yet. Like one circle that we haven't seen, Glitter, you know, is that northwestern zone ending. That, you know, that one's always spicy. So Glitter, are you hoping for, like, if you could pick one zone on Sanhok, which type of zone is the most entertaining for you?
I mean, I wouldn't be mad at a hot 10 zone at all if we can get anything up there that could be very, very interesting, forcing teams to cross over water, which always gets a little bit sketchy too when they have to decide to make that push, or if they decide to try and like slow play it and wait for everyone else to go before they do. I love all of the potential chaotic outcomes that can happen on Sanhok. It is probably my favorite map to watch all of these teams battle it out on. So if we haven't had that northwestern zone yet, that's what I want to see.
Okay, hot 10, not the top of the mountain.
No, we're gonna no. What happens is, the reason I said hot 10 is because I want them to think it's gonna be top of the mountain. Everyone's gonna go and try to set up around it and then have to rotate off when it shifts. Okay, I'm going for the extra chaos.
And I know why you're saying that, because that was what happened that one time that Nova won, which is Glitter's favorite team, which did not qualify to this. So maybe Glitter is just like trying to get flashbacks of the glory days of Nova right now. You know, like trying to replay the circles because Nova's not here. But shout out to Nova. They're a really good team. Unfortunately, they didn't make it. So, I mean,
I just heard her heart
throw
shatter.
that aside.
How dare you bring that up, Zute? Well, what's also interesting with that is that hot 10 actually is usually contested as well. So maybe if it does go up there, it'll definitely be interesting. Luckily, we do not have to wait because it is starting right about now. Sanhok, our second to last match of today, throwing it to Mustache Dave and Necro.
Nova, who? We're talking about S2G. We're talking about Unicorns of Love. We're talking about Fenerbahce here. Sanhok, baby. Let's get into it. 2 more games to go. Super Weekend number 1. We're looking at the West League. You tuned in to the best stream. So let's get into the match, man. Will we get the hot drop that the analysts were chatting about? That's what I want to know.
Let's go, baby. The West side is the best side. And, well, you talk about the Final Four teams, man. Well, there are teams like Furious Gaming, Na'Vi, surprisingly. And then you have Chaos Next, Ruya, and Aton. I mean, the biggest surprise for me is Na'Vi, without a doubt. But talking about surprises, this is not a surprise anymore. S2G clashing against Ghost in Paradise Resort, Dave.
S2G 3-1 split right here, man. Let's see what they can do.
Yeah, let's see what they can do. Kelsey already finds one player, and now Ghost really off to a bad start inside this one. But guess what? Beowulf managing to trade things out and even things out over here. So now man advantage being evened out. Ghost must be feeling a little better. H2G, though, on the other hand, they're down with a 3-man squad. Ghost can try and get up the fallen man spec. But let's just see, is that going to be the case or not? Because H2G, they're just charging it forward.
S2G looking to be #1 of Paradise. Silas, though, catching a couple bullets to the dome right there. Well, thankfully for their teammate Timber, able to at least get a knock in return, maybe get the pickup, maybe get the revive, but you have to assume HH24 looking to seal the deal, looking to take out Timber right now to claim Paradise for themselves. Timber, nice molly to block their doorway. That might buy them some time right now to get the pickup, get their teammate back up. Oh, but HH24 with that free fire, looking to get the connect, looking to take them out. The gas can play. Doesn't even need to use it. S2G, see you later, alligator.
Oh man, this time Ghost are the one who comes out on top. S2G, well, it seems like after such a great performance in that previous game, this time they're not really going to be able to keep up with it. On the other hand, Footballist, I mean, Dave, we were having to talk about behind the scenes, and you said you're really going with Footballist, and this time it seems like they're getting dismantled.
Let me get a Footballist in the Soul Case. I don't know if you knew it, but today's Sunday playing, so that equals 1 + 1 = 2 Soul Case Sunday as Lutz on the high ground. Knocked down and out, but okay. What's going on here, though? We're going into the cave with McLaren. I don't know. Is this the Bat Cave?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what literally just popped up in my mind first. I was like, yeah, this is the Bat Cave, man.
What's going on? What are they doing? Surviving. That's what they're doing. Surviving after losing 1. So Black Dragons looking to blow hot fire. Honestly, last game, pretty solid performance. Almost clutching it out, almost getting that winner chicken dinner. They heard the shots from S2G. They know exactly what's happening over here. Look at Golden. Army crawling, trying to get closer, trying to sneak up. Really trying to catch Ghost Game and off guard right here. And look at the spread that the Black Dragons have right now. I like this a lot.
Yeah, me too, man. They're also gaining a lot of intel with that. I mean, Golden getting that kind of audio cues from the side of Ghost, and now the man in the back is giving all the visual cues he can. Ghost, we have the 2-2 split coming in as well from their side, but guess what? In the kill feed, we see Lovazin kind of running players over Aton. That's a huge knock being found, but guess what? Huge knocks, and it's on the other side of Ghost now. Tensa falls down. That's a big man taking out the game, and the Black Dragons looking to take over Paradise Resort.
Yeah, and that surprise factor, it's gone, right? It's no longer to be had from the Black Dragons, but that is going to be a pickup, 1 kill point, 1 elim point very early on. Onto Tensa, too. Really strong player. CQC on point from Tensa. A veteran in the game, so that's a good player to take out from Ghost Gaming. So Black Dragons with their 4 up. This might be their window of opportunity to try to collapse. And after Tensa getting confirmed just like that, in about 2 seconds, Ghosts are like, okay, boys, let's not hold it down no more. We got our loot. We got 4 elim points early on from S2G. Let's not risk it. Let's try to get those survivor points right now. Let's try to get those placement points right now. And they are going to be pulling off.
Exactly, the survival points, man.
Survival
That's what
points.
they're really looking for. Yep. That's what they're really looking for. But we have a couple of teams, Dave, you know, that have been really going for those elim points, man. Especially teams like Rise Esports. They have like 59 kill points, and then they only have like 50 placement points. That in itself just shows the confidence that Rise is putting up inside these games that they're having. And they're just not scared to take any fights, right? As soon as they see a fight Rise, they're either going to be the one, the third party, or they're just going to be straight up just rushing inside those fights. On the other hand, a team like A7 always have the control of the hill. Last time I remember, I think so, if I'm not wrong, it was Navi who just ran into them like headless chicken in yesterday's Sanhok, and they got taken. I mean, at least a couple of players from that team got taken out.
Yeah, Navi, very interesting team to always kind of double back on and look at, you know, because they're at the bottom. Once again, this is exactly kind of what happened during the league play. They barely qualified. They clutched down those last 2 games of league play to qualify for Super Weekend. They started Super Weekend looking like they were back into that Na'Vi kind of form that everybody knows them to have from CIS. They are so dominant in that region, so many titles, so many gold medals, but here in this lobby, they have really been struggling, right? They've been on that struggle bus, currently in 14th position after 13 games played. They got 30 kills and 30 placement points, so a nice 50-50, but not where they want to be, of course. You want to be at the top with that 50-50, like S2G with 105 placement points and 104 kill points. But we'll see. 2 more games to go. Maybe Na'Vi, they're going to tighten up here in this game, get a couple elim points, maybe get that chicken dinner. And like we saw earlier from Mad Bulls, they were also at the bottom. They got a chicken dinner, and they shot up the leaderboards, right? So all it takes is one chicken, and that will really help you when we do talk about these teams at the very bottom. But talk about needing some help. We saw Eastern Stars. They're on a boat, Tate. They're going to be wrapping around that east side here. I love it. I love me a team that takes a boat, Tate. They need to make sure to be far enough out that they're not going to be spotted and somebody takes some shots and blow them up. And talk about another player we're looking at here from Furious, Scream. Talk about just playing so passive. Talk about trying not to get spotted. The discipline right there.
Yeah, definitely. I gotta say, as you mentioned, the discipline, not really showing himself too much. They're just making sure his identity is just anonymous at that scenario. But on the other hand, Aton, I mean, we did see the fight going on over there, but guess what? Supermassive Blaze, they're showing themselves up on the board here, and Unicorns of Love are the one who are falling prey to them. That's not really a good sign, right? Unicorns of Love, I mean, they're looking quite great on the overall rankings. I think, so if I'm not wrong, they're on the 2nd position, right above Fenerbahce. And Fenerbahce, I mean, look at this, Dave. They have 0 chicken dinners on their name, and they're still able to make it up till the top.
Yeah, and 1 chicken dinner, oh, that's going to easily shoot them up even further. Now, Fenerbahce, Dukin Machine, and Nox Bomb, I think they might have spotted something, and that's a boat out there. Very fortunate for Eastern Stars that they did not open up that fight yet, didn't open up those shots to try to get that blow up, because those boats, man, they're not the healthiest of vehicles in the game. 1 or 2 clips, bam, that will do it. That will seal the deal. And Eastern Stars, the whole team is in that boat, right? They don't have 2 boats. They don't have a boat and an aqua rail. No, 1 boat and a dream. Looks like they are going to be landing ashore here, though. So that very risky play to go all the way from the north, wrap around all the way to the east, land right there on land. It paid off for them.
But now, yep. Ghost Gaming, though, again, had quite a questionable start throughout the day, man, Dave. In this day, today, they haven't really been able to show themselves up, and that's what has been completely, you know, like replicating on their overall rankings. I mean, they were all the way in top 3, right? And now they've been pushed down to their 5th position. I mean, come on, Ghost Gaming. You got to shoot yourself back up there, you know? You got to be in the, at least in the, like, top 3, top 2. But now we have Black Dragons approaching A7. Yep, exactly. This is what I'm thinking as well. Nate comes in. Yes, it's going to find 2. It's a big one as well. 2 men fall down from Black Dragons, and just like that, they're getting dismantled pretty quickly.
Wow, the double grenade knock. We saw them pushing up the hill, the Black Dragons. I saw the Falcon on the shoulder. Like, hey, watch out. I don't know if you should push this hill, but they still pushed it anyways. Golden trying to get that return knock with their grenades. These 3 squad members of A7 just storming down the hill. Nowhere to go. GC God, it's up to you. The jump shot spray down from Senatexa to seal the deal on the Black Dragons. So Black Dragons, when you got the Falcon, you gotta listen to the calls, man. I saw the Falcon looking at him in the eyes and it's like, don't push up here. This is not the play. They didn't listen. They didn't listen to the Falcon.
Definitely listen there, man. Because A7 easily just wiped him out the game. They're like, all right, just get out of here. Easy, yeah, it's just way too easy. That nade right there just caught 2 players, and then they were just completely done, right? At that point, they should have just maybe tried to retreat, but still, retreating at that point was a little too risky. So Black Dragons just fully committed, and well, the result in front of your guys' eyes. They got eliminated on 15th position. Not looking good. Especially, well, let's just find out. I mean, Black Dragons have been pretty decent, I would say, throughout the day, but still, they can definitely do much better if you talk about what we've seen in league plays. But yeah, now we have the circle as well. Nextria is right in the smack center. As you can see, Coops from Knight is trying to spot a couple of players out. Frozen has already been spotted, down quite low, but he's going to be able to patch himself back up, and he's doing exactly that.
It's gonna be Alucard right here with the M4, just looking for that pixel, man. Look at the lineup right there. Frozen peeks her head, bam. You know, that's it. Like, you're done. Sit down, kid. So we'll see what will happen. Really looking at the Knights to kind of make that comeback. They're not doing bad. 6th place overall, but I know the Knights, they see themselves a lot higher on the overall leaderboards for Super Weekend. So let's see what they can do here. They got a nice little off-center position right here on that west side. They do have Furious Gaming, at least 2 of the squad mates down south. And Knights, they are holding a soft, very soft 2-2 split that we saw there. A couple of the players on the high ground on the hill up to north, and then 2 in that warehouse down below. So really comes down to where this next circle takes them. But I'm still thinking about the A7 fight, man. I loved how A7, they got their loot really early on. They went into the hills and just set up a trap, and they just waited. They knew for a fact that there would be a team working their way up that hill. To me, that's A7 putting in the work outside of the game, putting in the work to study their opponents and recognize, okay, this team, they always push in this direction. Let's just set up a trap. Let's camp them out. And that's exactly what they did to the Black Dragons. That's heads up, man. That's why A7, one of the best teams in the lobby.
Exactly. I mean, A7 did the same thing yesterday as well, right? All they did was just loot as quick as possible, go on top of the hill, and just wait for people to come there. And as soon as they do see, they try to keep their silence, and when they find the right moment to strike, they strike in, get those knockouts, and just easy peasy for a team like A7, right? But on the other hand, team like Na'Vi is what we're really looking for. I mean, all the time, Na'Vi and A7 in those rotations, they've been locking horns, they've been catching each other's eyes, they take quite a lot of damage. And if you talk about Na'Vi, now, in the previous game, I saw Kitsune kind of griefing again the players of Nextria in the game of Erangel. And I feel really bad because yesterday as well, what Na'Vi did was Kitsune griefed A7's game. So it's like Kitsune is the man who always likes to grief people's game, man.
Well, you know what? I don't know if it's working out. 14th position on the overall. We see them, or I see them at least on that mini map. They're going to be rotating just a little south of boot camp. They are hovering the edge of the blue zone right now, playing straight up avoidance. They're trying to avoid everybody at all costs, and I wouldn't be surprised if they actually rotate all the way up there to the north, where we did have this hard shift. A lot of teams, when they are not favored in hard shift circles, they tend to go to that really skinny side where the zone, the new zone, touches the blue practically, because you can assume there might not be any team there and it's going to be free and clear. And, well, looking at that spot, exactly, Ghosts are actually here. So we might see Ghosts set up in a nice little camping position to maybe take out Na'Vi if Na'Vi don't do some type of leapfrog action when they're scouting.
Yeah, definitely. But then Rise, if you talk about a team like them, they have got themselves right in the center. And, they can definitely make a lot of things happen in that position. But yeah, as you talked about Na'Vi as well, now I got my eyes on them. They're, again, heading in the same direction where A7 has positioned themselves. And maybe in a couple of minutes, we might just see a Na'Vi and A7 fight happen again. And, yep, exactly what I was talking about. A7 have a little high ground. Na'Vi over here on the low ground trying to rotate. Tixie's the man who is on a little scooter. Okay, well, Tixie caught an interesting means of transport for this man. But yeah, let's just find out what Na'Vi is actually trying to do, because Na'Vi, again, all the way down to 14th position, if I'm not wrong, in the overall rankings. This game is going to be an important one. Not just this game, overall, this day was really important for a team like Na'Vi, and so far, they have managed to mess it up.
We'll see. We'll see what they do. Next zone going to shift here very shortly. And one thing to note, Na'Vi, all 4 players using vehicles. Also something that a lot of teams try to avoid here on Sanhok is rotating in those vehicles. So interesting little takeaway right there. But Rise, hashtag go Rise in the chat, dead center. Will they get favored in this next circle? Well, we'll find out, because Tron from SMB. Oh, wow. They were looking to push this compound, this warehouse where Knights are. They saw the next circle, and they changed their minds at the last second. That could have been a total disaster for SMB right there.
I feel like they didn't see the next circle. They just saw Coops. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, in general, Knights, yeah, they're just standing there making sure no one's going to be passing them through. And Supermassive Blaze, yeah, got quite lucky. And I'm pretty sure they were not really Velavera Knights position. But on the other hand, we can talk about that later. Therefore now, it's going to be Furious Gaming going head-to-head against Aton. And just like that, Furious Gaming out the way, knocked off.
Aton, they need this one too, man. Dead last. When we look at these bottom teams, and the reason we're stressing these bottom teams, because there's no guarantee that they'll play next Super Weekend, right? So they really need to capitalize right here, right now. But talk about capitalizing. We got Footballists, at least a duo inside the building, trying to defend here. Frozen Kudar in the front lines, trying to make the breach.
Oh, here we go. Soul Cave with some parkour action on top of the roof now. Has a lot of advantage, and he can also give a lot of intel over to the guy who's underneath. It's Rom. Frozen spotting Rom out, and Rom quite lucky, but this nade is rich. He's going to be chunking a lot of damage out from Rom. Not really very well. Frozen's position goes right in the room and gets caught off guard. And Footballist, 2-player out the game. That's not going to be leaving them quite well for the future, and Football is not really looking good with the kind of performance they've been showing so far in the Sanhok game. They will need to try and ramp things up.
Yeah, Lava's in the last one alive right now. The Hello 2-1 split. If I was Solke, I think I would just stay prone on that roof and just hope that they don't look up there and try to get the surprise. We'll talk about the surprise. Tron catching one to the dome right there. Kaboom goes Tron. Let's see though, can Sanhok get this heal up? This is going to be in the blue zone right here, right now. But look at over here, Spec trying to toss a molly. This is Ghost Gaming and Na'Vi.
Oh, yeah, it is. And you predicted this one coming through as well. And now Ghost Gaming and Na'Vi, it seems like both these teams are pretty much on the same page. On the other hand, yup, pretty much on the same page. Ghost Gaming just left with that one last man alive. Beowulf crawling to his safety, but that's not going to be the case. Instead, Spec just gives up on him, decides to back off a little bit, trying to play it safe, trying to find himself a better positioning inside this fight. But no, it's going to be the case. Instead, Spec makes the run for his life, and he's going to be playing for those positioning points more. And now Na'Vi, I mean, at least after that little bit kind of kills that they've gotten themselves, they should be also getting a little bit of confidence booster in that one. Rise, though, charging in, but they will be instantly silenced by A7.
Carrillo for 1 point. 3 kills so far on this individual player from A7. And going back to Spec trying to run away, only 1 first aid, not enough meds. So underrated. Teams, please have that backup plan. Sanhok is the game, is the map to go for that heal off, because I've seen so many times that when things fail, when you have a solo, just heal it out, baby. Heal it out. You can easily heal it out to 3rd place for 10 points or even 2nd place for 12 points. So we'll see what Spec can do. But as I mentioned, Spec, the meds not looking really good right here. And to make matters worse, A7 right in front of him.
Oh, no. He's also going to be giving a lot of sound cues away with that run inside the zone. But yeah, I mean, Dave, you were there, right, in the PMPLS and MENA region. You were casting alongside with me, and you saw how many teams in that region, they like to use that heal battle on Sanhok, right? I mean, we saw teams like Wizards and Wives as well utilizing that. Pretty much that's what was helping them keeping those consistent point over. Yep, that's easy money right there. And I feel like over here as well, a couple of teams should try doing the same thing.
Put me in the game, coach. I know how to heal. That's what I would say on Sanhok. If you pick me up as that 5th player, only put me in on Sanhok. I guarantee a 3rd place finish with those heals. But getting back into the game, 20 minutes in the game to be exact. 10 teams up. We still got Na'Vi, we got Fenerbahce, and we got A7 up there towards the north. So we'll have to pay close attention to them. But over here, Mad Bulls. Ying yang, ying yang! Oh, baby! Look at that grenade, that lean peak grenade. Talk about threading the needle.
Oh, that's a banger one as well. 2nd one, landing quite close. Bozzy taken down at half HP. But it's going to be looking good after that one. And look at that, Fenerbahce as well, taking their chances against Matt Bull. And it's going to be none other than Duke and Machine. And Dave, I'm pretty sure that's going to be putting a smile on your face.
The Duke Master out here. The Duke and Machine. M4, grenades, nothing but money. We keep talking about money because there's so much money on the line at the end of the Super Weekend. But let's see, Duke and Machine gonna be spotting Ying Yang, throwing a molly out here, trying to get that confirmed. But don't push out too much, Duke. And Eastern Stars, a duo right on the opposite end of the boulders. Don't push your luck too far. Let's see what they can do.
Yep, I mean, Kapahala again being pinned down by a team like Aton, and they're also catching fire from Fenerbahce. And that's going to be it for Aton. Couldn't really move inside. Had the wall of death dealing a lot of damage. At the same time, Fenerbahce had their eyes locked on them. And A7 now, and suddenly they're in a huge disadvantage. And Na'Vi, they're looking to dig on enemy heels over here. Na'Vi able to take 2 players out. Senatex, I think so, is over there outside the zone. He's also taking quite a lot of damage. Carrillo is there in the front lines inside the zone, but again, he's the only man surviving, so I don't really have a lot of hopes going in from his side. And Na'Vi, just like that, easily wiped A7 out. Had a little bit of disadvantage with that low ground as well.
9 elims though from A7, they're big chilling.
Yeah.
No sweat, no fear here. They put in a lot of work throughout the entirety of that game. So getting into here, Lin from Unicorns of Love, healing. Eastern Stars got a healer out there. Let's see which one will be able to heal. Oh, but Na'Vi trying to avoid these grenades right now.
Oh, but that's not the case. They're not able to avoid it, Dave, and that's what the problem is. They're down quite low. Even the other man was quite low as well. And now Kitsune is the only one looking pretty healthy. Mekyu being confirmed, and now Kitsune is going to be all eyes on him off the entire squad of Na'Vi. He's trying to bandage himself up. He's trying to patch himself up. Actually, it was a med kit. Going to be boosting himself up to full HP, but not for long because the blue zone's taking quite a lot of damage. Tixie falls down. Na'Vi left with the only man alive, and they're not looking good. Kitsune, as always, he's going to be going for the spoil sport. He's going to be trying to spoil someone's game. That's what he's been doing. He's just like the Greek Kitsune.
Let's see though. I feel like that was Fenerbahce's window to push up this hill. But instead, they decided to play a little passive and crawl their way up the hill. And now they're trying to avoid the bullets, the barrage of bullets here. 2 other squad mates from Fenerbahce on their knees, make that almost a third. Noxbomb able to get that heal up, but they know exactly. Kudar going for that spray now with that M4. They know exactly where they are.
Oh, Fenerbahce being pinned down. They don't really have a lot of breathing space to work with. Bob, he just has a little shack to work with as well. He's trying to patch himself back up. He's going to be able to do that successfully. Now Fenerbahce not really looking good with the position they found themselves in. Next, Ruyat, they're looking like the kings of this zone, and they can keep on ruling it until the end. Fenerbahce left with only 2 players alive. They do not really have the man advantage working with them. They do not really have the man number working with them. Trying their best to play this one out safe. They're trying to find some cheeky angles, but are they gonna? That's the question.
A lot of smokes too, blocking the sight lines. Lost soft cover, and I think this just might be it. Yep. Fenerbahce, second place. Next Rio, winner, chicken dinner though. I mean, look, when we talk about teams needing a chicken dinner, they were 15th place coming into this match. So they 100%, they need that chicken dinner a lot more than Fenerbahce, who are currently in 3rd place. So congrats to them.
I mean, gotta say, you know, this final day of week 1 has definitely been kind of teams that really needing to step up. They have stepped up. Teams like Mad Bulls as well got a chicken dinner today, and now they as well got a chicken dinner. So it's pretty much a good thing, right? Team like Nextria as well, they got themselves chicken dinner. Things are looking quite good today, and all the teams, as I mentioned, all the way in the bottoms, they definitely needed this. But on the other hand, a team like Na'Vi that was in, I think, so top 10, they've just like thrown all the way down on the leaderboards, and I see your face, man. Same thing. I'm quite disappointed.
Yeah, Na'Vi. And listen, ladies and gentlemen, the reason we're stressing this, all these teams, Super Weekend, they're already doing good, right? Super Weekend number 1, the goal was to play here and get some points on that overall leaderboard. But what I start to think, with 1 more game to go, I start to look at those bottom teams. And I start to think, well, if they are the bottom right now, what's to say they don't continue being the bottom during the league stage? And if they are bottom 4, they're not going to play Super Weekend number 2. So they really need to try to get as many points as possible to kind of offset that risk associated with not qualifying for the second Super Weekend. But back to the early game fights. Rewind, run it back. S2G. Oh, Ghost Gaming coming out top right there off the hot drop.
Yeah, I gotta say, S2G not really able to carry on that momentum in the game of Sanhok, but it's fine, you know, they're just looking so good. 5 chicken dinners in their bag, they've already got a lot of money stacked up. And this nade, this was a game-changing nade right there from the side of A7. Got themselves 2 knockouts, and just like that, easily team out a big team like Black Dragons out the way. Didn't really had a lot of things to worry about after that. And then Aton over here. And over Dave, we were talking about, you know, behind the scene about a team like Footballist. Even inside this game, not really able to perform, man.
the scooter. Those are called Vespas, right? Dude, how dude, okay, first of all, shout out to the observers right there.
Yeah.
Throwing that in the highlight reel. Throwing that in the highlights. That's why I love you guys, honestly. Getting the clip of the dude on the Vespa getting sprayed down. He's just trying to vibe, you know? Talk about really catching a vibe, riding a Vespa on Sanhok. You're just cruising, you're just vibing, you're just relaxing, and then next thing you know, some dude pops up from behind a rock with an M4. That's just not fair, man, not fair.
Yeah, I feel kind of bad. Just imagine you got your headphones on, you're listening to some songs, you're vibing, you don't really have a lot of audio to work with, and just unfortunately get taken out like that. But yeah, gotta say, Unicorns of Love as well, quite a great chilling from them inside that game. Lin was the one using that med strat, you were talking about it. And Nextria in the end, quite an easy cleanup against Fenerbahce. Unfortunately, the position not really working out for a team like Fenerbahce. And well, in the end, Nextria didn't really have to work quite a lot because Na'Vi already out the way, already out the window. Nextria, the only thing they really needed to worry about was Fenerbahce.
I love, too, that we're catching a lot of these highlights, especially on Sanhok, where a lot of these players are utilizing that UMP with the scope on it. I feel like we're definitely heading towards a new meta here within PUBG Mobile, UMP coming out on top. So, analysts, let's see what you guys say about that that dude on the Vespa. Talk about the vibes.
Talk about the vibes. Well, Nextria definitely feeling themselves right now since they just got our last win on Sanhok for this super weekend, but of course so close when it came to Fenerbahce as well. I mean, it's great. Zute and Glitter were already talking about it before we came here. They're just like, well, it looks like another team's gonna go ahead and pick up a chicken. That's good for them. You guys, the casters even said it's good for them because they need it starting off in 15th place, but I think Fenerbahce needs it. They need a win. They need a chicken since they're so high up on the board. Zute, I mean, I have a lot of exclamation points in my notes from that match. What are just overview?
Yeah, that Sanhok was definitely not what we were expecting. Nextria, right? Getting that chicken, that was huge for them. They needed it. Fenerbahce falling just a little bit short. They did put up a good fight. That was a good ending. But one thing that stands out to me is Na'Vi. They finally are showing up. They picked up some points in Alpha 7 at the same time. I think this is the first time that we've seen both of these teams do well in a single match. It's always one team doing well, the other team doing really bad. But finally we see Na'Vi and Alpha 7 together up here. And surprisingly, or not surprisingly, they did end up fighting towards that late game. So no matter what happens, they just kind of gravitate towards each other. Unicorns of Love, we saw it yesterday. They really take advantage of the med strat when it comes to Sanhok. Yesterday, they were medding way far out there as the three Brazilian teams duked it out. They picked up a lot of rank points, and they do it once again. So good on them recognizing their strengths and sticking to it on this map. And, well, on the second page, Glitter, Ghost Gaming, you want to talk about them?
I mean, we have to, right? They end up, I feel like nobody except us had the faith, Zoo. I said that if Ghost can win that hot drop fight with S2G, it would be a huge win for Ghost, something that could kind of start propelling their momentum here. And they did just that. Huge, huge win, okay? I'm counting that as massive for Ghost.
Absolutely. And looking at the MVP, wow, okay, super massive Blaze. Span, I'm going to actually let you take this one because I know you're a huge fan of a Supermassive Blaze and one of their players, surprisingly, you know, I wasn't expecting it. They're in the MVP.
Yeah, you forgot the Papara at the beginning. Papara, Supermassive Blaze. There we go. I mean, yeah, they're not doing too well right now. They're towards the bottom of that leaderboard, but Savian going on ahead and grabbing the MVP from this match. I mean, 602 damage, 3 eliminations. It looks like they ended up doing the best for their team with 46% contribution. So not surprised to see them up there, in my opinion, because I feel like Supermassive Blaze is a team that I'm used to seeing up on these little graphics here. But for this one, you're right, this Super Weekend, haven't seen too much of them. Overall, I believe they have around 30, 40 points in terms of kill eliminations right now, so that's 3 of them right there. It also looks like they're actually going to go head to head with Nextria. That's kind of who I was expecting to see up here on the MVP board since they just won their first match.
Yeah, next a really good game. And something interesting I noticed on that MVP of Savian, their longest elim distance, I think it's at 7 meters, which, given that the fact it's Sanhok, that makes sense. But usually on all the other maps, we see at least like 100 to 200 plus meters. So that was a funny thing to note out. But yeah, the head-to-head, I believe, I'm probably going to pronounce the name wrong, but I'll go for it. Nihat's coming in with 537 damage, 2 elims. More importantly, though, them as a team got their first chicken dinner, and that is going to propel them up a few rankings. Remember, these points do carry over to the next Super Weekend. So it's not like you just finish in 10th place and then it's over and done. Every single point will accumulate, and every single point will matter for that overall top 16, Glitter.
Yeah, and as we're looking at the overall rankings here, you can see that Fenerbahce and Unicorns of Love have just been kind of battling back and forth for this second place spot. You know, they keep trading off who was there. To be fair, though, Fenerbahce started 25 points, I think, below Unicorns of Love at the start of today. So Fenerbahce is just having a much better performance across the board when we compare those two squads specifically, and they're going to continue, I assume, for the last game, seeing who can really end up sticking there in that second place position. But then moving down the list, you see EST moving up a little bit, and then the second page here, after the chicken dinner, this is a massive leap here for Nextria, because they did kind of start in this area but then fell down after the performances from the likes of Mad, Black Dragons. So now they're kind of bumping their way back up.
Yeah, another thing I see for the first time for today, we see a yellow arrow next to Na'Vi pointing upwards. This whole entire day, it's always been that purplish dark arrow pointing downwards. They've been dropping and dropping the whole day, but finally they get a game that boosts them up a little bit. I said I was going to leave Na'Vi alone. I said I wasn't going to mention them anymore because, you know, they were just really struggling and we keep talking about them. But hey, they're making a small comeback. But what's more important, it's not this Super Weekend for me, for Na'Vi. I think they need to end off this Super Weekend just strong enough to go into that League Weekend with some confidence that they could get into the next Super Weekend. Because if they do really bad here, there's a chance they might be too demoralized to make it past the League Weekend, because they barely made it past the first time around, Span.
You're not wrong. And I mean, at least you're saying, I think it's okay that you talk about Na'Vi, especially from this last match. You and Glitter were kind of talking about it. Na'Vi won against Alpha 7 in that match just there on Sanhok. So that's definitely something a little bit to probably hype them up. Both teams got into the end, and Na'Vi actually went head-to-head with them and won it out. I mean, you can go into the discussion of the terrain which they were on, but we're not going to do that. The base is that Na'Vi won that fight. But of course, we also have to talk about you as the fans with your favorite votes. As a reminder, you guys can go ahead and play PUBG Mobile, vote for your favorite PMGC teams and players, and win rewards. Get a voting ticket by logging into the game, watch live in the Esports Center, share your voting page with your friends, find information in there as well, and of course wins millions of rewards and various pink level permanent items only during this PMGC period. Look at that stuff over there on the side. Again, I already talked about I need the pan, I need that scar skin as well, and of course that treasure box. That's where that pan is. It's a PMGC exclusive with the treasure box in the Esports Center as well. So all you have to do is watch PMGC live on YouTube or in game. Get a PMGC token, redeem it to get the permanent items in the PUBG Mobile Esports Center. So again, we started talking about some exciting stuff in the game. Zute talked about the Na'Vi versus Alpha 7. I have also Alpha 7 against Rise, S2G loses to Ghost, so on. Let's go ahead and jump to your recap.
Yeah, let's kick this recap off. First thing we gotta look at is the winner chicken dinner, Team Nextria and their rotations. This time around, this Sanhok circle, once again, in a completely different area of the map that we've seen in the past 2 days. We got a very northern Sanhok ending. We got a center Sanhok ending, and now we're all the way to the southeast. So not too surprising, it's different teams coming out on top. Like I said, on Sanhok, the very first circle and the way it shifts kind of determines who might be the winner, because you just can't rotate your way into the rest of the circles like you can on the other maps. And next Ruya, well, I guess the southeastern circle is one that they've kind of figured out a little bit better than the other teams, picking up a total of 9 elims. Getting a hold of that compound where they did fight with footballers was huge. That allowed them a starting point into the late game, and they managed to fight the rest of their way in. They kept 4 players alive the whole time as well, which is huge on Sanhok up until the ending fight, which was really needed because Fenerbahce also had 4 players. So if they were just one person down, if they lost 1 player, it might have been the end. And this is the fight I really wanted to show for the highlights off the bat. I saw the chat, or Glitter told me in the chat. Everyone was saying, right, I'm going to call out the chat. Everyone was saying Ghost would be dumb to drop here again. They've lost 2 in a row. Okay, like, if you want to be a champion, you don't give up after 2 losses.
Yes.
You don't give up after 5 losses. You stick to it and you clean things up. And the thing that Ghost Gaming adjusted here is Spec was knocked early on, right? But no one from Ghost went for the revive. Yesterday, they made the mistake of going for a revive, which, yes, they got the revive, but it put them in a useless position, and it costed them the hot drop to begin anyways. This time around, no one went for the revive. They kept their positions, and that, I think, is what led them to winning that hot drop fight, Glitter.
Yeah, it was a very, very strong performance. A nice change of pace for Ghost, watching them literally make adjustments from day to day that end up benefiting them in the long run. So it was just something that we wanted to highlight because that was huge for Ghost. But then, of course, this is that fight that Spam was referencing when we saw Navi with that really superior angle looking down onto A7, who had had a very solid performance up until that point, clearing out so many squads along the way. But Navi just was able to get all of their angles covered. Plus, A7 was contending with the blue, had to push their way in and knew there was no way out of it. But then the ending here, this was so clean. Like you were saying, potential 4v4. Next Ruya just did a better job of working as a unit here, in my opinion.
Yeah, next Ruya, just keeping 4 alive on Sanhok is not easy when you don't have the compounds. They could have easily lost 1 or 2 players, and even getting third party by Unicorns of Love way out in the distance. But they still managed to get the revive, get the reset. I think here is when Fenerbahce could have been more aggressive, but they were down to 2 players at this point. So even being aggressive might, chances are, wouldn't have worked. So next Ruya, they just got the better of it. But Fenerbahce, right? Like, super consistent team. They're in 2nd place with no chicken dinner. So I guess, you know, they don't really mind. They could just keep getting those high placements, high elims.
They don't need them.
And just, you know, rack up the points that way. But I'm sure chicken would be nice, man.
Yeah, Glitter said they don't need them. Not wrong. They're the team with the 2nd most placement points. The first one obviously being S2G. That's kind of an interesting stat to throw out there. They have 82 placement points with no chicken dinners, which is kind of insane to think about. That means they've been really consistent with their placement points thus far. They also have a good amount of eliminations as well, being 65. But, oh man, I need one. Like I said, at least next Ruya went on ahead and won that because they obviously needed that to launch themselves up higher on that leaderboard, now in 10th place. But Fenerbahce, they gotta get the 1 chicken dinner. That'll make me feel better. Luckily, they have 1 more chance to do that today for the super weekend. Of course, they can go ahead and try to do that over league play the next super weekend, but I feel like this is it. This is the match. Unless S2G goes on ahead and is all like, how dare we not get 2 in a row? At least let's go get 2. We already know they're cracked on Erangel. At this point, kind of hard to go on ahead and guess who's going to take this last one. I mean, I feel like S2G probably a pretty obvious pick, but Navi might be figuring out how to go and play against Alpha 7. Zute, what are your thoughts just based off of this couple of teams coming into this last match?
All right, well, I see a trend that is happening, right? Everybody only has 1 chicken dinner other than S2G. So that means the teams with 1 chicken dinner are not allowed to win, all right? If you have 1, that is it. We got to keep the pattern going. So either S2G could get the win, or a chickenless dinner team will get the win. The chickenless dinner teams are, let me take a closer look. We got Fenerbahce, we got Black Dragons, Navi. Navi would be a good pick, you know. They don't have a chicken dinner. They're starting to do a little bit better. Footballist, Supermassive Blaze, and Aton span.
That is not that many teams left, so you're right, Zute. Let's go see if Supermassive Blaze, any of those other teams that have no wins so far, can grab it for themselves, or if S2G will make that 5 into a 6. Of course, we're jumping into a break before our very last match, so we will see you guys back here shortly.
Danny, ready for abstract.
Aynısını söylemeyeceğiz. Son HP Vesi'yi çekecek. Sonrasında uzun mucizeleriyle beraber tabii ki Erangel de çok güzel puanlar toplamıştı ama ikinci bir mucize yüksek ihtimalle gelmeyecek burada.
And their careful approach, their caution, their patience, it's paid off. They've had to wait a couple of months for the package to arrive, but the circle's here finally. But jumps out of the vehicle. Now it has to be a really slick movement. They've controlled the lower floor. This is really well played, getting that. I mean, there's nowhere for him to...
Come on, Mad Bulls, you can do it. The advantage in terms of position, they push on forward. Effect is trying to help him on the sideline. Saltgate gets a knock on the yin yang, and Effect can do nothing about that.
У них серьезные проблемы. Вивикер продолжает душить, но эффект падает ног с помощью осколочной гранаты. Слетят масоны, потому что Сузи очень агрессивно въезжает. Yin-Yang с двух сторон будет прострел. Чат пасу.
Продавили они в меньшинстве. Коллектив Magic Pride.
It's gonna cook up a nade. We've seen the next phase pop up. It's shifted down to southeast. It is going to be that coastline finish. Rip 7 takes a hell of a lot of damage, but yet to get confirmed. So this is going... There you go.
Rotasyondaki rakibine oldukça iyi headshotlar yekta. Hemen burada Timur görüldü. Kudur.
Bura almak isteyecek. Bedava bir puan var burada Kudur için. Ne bir kaldı.
Açı vermek isteyecek orada Dark.
Vermek istemiyorlar Fenerbahçe'ye. Rip 7'da bombasıyla çok güzel bir bombası var. Araç aracı çarptı orada. Bir kıvılcımlar çıktı. Rebellion ne yaptı ne?
24 players alive, and Savian tries to make something happen for Papara, but the blue is ticking away.
Beautiful nade from Lavaz, and that sealed the deal for Fenerbahce. Now we see Supermassive Blaze, but power coming in. Tron.
Ranan gonna take the buggy, and that's how it ended up. Meanwhile, amazing spray coming from Fresh, finds one.
Continues to put pressure on the last player, 12-18. Lin jumps in.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Welcome back. PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021 West League. We're about to be going into match 5, the last match of today, of the very last game for this first super weekend. Pretty intense coming into this one, I gotta say. So Zute, you kind of were saying that you wanted to do a recap once again on the teams that we think are going to do well coming into this last game, because there's a lot of possibilities, I have to say.
Yeah, so my prediction is going to be based on the pattern I've been seeing, right? Just to recap in case you missed it, is everybody's only gotten 1 chicken dinner or 0 unless you're S2G, who's hogging all the food with 5 chicken dinners, maybe a 6th one on this one. But for the teams that haven't gotten a chicken dinner, which I'm predicting will win following the pattern, it would either be Fenerbahce, Black Dragons, Na'Vi Footballist, Papara Supermassive Blaze, or Aton Esports. So if any of those teams get a chicken dinner, we're going to have that perfect synchronized 1 chicken dinner and S2G hogging it. And then, of course, some people are going to go home sad with no chicken dinners, Glitter.
Okay, all right. If this is the theory and we have to pick one dinnerless team, then honestly, I think for this last game, my heart has to be with Footballists. I think that Fenerbahce is very comfortable where they are. With or without that chicken dinner, Fenerbahce has crushed it, and their consistency is unrivaled, honestly, when you consider where they're at with not a single win under their belt. So I'm looking at Footballists to close out the weekend strong.
You know, I have a feeling, watch, you guys are kind of saying all this stuff, and then somebody's going to go on ahead and ruin your predictions here.
I hope
Zute and
not.
Glitter Watch. So one of these teams with the chicken dinner is just going to go on ahead and be like, you know what, I want 2 instead. I want 2. And that's going to completely blow this out of the water. Of course, S2G will want to turn that into a 6. Of course, other people will want a chicken dinner. I mean, got to spread the wealth. Speaking of wealth, though, get yourself a 1+9 and 9 Pro. It'll make you feel absolutely amazing with flagship performance and immersive 120Hz display and hyper-touch technology made specifically for gamers. The 1+9 and 9 Pro are your best shot to climb the leaderboards. This is their last chance to climb the Super Weekend leaderboard. Otherwise, you're going to have to wait an entire week past the league days once more to try and go ahead and qualify into the next Super Weekend. So this last game kind of has a lot of weight into it, Zute, because you said it yourself. Some of these guys chickenless. It's like there's one part of it, obviously you want to go ahead and get the points. The second part is kind of, we talked about mentality a little bit.
Yeah, mentality will transfer over into the league week, right? For the teams that are towards the bottom, I'm looking at Aton, Furious Gaming, Papara, Supermassive Blaze, even Footballers and Navid, right? They're in the bottom 4. If they don't do well this super weekend, it could affect their mental going into the league. And on top of that, the 4 teams that are sitting out, they might look at these teams like, wow, these teams are really weak if they drop on us, or if we want to drop on them, or if we get into a fight with them, they might feel much more comfortable in being aggressive and taking these teams out. So the teams that are doing bad this super weekend have a double, or not a double-edged sword, but they just have a sword that is pointed right at them. Teams not playing, think you're weak, you're not doing well, you go into the regular league feeling a little bit more demoralized, and there's a chance you might not even make the second super weekend just because you're doing so bad. So yeah, the mental is going to be playing huge, so you really need a chicken dinner or just get a lot of points in this last one to make yourself feel a little bit more confident going into the league week after today.
Even more so, I guess you could say, not just, you know, seeing other teams be weak. Is this super weekend good? I mean, it gives these teams, those 4 teams that haven't been in this super weekend, honestly, a lot of information. They can kind of see the weak points of all these teams lower down the leaderboard that they could take advantage of, or alternatively, see the strong points and weak points of the teams higher on the leaderboard. There could be a big flip when it comes to the league play. I've seen it before with teams taking the information from the super weekend into the league play to kind of get up there. That's a possibility, right?
1,000,000%. And then also when you combine that with just kind of that unknown factor that is league play, when we compare league play across the super weekend, anything can happen. And I know those teams that are sitting out right now are ready to get things kicked back off next week.
Oh, do not doubt it. But first, we're about to get into our very last match of this super weekend, once again on Erangel. Let's see who's going to grab this last chicken dinner, see if Zute and Glitter can be proven right, but toss it over to our casters.
Yo, the final game of Super Weekend number 1 PMGC 2021. West side is the best side. Let's get into the game. I'm looking at Aton, I'm looking at Furious Gaming, I'm looking at SMB, and even Football List. These teams at the very bottom, they need to pop off. They need to get this chicken dinner.
Yeah, exactly. They definitely need a pop-off, especially a team like Aton, man. They're all the way in the bottom, sitting. I mean, they've gone like 14 games on their name, and they're still like not really able to kind of show themselves up. I don't really know what to expect from a team like that, honestly. If they're not really able to show themselves up over here on this weekend, well, things are really not going to be starting off that great for them even in the future, right? Because we still have some great teams sitting out from this top 16, right? Teams like Exit that are probably going to be coming in the future super weekend, hopefully.
Yep.
But yeah, Aton, they definitely need to up their game.
Yeah, 4 teams sitting on the sidelines here this weekend, just taking notes with a little tear dropping from their eyes because of all the points that they missed out on. So they will definitely be coming back next week with that revenge on mind to make it to Super Week 2 here. Zone 1 is going to be favored in that west side. You got Unicorns of Love hovering around Corey. You got the Mad Bulls also around Corey. But right now, my attention has to be on all the teams in the East. You got SMB, you got Aton, you got Fibonacci, you got Knights, you got Eastern Stars, a bunch of teams who are going to need to get this loot real quick and look to reposition, because the east side, I feel like these squads, they're going to have a challenging rotation into circle number 1.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be having challenging rotation. Circle all the way in the left side. Yeah, they will definitely have to move as quick as possible because most of the times the late rotation don't really work out, and Na'Vi is a prime example of that. All the time making those late rotations, things not really working out for them, but maybe this time is what they can try and switch things up a little bit because they have gotten a circle for themselves. They're inside the circle. Maybe they can try and utilize a new pathway, but let's just see how things will be looking like. But these are the highlights of the previous Erangel games, and things really went kind of south for a team like Mad Bulls, but this is their game again. They can try and they can always try and improve their performance.
Yeah, I love some of these highlights. Just kind of reliving the golden times of when you were popping off, right? Nice little play right there from Yin Yang from the Mad Bulls, who a lot of people in the chat they were calling them Sad Bulls, but I think after today's games, I think they're mad once again, and I'm pretty happy with their overall performance here today. They got that one chicken dinner underneath their belt. If I had to ask for a little more from this team in particular, I would probably just say a couple more kill points, ramp up that aggression here just a little bit, since this is the last and final match of Super Weekend #1. Might as well, right? As they say, when in Rome, but in this case, when in Super Weekend, might as well try to ramp it up if you are one of these bottom teams. I mean, what are your thoughts on that one?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you definitely need to step it up, right? And as you talk about teams in the bottom, teams like Aton, they need to ramp it up. I mean, this is their last opportunity, right? Inside the week one, if they're not really able to perform inside this game, well, pretty much, I would literally just give up on them, right? Because there's just like pretty like low chances, I would say, they're able to do that great, even coming inside the Super Weekend too. But still, we never know. This might just be kind of like their learning experience.
Well, hopefully not the learning experience, because if that's the case, you're throwing, right? Because this Super Weekend points, they add up, as Zute mentioned. At the end of the 3 weeks, we're gonna take the top teams, top 16, to compete in the finals, and then from the finals, only 6, if I'm not mistaken, only 6 of these teams will make it to the big stage. So not a lot of teams are gonna be punching that ticket to that next round. But before we do get to that, there's a lot of money on the line too. First place, what, 362,000. Second place, 145,000. Third place, 72,000. And then there's a lot of individual awards going out as well here this season, like the Medic, the Eagle Eye, the Survivor, the Grenade Master, and the Gunslinger roles. So there's a ton of prizes, ton of money on the line to be had here. And at the end of the day, you have to assume these players, they got those dollar bills on their mind here. So we'll see. We'll see what they can do. And kind of to go back to the story at hand here, I think the bottom teams, I think this is the final match. No, I don't think. I know for a fact this is the final match. But I think they should try something else, right? Whatever they've been doing, it hasn't been working. Aton all the way down there at the bottom, 53 total points, right ahead of Furious Gaming, 60 total points. Like, that's good. That's good and gravy. I think this is the match that you might want to try something, maybe go outside of your comfort zone and just see what happens, because you never know. You could end up getting 2 squad wipes, bunch of points, and maybe even a top 5 finish. And that is exactly what they want, of course, here, if you are one of these teams at the bottom.
I mean, exactly right. Teams like Aton at this point, they should try and realize that, okay, there's nothing really much to lose, right? You can always try and just go full guns blazing. This is the final game anyways. You can try and go to rack up as many kill points as possible. But on the other hand, you talked about Furious Gaming. They've already gotten themselves 1 chicken dinner, but they're still sitting all the way down there on 15th position. Now, this game as well is quite important for the bottom 3 teams. And Supermassive Blaze, Dave, coming inside, I felt like how they were playing in the league days, I really felt like Supermassive Blaze is going to be doing good, but not really doing that great.
You got Big Tron too. Definitely a fan of Tron. And ooh, Sanhok. Sanhok catching a couple bullets right there to the dome. And we're talking about Aton. Well, here they are making some early moves here this game. And well, this is what they needed. Now what they need is to get the full squad wipe. I think since they did get 1 knock right there on a Xenox, nothing should hold them back, right? Just push it. Just push it to the limit and see what happens. And well, will Knights be able to retaliate? And I think so. Oops, right there. Oh! Asta with the DP. This is becoming interesting right now.
Yeah, it got taken down quite quick, though. I mean, Coops did try his best to kind of reply back, but instantly got traded in that fight. And now Knights left with quite an uncomfortable position. Now, Milo's over here is trying his best to close the distance on the players, which are on top of the hill. Knights, they've got themselves a little bit of high ground in this one. Knights, I feel like Alucard is quite separated out from the rest of the pack. He's trying to get back to his teammates, but the problem is Knights now are left with only 3 men alive. Xenox out the equation. Knights, I feel like if I'm in their shoes, I do not want to challenge this fight, but they're also taking quite a lot of damage. Oh, Alucard not really looking good.
You hate the fuel where you got to hit that reload on the DP magazine mid-spray, almost connecting onto Alucard, but looks like those shots from Kari was able to keep Alucard pinned down for the time being, but Aton, are they pushing off for this one? I'm really surprised with that one. To the call to evacuate the push? Okay, I guess.
Well, Duke and Machine now being handed a haircut. He's been knocked out, but the rest should be there without any trouble. Fenerbahce is the team that is still looking for a chicken dinner, but if they keep on playing the way they're playing right now, they don't need one. But Black Dragons, a little bit too aggressive there. Man falls down, instantly gets confirmed. Fenerbahce, though, the backup was there, but the backup now has been silenced by Black Dragons. They're able to isolate these players, and Fenerbahce, they're getting dismantled one by one. And somewhere down the line, the struggle has been shown. Just left with that one last man alive, up and standing, looking pretty healthy, but still, Fenerbahce, this early in the game, those are quite huge casualties. And consider the fact the Unicorns and Lover aren't really that far away. They have gotten themselves 141 points. They can try and get that second position back up.
So the hesitation, we are kind of popping back to this Knights Aton fight. The hesitation from Aton right now really is hurting them big time. They had the numbers advantage. They had 4 up just a second ago, and they were already in their vehicles, ready to close that gap, ready to deploy the aggression on top of the Knights. Instead of doing that, they pulled back and they allowed who was left of the Knights to get the heels off, top off here. And now they're down to just 2 in the blue zone. Yeah, this blue zone doesn't hurt too much, but I feel like they could have sealed the deal, ended this fight a long time ago. And even if they take out Knights here, they're probably going to lose 2 squad mates. So, I don't know. Coop's still behind the shack, though. This is Coops, one of the MVPs from North America, going for that M4 spray down, as I like to call it, mowing down the grass right here.
I mean, you can clearly see the pressure from the side of Aton, right? They do realize not really looking that great in the overall ranking, so the pressure is quite understandable. But Coops, man, as you like to call it, the Coops Classic, he's just able to single-handedly mow the entire squad down. Alucard is there on the back lines. He's trying to create an off angle. He's trying to create a flank angle on the players of Aton. But Cardi has found himself in a little bit of compound. But again, the separation is there. It's kind of like a 1-1 split. They only left with 2 men alive. Cardi is inside the compound, looking pretty safe. But if you talk about Milos, he's definitely not safe.
Yeah, and, you know, the Knights, they definitely had a window to retreat as well. You know, they had a window to go play the zone. But I think right now it's just full-on revenge mode. They lost Sanhok early on from Aton, and they're looking to take them out. So 2v2. Ooh, okay. Coops, though. Let's see what Coops can do from that back line. Does have a Dacia to work with.
Coops. Well, now forced out in the open. Both of them are taking quite a lot of zone damage. They need to try and make it into, and look at this. Milos got caught off guard out in the open. He's trying to use that Rocky up, popping and weaving his way towards the cover, but Coops is the man who's not going to be missing shots like those. He takes him down instantly, and now Cardi is the only man left alive. Aton, this game is really important for you. You cannot let this slip away, and Knights, on the other hand, they're looking pretty safe on the overall ranking, so they can always go for fights like these.
Yeah, Milo's right there. That's a straight-up ego fight, right? Milo's in the open, trying to get to that boulder, trying to face-check Coops, who had some type of hard cover where they could easily lean peek and get those shots off. Milo's face-checking the wrong player in the lobby. I'm just putting that on record right now. Face-checking, challenging Coops right here. I don't know, not the call, but I do like that they understand the urgency to try to get some of these kill points. And, you know, at the end of the day, they are kind of doing what we wanted them to do, and that was to turn that aggression dial up here just a little bit for the final match of the evening.
But it definitely didn't work out, Dave, man. Feel kind of bad for a team like Aton. Left with only one last man alive, if I'm not wrong. It's the man Cardi. On the other hand, S2G just leading the charts, looking the kings of West for now. But let's just see how
I didn't even know you could get there. What a spot. What an angle. Okay. You learn something new every day you watch these pro players compete at the top echelons of the competition. And that's one thing, just as a viewer on the sidelines watching, you love to see, because you can see what these pros do and go in the game, implement it, use it yourself, do it yourself, and just up your skills. So that angle right there, 200 IQ. But getting back to the game, I didn't mean to cut you off right there. I just got to point that out, that I just love watching these little interesting plays from these pro players.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I was also kind of like caught off guard with the angle he had gone for himself. But yeah, now you have Knights as well, kind of down to that with just one last man alive. Already a lot of casualties on these couple of teams, including Fenerbahce, Knights, and Aton. And then you have teams like Mad Bull making that rotation. And guess what? Another fight going over here. Football is one of the teams that you really like. And this time they're also getting taken down slowly and steadily. That's quite a risky rotation. Lutz and Solke are still alive, though. These two players can definitely make a lot of things happen if they try and play things a little safe. H2G as well are on a hunt.
Yeah, it looks like they're just straight up YOLO sending it. Yeah. And they're trying to send it to any spot at this point where they don't get shot at, because they received a ton of shots from multiple teams. And they're actually being hunted down behind them from Tron over here on this buggy, who SMB, they don't look like they're quite done hunting the duo from Footballers quite yet. So this could be somewhat interesting, as SMB, I think just watching their gameplay right here, they're kind of on the same page as us. They recognize, okay, this is the final match. We are 14th overall. Yes, we did make it to this super weekend, which is a milestone in itself, but they recognize they need to capitalize on this final game. And talk about capitalizing, F2G with the pull-up right here.
Oh, here we go. Trades are happening back and forth. Next, Ruya finds two players down from the side of H2G. And look at this. Frozen still able to put up some style points in this one. Next, Ruya, the Yita as well, is there to clean things up. H2G now down to just those 2 men alive. Actually, scratch that. Just that one last man alive for that team. And now he's going to be having a lot of burden on his shoulder. Actually, no, scratch that as well. He doesn't have any burden. They're just looking really good. They can always just try and go for those yellow plays, just like they did just like they did right now.
Yeah, and you love the drop shot Uzi. I love the Uzi, man. The Uzi, for me, one of the best sounding weapons of the game. Memories right there. So S2G, after that unsuccessful crash, well, they're down to just the solo, who is probably looking at just trying to carry that baton to try to get some placement points. But if they want to get these placement points, they're going to need to fight Gary. They're going to need to fight Mufasa. They're going to need to fight Nunez and Mythic. And it looks like these squad members of Rise, they have an idea that somebody might be near them.
Yeah, they definitely do. They were slowly and steadily crawling their way through there. And guess what? The final man falls down. And so just the final nail in the coffin has been put there. But now, Ghost Gaming as well, right in the kind of center, I would say. They've also gotten themselves one of the best compounds in that circle. So Ghost Gaming looking pretty good for this game. They are set up for success, but let's just find out if they're able to kind of utilize the positioning in the future lines. On the other hand, Na'Vi, one of those teams that are guarding the left side of the edge lines, and Eastern Stars is the team that is looking to cross over from that side, but let's just see if Na'Vi are able to capitalize upon it. On the other hand, Unicorns Love as well, making quite a bold and risky rotation, catching a lot of bullets, and guess what? Keth as well from the side of Supermassive Blaze is catching a lot.
Ooh, you saw that? I saw Fresh head into that shack. It's like, psych! See you later. Quick U-turn. So yeah, back to this Na'Vi fight. I really feel like this is a power position when we look at this circle as a whole. Na'Vi, they really need to make sure to gatekeep Eastern Stars. They need to make sure not to allow them to breach their way into this circle on that west side, because Na'Vi could get this fight, win this fight, they're going to have a lot of terrain to deal with moving forward, because most of the teams are on that east side, and we'll have to pay attention to the kill feed, because right now we're sending the helicopter to the north. Looks like at A7, little 2-2 split, trying to keep out Rise right now.
Oh, Carrier able to tank these nades. But Rise, they're also up to a 2-2 split inside this fight. A7 being handed over their high ground now. Rise, they're looking to take it back. A7 looking pretty comfortable in the position they've gotten themselves. Korea as well, it's kind of damaged, but it's fine. Isn't really something to be concerned about. But on the other hand, Na'Vi and Eastern Stars fight still continues. Mekyu being taken down. Matic left in the clotheslines. And Eastern Stars, on the other hand, though, they're looking pretty strong. They have all 4 of their players alive. But what do I see? From the backlines, we have Next Ruya as well closing in.
Yeah, they are feeling good after their winner chicken dinner, and they're looking to get the sandwich right now onto Eastern Stars, and it is working out. Talk about just a blessing right now for Na'Vi, because Eastern Stars, they were 100% setting up to make the close, the bridge the gap, and take out Na'Vi. But then from behind, Next Rio saying, no, not like this. The backstab is real right now, and it looks like Next Rio, look at this formation that they're pulling out right here. They are confident.
Yeah, they're just able to swipe their way in, and now Eastern Stars, as you mentioned, the confidence is clearly being shown from a team like Nextria. Kapahala, the only man left alive inside the smoke. As soon as the smokes fade away, his position will also be revealed. And guess what? Kapahala, though, managing to find two of those, some great finds, but finally he goes down as well. Kudor barely left on a sliver of HP, but it's fine. Now A7 and Rise, the fight still continues. Rise, Mufasa being taken down. The kill should be confirmed in no time.
So kind of doubling back to that last fight, Mad Bulls in the area. So Mad Bulls are trying to close in on Na'Vi, and then next Rio we just saw right there take out the very clutch play right there to be able to continue to survive. And it looks like they are going to have the window of the smokes to get the pickup on the Frozen and at least have the trio to continue pushing forward this game. But I really do appreciate Mad Bulls. They got a soft 2-2 split right now. They're trying to use their numbers. They're trying to keep tabs on those teams to the north, but also trying to keep tabs on those teams to the east side, just in case the next circle does shift out there to the east. They already have a plan on where to go.
Yeah, it definitely does seem like they definitely do have kind of like a plan, where they exactly do want to head inside in the future lines. But yeah, as you talk about Aton as well, I'm surprised they're still alive in the game over here, Dave. Cardi is still making his way in. He's still able to just kind of like sneak past through every single squad over here. But now Na'Vi hits today quite a risky rotation. This is quite a risky one. Catches a nade, if I'm not wrong, and gets taken off. I think so. His vehicle just blew off.
Kaboom, right there.
Yeah.
Big old-fashioned kaboom. And a lot of these teams right now using these vehicles. We got the fields. There's a couple hay bales. There's some tall wheat to kind of crawl your way through. But besides that, not a lot of cover. And that's where these vehicles are going to be crucial to just surviving right here. And we tend to see a lot of these players, they use these vehicles. They pull up into a nice spot. They step back a couple feet, they blow it up, and then they hide right behind the vehicles, and they use it as cover. We call it build your own fort, and that's exactly what Ghosts are trying to do right here. But the Black Dragons from all the way downtown, golden, just bam, 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 bam. The shots just trying to connect and getting a nice amount of these shots out there and applying a lot of pressure and damage to Ghosts across the way.
Yeah, definitely. He's able to rack up a lot of damage in that one. But now A7 closing up against a team like Nextria. Geek ties in the close lines, gets spotted. Revo takes a lot of damage, but guess what? The backup is there from the side of Senatexa. Saves Revo, and just like that, Nextria now, they're looking pretty vulnerable. Kudor down quite low. Frozen is the man who's left pretty healthy for now. Nate comes in from the side of A7, quite close. A little bit of damage, and Kudor will just be it. Frozen as well now taken down quite low. Kudor trying his best to patch himself up. Same things goes with the other player of Nextria. Is he going to be able to make it? No, instead, he tries to go inside the zone. Wow. He did realize the blue zone is closing in, and he's not going to be able to withstand the damage.
They don't want this smoke, man. A7 seen the next zone start to close in, and they just pop their two vehicles, and they're looking at gatekeep right here. Very heads-up play from A7. Really do appreciate that one. Still 10 teams alive, by the way. Loots in the kill feed, getting a couple nice shots out there. Seems like everybody, you got footballers, you got Ghost, everybody right now just trying to pay attention to any team on the late rotate and taking full advantage of that.
Oh, look at that. Black Dragons, the confidence clearly being shown. They have realized it's the final game. It's a do-or-die moment for a team like that. Doing quite decent as well, so it's fine. But on the other hand, Unicorns are loved now. Nade's being lobbed in from both these sides. It's an equal trade of nades. And guess what? Another nade lobs quite close from the side of Fenerbahce. Flakies. Nade was able to kind of close the distance in. But guess what? The nade from Effect, though, this time catches fresh from Unicorns of Love. He's trying to crawl to safety. He's trying to crawl back to his teammates.
Pick me up.
I don't feel like he's going to be able to get himself back up because Fresh is quite far away from the rest of the pack.
Pick me up. That is exactly what they're screaming right here, right now in the final matchup, Super Weekend #1. Effect from Mad Bulls. Also just tapping away with the M4, trying to mow down the wheat field out there. Seems like Ghost Gaming cannot catch a break. Next zone does not favor them once again. Effect with the lead peak right there, able to connect onto HH24. And, ooh, Spec, you need to watch them toes, man. You need to watch them toes.
Oh, Ghost. One man down from that squad. Should be back up on his feet in no time. Mad Bull looking pretty good. They're dominating over here. They're definitely looking the one to dominate this one. And guess what? Ghost as well. Now they're catching bullets from the side of GC God from Black Dragons. He has a high ground to work with. He is also able to gather a lot of intel in these final moments. And Furious Gaming, one of those teams that we really wanted to succeed, and guess what? They're able to actually show up with all their players alive in this one. One man falls down as I talk about it. Big Milo is the man who has been taken down. Nades are being exchanged from both these sides. It's Supermassive Blaze, not really looking good. They're getting mowed down. Nades are looking quite close. Molly's as well on the board, and well, just left with only one last man alive.
Molly, so strong. The spread on him, so strong right here. And Furious looks like they're going to try to seal the deal. Pull up with the buggy, trying to get the vehicle run over. The drop shot, though, with the grenade to follow up. Let's see, Scream really low in the health department. Peeking up, though, getting those final shots in right before the chaos erupts here. Because look at this, on the opposite end, Ghost pulling up on Unicorns of Love. Clocking out, though, just a little early after that push.
Oh, threat being silenced from the side of Unicorns of Love. Now GC God taking some dig on the enemy hills, and well, one man falls down. Matt Bulls, they're down to just a 3-man squad with that one, but still looking quite good. They have the man number working for them. And guess what? On the other hand, Unicorns of Love as well spots some players out in the open trying to crawl to safety, but they're not going to be able to do so. Black Dragons, as we mentioned, they just have so much info to work with, right? The high ground that they have, they're able to spot each and every single player. They know where they're positioned themselves. And on the other hand, Unicorns of Love, they're taking a lot of damage. They're trying to tank it. But are they going to? That's the question, because their position has been revealed.
Yeah, Black Dragons, they got a player on the roof right there. What they're able to do is gather the intel and just relay that back to their teammates down below behind the broken wall and just pinpoint them exactly where to just pre-fire. That's all they need to do. Just pre-fire on the mark, and maybe some of these shots will inflict some damage. And at this point in the game, any damage is good damage because all the meds are going to be extremely low. So we're down to just 4 teams right here, right now for the final game of Super Weekend number 1.
Oh, here we go, final. There we go, just tapping away Golden and Yin Yang quite safe between the hay belts. And Mad Bulls, they're also able to get the fallen man back up on his feet. Effect is the man who got the rest back up on the fallen man. And guess what? Furious Gaming looking to close up on a team like Unicorns of Love, but they're also not really far away. Nades being exchanged from both these sides, but the name from Unicorns of Love looks a little bit stronger, and they are going to be wiping them out just like that. Furious Gaming, they had the man advantage in that fight, and still they screw up somehow.
GK first, more like GK clutch right there. Clutching out Furious Gaming. They were able to sneak their way up so close within grenade range on the Unicorns of Love, but their quick decision making, their reaction time was on point. But that window allowed the Black Dragons to pull up on the edge of the zone just a little further, down to just 3 more teams.
Oh, as you mentioned, down to just these final 3 teams left. Black Dragons, Unicorns of Love, and Mad Bulls. All 3 teams, we do know what they're capable of, but Unicorns of Love, they don't really have that man advantage working for them. They're just down to those 2 players alive, GK First and Rollkiss, but they were able to clutch their way through Furious Gaming. Maybe they will let these 2 teams fight against each other, and then maybe they'll find the right moment to strike, and they will strike in. But the nades from Mad Bulls, they're keeping Unicorns of Love under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, 3v3, v2. Black Dragons and Mad Bulls, they need this chicken dinner more than Unicorns of Love, but the duo, you cannot discount them. Golden, though, gonna be cooking this grenade, thinking about where should I toss this one. They tossed a couple grenades behind this buggy right ahead of them, where Yin Yang is, finding no success, but they know for a fact there is somebody over here, and yep, they're gonna be receiving some shots, and elite peek! Yin Yang does not stop!
Oh, don't peek him like that, but the nade from GC, yup, as you like to say, got him. And Yin Yang being taken down now is crawling back to his teammates. But again, if he does, I don't even think so it's going to be possible to get the res back up on Yin Yang. He's pretty much gone case at this point. Rollkiss trying to move in from the left. He does know there is someone on the left lines. For Prison now spotted. Whips out the DP, takes a couple of shots, tries to pre-fire. And Rollkiss, though, he doesn't really have the tree working in his favor. It's a little too skinny. And guess what? Mad Bulls now, they're looking at third party this entire situation. They do realize Black Dragons are there quite vulnerable. And guess what? Just like that, the nade deals a lot of damage on the effect, and GC God puts the final bullet into him.
Black Dragon is blowing hot fire out here, but GK First talk about a player that has been feeling it this game. We saw him take out Furious a little bit ago. 6 kills so far. UMP versus UMP from GC. God! Black Dragons versus Unicorns of Love. Who will get the chicken dinner?
Oh no. With that fight, yep, with those bullets being sprayed from the UMP, gives his position away, and just like that, Black Dragons, they don't need to sweat anymore. Unicorns of Love, final man revealing his position, gets taken down instantly. They realize, all right, he's shooting from that little bush. There's no way if we just pre-fire that. There's a high chance that we're going to be able to get that kill, and just like that, Black Dragons come out on top in that one.
First chicken too, from the Black Dragons, blowing fire. That's me blowing fire, by the way. I saw one of those players. They did have the opportunity to loot a crate, though, because we saw the MG3 just go bah, 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 and we heard it as well. So that, not only do they get that nice OP weapon, the squad wiper towards the late game, but also the level 3 gear that you really need to take into consideration. Level 3 gear, late game, OP. Like, that is like a dream come true for sure. And Black Dragons able to clutch out the final win of the evening of Super Weekend. Number 1 has to feel good for that team. And what a day. A lot of teams here today who really needed the chicken, who came into today kind of hovering around that bottom spot. They clutched it out, man. They did pretty well here today.
Exactly.
All things considered.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we were talking about that, right? In the previous game, we were talking about how teams that really needed to step up and we expected to step up, they definitely did step up, including teams like Mad Bull as well. Even though they were not really able to get that chicken dinner, still they got themselves decent amount of positioning points with that one. And in the end, Unicorns of Love as well, getting quite close to that chicken dinner. I do want to see, have Unicorns of Love gotten themselves the second position back? Because I think so, they might have.
Yeah. I think so too. I know coming into this game between them and Fenerbahce, there was only like a 6-point difference. But at the end of the day, listen, we cannot discount S2G enough. This team, they just slayed out. They fragged out. They got so many Olymp points. They got so many placement points. So many chicken dinners, so they're going to be walking away full from this Super Weekend. But one thing that we kind of been hinting towards is they did so good this Super Weekend. You have to assume a lot of these teams, they are 100% going to study their rotations, their drop spots, and even their playstyles on that individual level when we look at the players from S2G. So hopefully they can come back next week looking even better, because they are going to need to be prepared. But here's the highlights from this last match of the evening.
Yeah, exactly. As you mentioned, a lot of teams are definitely going to be having their eyes out for a team like S2G, right? They're going to be taking notes, how they rotate, how S2G likes to play exactly, and they're going to try to counter that no matter what, especially the teams that are sitting out, you know, from these top 16s. It's those 4 teams that weren't really able to make it to the Super Weekend, Week 1, they're definitely going to be taking a lot of notes, and they will have to try and make it work, at least in the Week 2. But over here, this is how, in the highlights, this is how things really started to heat up. Furious Gaming as well, they tried their best in the end, but got taken out by a team like Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, and just kind of, you brought up the bottom 4 teams who didn't make it. They are going to have such a huge disadvantage already. If you think about it, S2G, they're going to be about 200 plus points ahead of them. That's a ton of points. Like, missing out on a Super Weekend is huge. But they do still have 2 more Super Weekends. So I think if any of those 4 teams that didn't play this Super Weekend, their goal has to be to qualify for the next 2. That's the only way that they'll have that fighting chance to be top 16 at the end of the event. So a lot of work is going to be needed to be done from a lot of these players. But at the end of the day, week number 1, all things considered, like I mentioned a couple of moments ago, they showed up, man. All these teams, all these players, they definitely showed up here in the West League.
As you mentioned, in the end, the goal is to get top 6, right? And the teams, the 4 teams that weren't really able to make it in the Super Weekend, Week 1, they're going to be having a huge disadvantage. And then they will need to work their way up there, man. It's not going to be that easy. It's going to be not that easy. They will have to, like, show so much effort in each and every single thing they do, especially a team like Exit, Dave. I mean, had a lot of hopes coming in inside the Week 1, but they were just not able to make it in the Super Weekend. So they were the one now sitting back, taking those notes, and I'm pretty sure in Week 2, they're going to come back even more stronger.
They have to. They have to if they want to rep that set. GK first, man. That game, hey, MVP for me. But ladies and gentlemen, that is it for the games. Let's head over to the desk and see what they have to say.
Black Dragons getting their first winner chicken dinner. It looks like Zute and Glitter, they came out of this last game unscathed. Their predictions were correct. Everybody that has a chicken dinner is going to have one, except for, of course, S2G. So Zute, I guess it wasn't cursed. It was fine. Everybody has the one that you were expecting.
It was meant to be. It got a little bit scary because towards the end, I mean, that's all I kept my eyes on. Which teams are still alive that doesn't have a chicken dinner? And there was only one team out of quite a few, and the Circles. I mean, they just kept going towards Black Dragons. We'll see it in the rotations. We're going to have some highlights also, but the Circles definitely blessed Black Dragons because they didn't have that chicken dinner. It's meant to be. That pattern is real. But other than Black Dragons, Unicorns of Love had a really good game. Mad is really starting to show up towards the end of this super weekend, so that's good to see that. Hey, maybe that huge 18 elim chicken that they had back in the league day, it wasn't by chance. And going down the list, I mean, I think all the good teams are up here. Furious Gaming actually kind of stands out. They were more towards the bottom, picking up 50 points, which is indeed huge, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, very, very elim heavy on the top 5 or the top 4 situation. Ghost, though, in that 7th spot there because of their elims. You can see that they didn't get the most placement points there, but still seeing a little bit more consistent aggression out of Ghost that I've enjoyed seeing here today. And then for our second page, you can see just how much S2G struggled. Na'Vi having another rough game for themselves. I mean, hoping that we can see a little bit more out of Na'Vi going into next week of league play. But like you said, Zute, the pattern of all of those teams kind of spreading out the wealth when it came to those chicken dinners is how we ended things here for the final game of the Super Weekend.
Definitely. And the MVP of the match from Black Dragons, of course, they put in so much damage. We saw they just had the zoning. They were shooting everybody in the fields. 1,293 damage, of course. Not able to convert that into too many elims just due to the way the match is played out. But they still got that chicken, 29% team contribution. Longest elim distance, 63 meters, 4 MVP points. Pretty good job by Golden. And oh, booyah on his shirt right there. Booyah for that chicken dinner also.
That was standing out to me, not gonna lie. I was just like, I was hearing it in my head, so thank you for making that become a reality. Yeah, I mean, obviously that high damage coming because they're kind of stuck in that compound. They were able to see quite a lot of people, but I guess couldn't go for those confirms. I mean, a big thing that stood out to me when it came to Black Dragon's position is that nobody could really do anything about it. Like, I felt like Black Dragons were pretty secure in their location. Like, Glitter, like, what could have been done, I guess, to make sure that it wasn't Black Dragons that had that best spot?
I mean, once they were in there, they made sure to do a really good job hunkering down. As you guys can see the head-to-head here on your screen while we talk about this a little bit. There was a chance, I felt like, for Unicorns of Love, speaking of Unicorns of Love, that's the head-to-head, to kind of sneak up on Black Dragon at the end there, Zute, when we saw that wrap trying... I thought Rolkos was maybe going to be able to start kind of getting some extra points on the board for Unicorns of Love, but Black Dragons wasn't having any of it.
Rolkis, like, sorry to interrupt, but Rolkis, you choked, bro. We all saw that. You shot, and the bullets just completely missed. And I'm calling out Rolkis because he actually did play in the NA scene a little bit, so I'm a little bit familiar with them. So this is nothing but love. Speaking of love, Unicorns of Love, am I right? But let's talk about the head-to-head here. GK first, 7 elims, 1,009 damage, 65% team contribution. He definitely dragged Unicorns of Love up to that second place. Looking at the overalls, he put in a lot of work that last match. But S2G, 105 elims, 106 rank points. That is extremely balanced. And we did see a very balanced S2G team. They did all sorts of, different maneuvers, different strategies, different types of zones they had to work with. And they did pretty well in all of them. So not too surprising to see the balance between the elims and the rank points, Glitter.
Yeah, and then they're in 7th place. Black Dragons, after that win there at the end, able to move themselves up into the top 8 on this first page. So that is going to be a solid amount of points for them to have gotten moving into our next Super Weekends. But then, you know, Unicorns of Love in the last game, I said they were battling back and forth all day with Fenerbahce for the 2nd place spot. Unicorns of Love close it out there after the last game, and I really am still stuck on those S2G numbers. Zute, those are insane. But the second page here, we saw, you know, Navi was able to move up a little bit after not this last game, but the one before. But now we're looking at Mad and Furious Gaming making a little bit jumps. And we did talk about them at the beginning of the day. We specifically said if they wanted to be in a solid spot at the end of today, points-wise, bare minimum, they needed to at least double today what they had done in the 2 days prior. And Mad being at 98 points when they started at, I think, at like 37 is doing exactly what they needed to do.
Yeah, and also that 5 to 6 point minimum, right? So they definitely break past that. Keep in mind, it's the top 16 overall after 3 Super Weekends. So these bottom 16 teams, like, they're ahead. They're in the top 16. But if they have a bad next week and they don't qualify, or maybe the other teams coming in below them start doing really well, they could easily drop out, Span.
Yeah, but we can talk about the performance from the Super Weekend as well in a bit, because there's a lot to talk about with it. But first, again, one last reminder after our last game today is that you guys have the power to go ahead and vote for your favorite. Play PUBG Mobile, vote for your favorite PMGC teams and players, and of course, get yourself some rewards. Log into the game, get a voting ticket, watch live, vote with your friends. Find out more information, of course, in the PUBG Mobile Esports Center. But basically, you can get millions of rewards, various pink level permanent items only during this PMGC League period. Same when it comes to PMGC 2021 treasure boxes. They're PMGC exclusive. So all you have to do is, again, watch PMGC on YouTube or live in-game in that Esports Center. Get a PMGC token, redeem it to the PMGC permanent items in PUBG Mobile Esports Center. So a lot of cool stuff for you guys to go ahead and grab with that. But back to, of course, this last game. Let's jump into the recap before I talk about overall performance. So tossing that to you, Zute.
Yeah, so for this last game, we saw a lot of just early fights here and there, just all over the place. It was quite a hectic game, especially given the circle, right? We had the zone end in the fields. But Black Dragons, they got the chicken. And you will see here, it was meant to be the entire time. Look at their very first rotation. Their very first rotation was to those compounds right there. And their second rotation was to those compounds right there. And the next circle, their third rotation was to those compounds right there. And on the next circle shift, guess what, guys? You won't believe it. They stayed at those compounds right there. The circle just a little bit off. And I mean, I'm making fun of Black Dragons, but no, it was meant to be. They were the team that didn't have the chicken dinner, and we all said, if they don't have a chicken dinner, they should be blessed with a chicken dinner. They picked up 11 total elims, put in a lot of damage, so it's not like completely free for them. And that end game, you'll see it in a little bit. It did get kind of scary, it did get kind of close, so it wasn't the freest of wins, so they definitely had to close that one out. But before we get there, the grenades between Furious Gaming and Supermassive Blaze, I wanted to highlight this one for that reason. Grenades raining in, back and forth. It was quite a crazy one, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen some insane nade plays today, and it just continued on through the final game here. I mean, you can see just how quickly SMB is melted down by Furious Gaming. I mean, at that point, they barely stood a chance, but now we've got those final in-game moments, and I don't know if you noticed there, but they had almost 3k damage Black Dragons for this team after everything was said and done. So that is a huge performance to close out the day for that squad. But there were so many times where Black Dragons had to function well as a unit and be really, really smart about which individuals or which teams that they were focusing, and they did a very good job with it.
Oh yeah, that player got knocked, and instantly the trade happened with a grenade. You and I both gasped when Golden peeked that and just got shot right in the head. And then we all held our breaths right here. You were calling it out. Rokas, he's sneaking over. Rokas is sneaking over. And let's see if we catch it from Rolkis's point of view. Maybe not. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Oh, you done goofed, Rolkis. Right there. Pretty much, you know, that could have completely changed everything. But he gets that knock, and then he gets traded. And then so it was not an easy win. By no means for Black Dragons.
It was a lot of back and forth. It was very stressful. Once again, though, the nades coming in clutch, consistently being that equalizer for a lot of our fights where somebody gets knocked, but they got knocked because they peeked to throw their nade, and somehow it ends up being the perfect nade. So they're constantly just trading knock for knock, nade for you know, being gunned down. And after everything is said and done, just for the theory, we were really hoping that Black Dragons would pull that one out in the end, and they did just that.
That they did. Another thing that I would like to talk about, though, when it comes to all of these performances, obviously a great one for Black Dragons. They needed it. They only ended up really moving up like 2 spaces. That was the maximum movement up that these teams did. There were some teams that moved down 2 spaces. The biggest movement that we saw is, unfortunately, I hate to call them out, Na'Vi moved down 3 placements. So that is the big movement that we've seen today. That means everybody else played very consistently. There wasn't that much movement on this board otherwise. Like Zute, this last day, it wasn't as chaotic as yesterday. It wasn't another Alpha 7 moment.
I think it's because coming into the 3rd day, teams really started to figure out what it is they're trying to do and figured out their game plan. Day 1 between day 2, right, had a huge mix-up, but that's to be expected. Day 1, a lot of teams are figuring things out. Day 2, they readjust, and the teams that should shine, will shine, like Alpha 7. And day 3, well, things are, like you said, kind of cemented down. We'll see small movements up and down, but I think realistically, everybody's kind of playing the way, or everyone's kind of playing at their level. There is a few naysayers that I feel like could have done better, but, you know, it is how it is. You can't always, you know, close things out on the last day because we still got 2 more Super Weekends, so there's still a lot more chances left for these teams.
Definitely. That is very true. Glitter, though, taking out of this Super Weekend, this was the first one. Next is back into league play. Is there anything that they're going to be taking out of this, you think?
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about it, we've mentioned it a couple times now. There is a lot of information that has been gathered, whether that was by the teams playing or the teams sitting at home watching. Now, moving into league play, there is a lot to be had, whether that is the teams that set out and they're going to be fighting for those points to make sure they don't sit out again, or the teams that were at the bottom here this weekend knowing that maybe they didn't perform the way they wanted to, so they have to get back in and get more points on the board. Or it's just the teams that are at the top that are too good and they can't be taken out, so they're going to be making it to the Super Week. Exactly.
Gotcha. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of options. That is the conclusion of our very first week here, and of course there is more next week. So that is the end for the very first Super Weekend for, of course, PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021 West League. But we will see you guys on Tuesday for week 2 of League Play. See you guys then.
Thank you.